be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing Imagination Plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The 2 Imagination Plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of 4 marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new Supply Converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the Supply Converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the Supply Converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the Supply Converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
We're finally hitting the desk here, and we cannot wait to see what we have this offer when it comes to this new season. Everything is brand new when it comes to the format itself, the tournament itself, the teams participating, and this you guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, brought to you by Tesla Games, Project Official XP and Quantum Studios, and also will be your casters here for today, which could be Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. How are you feeling, Cloud?
Oh, feeling awesome. This is going to be a new Southeast Asia season, and it's going to be in a new format. At this stage of the tournament, it's going to be super exciting, Choo Choo. Can't wait for the action to unfold. But of course, our players, they are also grouped together at an offline event. So let's have a view of what's happening on ground. So we'll see that these players are one by one, team by team, walking into the arena.
Oh, I wish we had sort of announcement for the entrance, but hey, it's better than nothing right now because looking over the players are more than ready. You can see the top contenders here. PvE are coming through. Vampires is going to be one of the favorite for this season as well. Everybody taking and dock up the stations. And speaking of this season, Cloud, we're talking about so much roster changes for each of the orgs, including the teams that have been qualifying themselves into this season itself of PMSL. This is the first ever Super League we're having right now.
Oh yeah, it is the first ever Super League, and it also features the partner teams too. So it's a very interesting mix here, together with some of the top teams from the respective Southeast Asia League. And let's not forget as well, we got the wildcard teams back in action this time, so it's going to be super exciting. We have RRQ right now on screen, and we have Sem9 with a refreshed roster. Long and Loyu has joined the lineup, and Depp is back in action now.
FaZe walking through. We also have VOIN Esports coming out from Indonesia, and right now everybody just ready to get seated. And we look, all faces are happy right now, but the moment we head into the map itself, everybody focus on their gears up and keep it going. But looking around, everybody trying to chill things over. But speaking of this season, you mentioned about the partner teams. Over 15 partner teams and other 5 teams coming up from the qualifying. So the other team that's been grinding their hearts out, and some of them are been partnering. But I'm surprised we're not looking Infinity this time, because I was hoping for them to actually coming in as a partner team, but they're not there. But speaking of the other teams, like example VOIN Esports of Indonesia, here's one more team we should look out for as well.
Yeah, still the DNA of the Infinity. They are not missing out on Southeast Asia. We got Mela, who just joined FaZe Clan, and of course there's still Nuzi with Vampire Esports, so they are still around. So we can see here Genesis Esports, the champion of Wildcard. They are one of the 2 Wildcard teams who's going to bring the Wildcard flag here besides PBE. So we're looking forward to see their performance, how they can adapt to some of the best Southeast Asia PMPL teams around.
Yeah, but this is going to be the team, I think, going to be the Indonesian favorites, definitely. You know, for the Alter Ego side. And speaking of DBD, now DBD have a lot to offer to us. There will be some players going for the SEA Games too. But speaking of the others, now Alter Ego, and aside from the Boom coming up from Indonesia, we do have also PERSIJA Esports coming into this season. Now we're not going to have a look for them today, I think, because Group B will not be playing for BIGETRON, BIGETRON, Box Gaming, as well as GEEK SLATE. That's why they're not making an entrance here today. But I do want to highlight a bit. There's so much drama going with the roster changes. Example, we do have the BIGETRON villains and PERSIJA Esports player, where they used to be friends and now frenemies, I assume.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a very interesting movement there. PERSIJA EVOS has 3 BIGETRON players. The legendary twins Luxy Zuxi is there, and then you have the return of Ryzen. Well, pretty much like the return of Ryzen, but the return of Yuhai with BIGETRON Red Villains. My goodness, we gotta get used to these new names now, right? And besides that, the Thai teams. I mean, we got a big powerhouse here. Just think of it. Just think of this. Vampire Esports. They have Nuzi and Tony K in the same lineup. That is insane by itself.
Yeah, well, but before we get more into the match and also about the teams here, don't forget this is going to be the PMSL, where we have 3 weeks in total for these guys to just having so much skirmishes, so much brawl, and then those points will be gathered up for the total bonus point will be only the top 16 as per usual. They'll be playing 6 matches per day to get into the finals. We're starting on the 14th of April. But when it comes to the point system, it's still going to be the 10 chicken dinner for the first place. But back to the total prize pool. Today we're going to have $250,000, a lion's share of prize pool for these guys to battle it out.
Man, that is a lot of money on the line. And we'll be having more than our usual. But if you're used to seeing like the respective country PMPLs, we're going to have an extra match. Today is going to be 6 matches being played today, and of course throughout the league period. So we'll be looking at the top 16 teams who will move on to the grand finals happening in week number 4. So you got to keep your eye on that as well. And of course, this will be the first Southeast Asia season that we'll be playing with a new point system. And the bonus points, in case you guys been missing, where have you been? We'll just reintroduce it to you.
Yeah, we do have a weekly bonus point plus the total bonus point where we track into the initial points later. But when it comes to the ranking points or the weekly bonus, it's still going to be 20 points for the first place because we have 20 teams. Everybody have to get something in their hands, including the 20th place. We ended up with 1 point. So there's going to be a deduction of 1 point each based on the rankings of the weekly points. Then the total bonus point for each week 1, 2 and 3 will be added up later on. But this will be our participating teams of total 20 teams. We have Group A coming up from Boom, Yoodo Alliance, Vampire Esports and SLDL Shine Like Diamond. Group B we do have BTR, GEEK, SLATE, Bacon and Box Gaming.
And Group C, we have PERSIJA, EVOS, still bringing the EVOS flag somehow. Team Secret, D Xavier. We have PBE or Playbook Esports. Outer Ego, we will have VOIN, Sam9 and Hale at Group D. Group E will be RRQ, DBD, FaZe Clan, and Genesis Esports. So it's going to be a very interesting mix here. And this will only be for week 1. Week 2 will be reshuffled again depending on their placements during week 1. So these teams cannot be comfortable if they think that, okay, week 1 we found adjustments with our groups, with teams around us. Week 2 it will change.
Starting off the day to kickstart our PMSL, the first ever in the history of PUBG Mobile. We're going to drop into Sunhawk, triple Erangel and finish off with a double Miramar. Now make sure you guys keep an eye out because we do have a break in between the 3rd and the 4th match for tomorrow. We're going to start off Ramadan, and for you guys celebrating Ramadan, have a great fast and don't forget to stay healthy and stay safe. But back about the bracketing and the group just now, right? I do notice for the fact there's 6 teams of Indonesia. That's the most flag that will be flying out into PMSL for this season, and 5 coming up from Malaysia. We do have 4 Thai teams, and only some teams like coming up from World Cup. I'm rooting for GE here because why? They are the only team coming up from Myanmar side, and not just that, they are the champions coming up from Myanmar as well for World Cup, right? I do want to see a different sort of wave coming into PMSL this time.
Well, you got GE, I got PBE, also another wildcard representative. I mean, both of us, we were at the wildcard, so there's some, some connection with the wildcard folks, so we'd like to see them do well as well. But I think both of us cannot deny that Vampire, with their lineup, I mean, they are stacked. Talk about stacked. It's hard for us to deny the fact that they have Nuzi and Tony K in the same lineup. And yeah, well, despite them not being champions inside of their PMPL Thailand, they were number 2, but their point difference was only 15-point difference from Hale Esports. So even though with the new lineup, they can still be up there. So can you imagine now that they have enough time to train, to get used to each other? I think they will definitely pose a threat.
I mean, like, after witnessing Southeast Asia Esports Championship, right, there's no way we cannot favor Vampires. Yes, we don't get to see too much of a Hale Esports yet. It's due to they are on their regional and they're not on CEC back then. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that they're not the best out there as well. But Vampires on the other hand, I'm loving what they show us during the CEC tournament back then. We saw how Nusa and Tony K feels like they have this sort of chemistry, and the entire team just switched so much if you compare with the PMPL South Asia back then. It's just such a vamp up, you know. Yes, they are Vampire Esports, but they're so vamp up for this season. I'm talking about the addition of Tony K and Nuzi, making so much of the different of dynamic that we don't see Ravenclaw Fluke to play yet just now. But Straps, remember the nades dropped by Straps back then? It was incredibly great for him to work as a duo with Tony K as well. Tony K is the one actually being the frontline fragger. Straps open up the space for the rest of the team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So even though people always talk about like Nuzi and Tony K, but let's not forget about the rest, like what you mentioned, Straps, definitely definitely one of those players who has a very high standard. I'm looking at your prediction. I can't deny Xavier as well. Remember where they broke the record of being a #1 team from game 1 until the final game in that offline tournament during the Southeast Asia in Malaysia. That was insane as well. I mean, it's also hard to deny that stat.
I mean, Xavier is one of the teams that have those high-end consistency, right? We're talking about middle bracket consistency. Yeah, you get a top 5, whatever. But for DX on the other end, they have those high-level consistency. We're talking about them maintaining top 3 is just the minimal standard for them. Them at top 3 is just the minimal standard. That's the bar minimum, okay? We're not talking about the best standard just yet. So those are the team that's really high up there. But I saw your prediction previously for DBD. Do you have any sort of a feedback from that?
Well, okay, so I think that DBD is potentially the next big thing. It's not their first outing inside of Southeast Asia. The last time we saw them, they were in the last chance qualifiers, the play-ins they call it that time, and they got number 3, which is great because you got teams like the Infinity there, but they're still number 3. Their full Southeast Asia the last time wasn't that great. They got like a number 16 or something like that, somewhere at the bottom. But then again, DBD this season inside of PMPL Malaysia have been amazing. They were racing against GEEK fam for that #1 spot. It felt like just the two of them for that #1 spot at that point of time. So I think they have a lot of good potential, and Mosgoku as the coach, he has this golden hand of being able to pick and train new players to become superstars. So I do expect them to perform well as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping for him to actually be the Malaysian coach one day for any sort of a big official country tournament in the future, because he does actually have an eye for that. But speaking of DVD, one thing that I worry for them, and what has been the issue that been pulling them back from the rest of the other team, is going to be them not having those consistency in a different tournament. Like example, you saw they are so well in certain tournament, but in the next one you just fall off the chart, just off the radar. Feels like they have a bit of a problem to readjust themselves. Now it's down to how fast each of these teams, each of these players can adapt and adjust about their new environment here. We're talking about some teams love to drop certain same compound, and we're talking about C, we're not talking about regional anymore. And plus, there's so many swaps of the roster and so many insight these guys know about each other. We're talking example here, speaking of UI, this Malaysian player now playing for BTR. At the same time, he's gelling so well with GEEK SLATE players. It just shows how much he knows the inside out of the player and the team itself. Same goes for Vampires. They have example here in terms of Tony K. They know how FaZe Clan used to work, and now Tony K will bring that sort of an offer for the side of Vamp. That's so much to offer for these guys.
Oh yeah. Okay, you mentioned something very interesting about like whether they are adaptable or not. So just to put out a fun fact, the Infinity, whenever they play an offline setting, they don't perform. They are online kings for sure. But so if we kind of put that thought in mind, right? We have Mela with FaZe Clan, we have Nuzi with Vampire. That kind of statistic or that kind of achievement doesn't really favor them though. But hey, at the end of the day, they are still very, very formidable players. So I think this will be another challenge for them to say that can they break away from the curse, the offline curse, and get used to whatever it is, just, you know, and just perform as it is. It's going to be really interesting to see if they can do that. PB on the other hand, they most of their lineup, they have played in the Southeast Asia games in Vietnam, so they do have the offline experience, and they were not too bad as well. So I would say that despite them playing most of their professional tournaments online, since they have that experience and they did kind of well as well, so I'd say that PBE might stand a good chance to shake up other teams too.
But it's down to the players. Like sometimes, you know, offline pressure is quite different. It's down for them to adapt, not just in the game. It's not just about the mental game in the match itself. We're talking about the mental game in your physical being to readapt to a new country, to a new sort of environment, to a new temperature. Right now, Malaysia is super hot, but we do have a bit of a shower of rains here and there. Feels like a storm outside, but we don't want to waste any more time. We cannot wait to see the storm in Sanhok for our first match of the day.
Welcome to the first game of PMSL, ladies and gentlemen, and this is Sanhok. And just as you mentioned about the rain, the final camera shot was on Hail Esports. I mean, just say Hail and Rain. You know, they're kind of friends there. But here we have it, Sanhok. It's going to be super exciting. Will any hot drop spots will be challenged in this round? Keep your eye on maybe Bootcamp. That's always a spot that likes to be challenged by teams. I'm keeping my eye as well on perhaps the areas of Hatin. We see two teams at least flying to that side, that corner of the map. It's going to be interesting. Paradise Resort. Looks like two teams heading that way as well, so it could be interesting. Oh, Lakawi too. I mean, we have a couple of potential early fights here, Choo Choo. It's going to be fun.
It's super hot spot here. We're talking about including Kampong and Lakawi. Feels like Team Secret and Hill have the same sort of mindset, same sort of direction. But back to us, a Yoodo Alliance versus REQ, Voldemort, Mod, and Summon Nepeko from the backline. We do have Voldemort have to face Look and Flex. Now Voldemort, he wants to build his own. Do have GE fighting DX. Wait, what? It's one of the best teams in the world right now, taking over by the hands of GE DX on top of Paradise Resort. This day today is so important to mark their territory. These guys are fighting to see who's the alpha for their compound.
Man, there's just so much action happening everywhere. I think we could use like 3 or 4 mini screens at this moment. Everyone's just trying to catch up. Observers will be working overtime here. We have DX right now evening up the scores with GE. GE with Ichi currently down. Als is going to go up against 1. But at the same time, we can see that Luke takes down Voldemort somewhere else. And Als is being shot from behind, and unfortunately he'll go down. 2 left for GE.
At the same time, it's not entirely eliminated just yet. As long as they can win this clutch, they can get around the corner, still can be revived. On the other hand, the X-Raiders and Chua just working as a duo. Make a Frankie as a support. We do have another team here still fighting over the bootcamp. I think bootcamp area right now. And we're looking back to the side of GE. Taking on Raven. That's all. And now 2 corners in different wests. This guy just know what he's doing. You know exactly how to peek over. He's making sure he can just clutch this one out. Everything is on West right now on top of Paradise Resort.
Ooh, he's the last man standing though, by going up against the DBS by Chua. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be quite close here. Chua doesn't have much to play with. West shows himself. They're just trying to trade bullets right now, but how many bullets does he has? Got 96, still got enough to fight. But he is still the last man standing with nothing to recover himself. He has no choice but to win this 1v1 fight if he has to get through.
Oh, West still giving away so much resources. I'm not sure how much he can stand around this corner. He needs to replenish himself with the ammunition. But at the same time, this attract another team happen to pass by. We have a third contender taking the advantage into this. It's gonna be Persis, none other than an Indonesian team, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, PERSIJA EVOS happen to be there as well, sweeping the floor clean. Both DX and on the side of GE are losing this big time.
Choo Choo, this is a crazy first round, but look at this. Yoodo Alliance became the first team to be eliminated, so they lost the fight with RRQ, but RRQ, heavy casualty on their side, only 1 player left, but focusing on the Paradise Resort, West He's hoping that PERSIJA Esports would distract the Xavier enough so that he can get away. But PERSIJA Esports, PERSIJA EVOS, they want to get as many elimination points as possible. Already 3 in the bag.
I mean, like, this team is basically entire set of old BIGETRON now playing as under the different banner. When we talk about their synergy, dynamics and chemistry, there's nothing to question there. But on the side of the Xavier, they are surprised, huge time. We're talking about surprised by the fact GE is there to contest them. Surprised the fact there's another third team coming into the compound all of a sudden. And now we do have SLD taking on Boom as well, as they knock one down. But I think there's quite a distance between Boom and SLD at the same time. But back to the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Now, Red FaZe, even though they're quite dominating around this area, this compound, this vicinity is theirs to take, but it just shows how much discipline they do actually have, how much respect they have for all the teams out there. They're taking things very slow just to make sure they are calculating everything meticulously, approaching towards the previous fight and still trying to clear up the corners. But I'm surprised, where are the other two? Where is Zuxi and Misery? We haven't seen them popping on top of Paradise Resort yet.
Well. Looks like they only need 2 to gain those elimination points. But now, shine like diamond. Can they shine here against Boom? Boom's on the other side, so it should be okay for them. However, shine like diamond have the high ground advantage against Boom. If only Trongzin can go a little bit further forward, he might be able to spot out the members of Boom. Members of Boom, they know exactly where their opponents are at. But you asked about Misery and Zuxi, so here they are now. So it looks like they're splitting up 2-2. 2 to take out opponents inside of Paradise Resort, and the other 2 at this area where RRQ is at. It's crazy.
It just shows how confident they are with their firepower and individual technicalities, because they managed to split into 2 formations from within quite a stretch apart between themselves. But back to the side of Zuxi, he got himself his assault rifles, his AKM in his hands, ready to fire to the side of Nepeko. Still the first stage, so he's not going to clear quite a lot, but look at that flawless spray coming out from Zuxi. Eliminate RRQ straight off the bat. We're only down to 14 teams in the first circle, Cloud.
I know, right? And it's with an AK with that distance. That's crazy control. But now FaZe Clan will be in trouble as VOIN spots them out. VOIN will get one onto Mela. Momon is down as well. FaZe Clan down to 2 players. Vintorius trying to trade it back, but just too far for him. Can't get a good sight, but yes, he can right now. Can he secure that knockdown? No!
Momon down. Now to MR5 to hold the line for the rest of the team, but he couldn't hold it. It's too much for him to handle it by itself. Lapar coming out from VOIN, trying to scout the one that actually the back line, the supports. Where are they? Victorious on the other hand, trying to find a different angle, but we are switching over to SLD. Goes to take it out on one. Boom! They are fighting on top of this cave like that's tomorrow, but at the same time, they cannot be here too long. We're talking about there's no more fun this so far. Cave is just so far from this hearty circle. Imagine how much of her they have to go through. It's a rough time and a big challenge for them.
Yeah, and it's still 50-50. It could end up whether in the main peninsula on the Camp Alpha Island. It's crazy. If you come in late, gatekeeping might happen, especially if it falls on the Camp Alpha Island. So it's going to be insane for this team still on the further south side. And now FaZe Clan with the last man standing, Vintorius, the legend himself, going up against VOIN. Oh man, and VOIN, they have been hungry. Well, literally what their players are called Lapa, which translates as hungry. So they'll want to pick up that point. They are still looking for Vintorius, the last man, trying to stretch it out, trying to search around. And Vintorius, I think he got to be prepared here to go up against 4 from VOIN. It's going to be crazy.
But he can stay here quietly for a bit more. The Molotov just now was, the aim was to actually clear those actually behind this rock. But he barely actually make it to avoid this kind of burn from the Molly. So it kind of not giving an idea. VOIN feel like maybe there's nobody else here. They're giving that sort of an idea for now. But GE is still there, The one that actually being eliminated is going to be DX first. One of the top teams we mentioned early on. Well, this is the first match, by the way. It's usually always a lot of hot spots for these guys to fight against. It's about marking their territory. But back to a side of Venturis. Nobody spot him out. And he already prepared in case somebody coming up from that corner with those DBS. But I have to be more than aware. There's another team coming up from the another side of the hill. And lucky enough, he's not being spotted out by Sam9, but VOIN attracted to that side, to a side of Sam9 Dap from afar, shooting down that window straight for a knock. But at the same time, he couldn't just execute him just yet due to how much of a distance between them.
Yeah, Dap is back after his academic break, and what a good way to come back into the game. 2 knockdowns back to back by Dap. He's definitely missed by Sam9, but you gotta be careful that Venturis is waiting for him. Dap being shot at from the other side. They definitely can see him there as Dap starting to be not overly confident. DBD spots him out, so he's gonna chill for now. He knows he got those 2 knockdowns but not able to secure them just yet. But he should be able to, looking at their health, super duper low. Low use spots of Venturis. That means FaZe Clan is out.
Down to only a number of teams here, 12, make it even up. Back to a side of Lapa. VOIN spot out low you. But at the same time, they have to cut across as VOIN taking this island, this entrance, and deny everybody. But we do have PERSIJA meeting out west finally, and that's gonna be the end and the finish. I have to say they are very dedicated to secure Paradise Resort. They're not giving it away easily. They've been trying to take it since the start of the match.
Whoa.
But now we do have a new contender. Feels like a bit of a karma for PERSIJA EVOS as Hill Esports now coming into it. But lucky enough for them, they do have the time to reset here.
Yeah, Hail Esports not being overconfident still, but they know where their opponents are at. We can see where they are looking at this point. And they still have the circle advantage though. I'll be curious to see where the third phase of the circle goes. And looks like majority of it is going to be at Camp Alpha Island. Oh no, this is bad news for teams still on the right side of the map. Bombit is there, Jumper is still there, Hale of course, and now the shots being fired by Hale. They definitely want to secure these elimination points. They know that there's at least 3 in the back for them to take.
And not just this, look at how much of a choke point they have to go through just to get into the center of a circle. We're talking about the circle is not entirely converging into those small island of Harteen or Chem Alpha. We talk about slightly shifted to the right side, right on top of the bridge. Those bridges, there are so many players will be swimming over or even trying to take a boat over or trying to drive over that bridge. But at the same time, look at how many teams already camped it out at the shoreline, making sure they cannot even make an entry. Vampire dropping the nade like it's hot and dropping right on top of Sam9 as well. Dap trying to go for the flank side, but we do have VOIN on the other end. Tony gets put out 1 and Luke straight on the ground.
Well, drop it like it's hot, like you say. Immediately, Lung drop it like it's hot as well. And that's going to be the first point. First 2 points, in fact, for Vampire as Shrub secures that elimination point onto Loyu too. So now with Sam9 losing 2 of their main fraggers, it's up to Dep right now to try to collect as many elimination points as possible.
Back to a sort of Dap. You mentioned about he's having a break before this, but look at this guy. Feels like he's on fire. We don't even feel that break coming out from him at all. Got himself already 2 eliminations, the most out of 3 for his team itself. But at the same time, this pet he's working with, he doesn't have those elevations. He can't see what's going on the other end. But Fnatic, Alter Ego scored 1, but couldn't execute it as 1 elimination just yet. As Shrap's trying to open up and find his shooting from above. And Fnatic kept the pressure right on top of Sen9 and Vampires, making sure they cannot even pick out. It's going to be a random taps come out from Fnatic, just to be careful, just to be cautious. But we do have Alter Ego trying to just secure this mountain just for themselves. Nobody tried to come from the back line. Now that is surprising given the fact these guys, there's so many teams kind of clustered in the same area. They are more than safe for Alter Ego. They don't even have to care in the world about what's coming in the back line.
Yeah, they are literally trying to get on top of each other at that point. So Alter Ego has the highest point for now, which I think is a great spot to be at considering the current circle, but there's a possibility that the circle might move away, so you need to prepare to come down from there. Speaking about getting to the circle as well, Jumper, he is the last man standing for Team Secret though, and he needs to get by Hale Esports, not the team that you want to meet up with. And Tiger knows he's there, so it's gonna be a 1v1 skirmish here. Here we go.
Cooking it up. It's all about the matter of time and window, a perfect one. It was perfect coming from the Tiger, roaring it so fiercely towards the side of the player. Finish off as a 4 right now for the eliminations. But we're not done yet as PBE going in. But look at the circle again. If it ended up right on top of the small island, you know what? We might just as well just stop casting now.
Yeah, I don't think we have ever seen a final circle in that small little island in between the two areas. So it'll be interesting if it goes there. I mean, we can't say no to it at this point, but we can't say no to the zone as well.
It's just a patch of sand. At this point, it's just a patch of sand.
Yeah, it is. It is like that. Well, technically, there's one house, so I'll still give it to that. But vampires.
For that one house.
Yeah, that one house. So pretty much good luck whoever gets that small little patch of sand, like what you say.
But with the vampires, surprisingly, they're playing a bit more conservative if you compare with how the other teams are actually fair, doing very aggressive, such reactive plays. But for vampires, they're taking it slow and steady, going slowly but safely. That's what's really matter for them. It's all about the survivability for this team. Tony K tried to scout from the right side and lurking around, but I do notice that always Stone who's trying to find an off angle towards the other teams that they're fighting. And here comes Schweppes trying to be the opening for the team with that nade being cooked up, but also Dap and a Dips. I feel like if they go for a retreat, there's gonna be a super smart move, but right now it feels like they're forcing it too much. But the entire cover as the vampires try to flush out Sam 9 from here and forcing it out and just challenge them straight ahead front.
Frankly speaking, Dap and Adibs, they have nowhere else to retreat because behind them is the river. So they have to somehow try to win this fight. And it's against Vampire Esports with a full squad, Sam 9 playing as a duo. Not the best of scenario for them.
Now they have to play ring around Rosie or not. Dap still finish off Tony K on his knees. They're being knocked, getting on one knock. Now one more to go, slowly but surely. Sam 9 working as a duo, slowly taking pieces away from the side of Vampires. But we do have PERSIJA, EVOS, Microboy taking on Nikos. Oh man, PERSIJA, I have to give them also. They have been non-stop roaming around and trying to find those kills.
Yeah, but unfortunately one of them got knocked down, so it's only left with one player left for PERSIJA EVOS. And our Vampire, they are still looking for their points. We know how hungry these boys can be. Captain Jack Newsy with the DBS, definitely very scary. And the circle moved away, so this fight needs to end quickly.
A bit of exchange of trade between PBE versus
what?
the Indonesian team Alter Ego, but we
What?
don't want to say it, but we feel like we're chasing it. Hell, this is such a rare circle in PMSL nonetheless. This is going to be a headache, a huge one, giving all of us migraines right now with those kind of circle. But PERSIJA living with only one player, they still got 5 eliminations, but next Vampires start to have their fangs out, spot out Sam 9 players. I think that's going to be the last player remaining. It's going to be Dap for the team of Sam 9, trying to keep alive as much as he can. But look at the pressure coming out. The nades, the mollies being tossed around and staying finish off from the back line.
Oh, our action's not done yet here. We have PBE right now, having their own action, going up against Alter Ego. The DBS from Monboy himself will take out Alter Ego. Monboy, one of the top performers for PBE inside the Wildcard series. He ain't stopping just yet.
PBE have to have that reset. Lucky enough, we do have Rankit to divert the attention to a side on him only, giving a bit of a space for the rest of PBE to regroup themselves. But we're not done for the Indonesian team just yet. VOIN Esports, yeah, might actually have to think how to cut across. There's so many teams, I think, thinking about how to get where they need to be, which is going to be Hale taking those prime spot for now.
Yeah, Hale has landed themselves on that patch of sand. So that will be super duper great if really the circle ends up there. It's all for them to take. Everyone will need to swim, and they will take every advantage to shoot down anyone who tries to get into the island. But now the long range from DBD, putting pressure onto PBE. Man, they kind of rhymed there. Lapa is knocked down. Ngechos might take him out. At the same time, we can see that Vampire Esports already got themselves 5 elimination points, currently dominating, and Hale with this prime position at this point, just going fishing, and they still have the circle, Juju.
It's quite a gamble, a risky move for them to actually take those compounds for Hill, but it's still well worth it. DBD on the other hand, it's all about, can we finish the match first before the circle is closed, or will the circle kill us first before we get to shoot these players? That's the biggest issue for these guys right now. They have to make things really fast if they want to be safe here. They have to make sure they secure those eliminations, because right now they don't have that much time. Less than 20 seconds to go, and the circle will shrink. The next circle, whatever shift it will be the most hectic one. It will be a bizarre one, because there's not much land to play along.
You know what? This circle is rigged. It had to happen during the first game, and we get this kind of circle. This is insane. But now the only thing that can chase Hail Esports away from that island is if the circle somehow moves away, which I think at this point is very, very unlikely. VOIN trying to play the healing game. Yes, it's still stage 6, so it's still doable, but when it reaches stage 7, that ain't gonna happen. And now Hail Esports, well, I guess they're in the best position to just farm elimination points.
At the same time, for Vampires, they're doing the same thing. Now picking a time bomb here. We're talking about the blue zone. VOIN Alva finally being finished off at 5th place, but DBD slowly being picked up by the hands of Vampires and Hill. But at the same time, Tony K start to give a bit of a response to the side of Hill. You know what, we want to be there at first, but yeah, we are a bit too late now. They barely got any land to just shoot something. We're talking about the only land they have to actually have a stand here is going to be those taking by the side of Hill.
Yeah, I mean, how are they going to move? Alright, let's see the next phase of the circle. They still have that little patch of land to play with, and no one else has any land at all. So there's no way Hale can drop the ball.
Oh, feels like a lot of balls dropping to the side of DBD right now. There's no way for them to climb down. At the same time, the moment they jump down, gets low, really getting it at very high. We're talking about how much elimination he can just farm from this sort of angle. Hill is not breaking any sweat in this circle. They're not being contested. There's no way for you to actually catch them. And they're so far apart. Vampires trying to swim down. Tony gets straight off, being just knocked down in the water, in the sea, in between the rivers. Nuttins spot out maybe Momboy. Now in the hands of PBE, they're barely hanging on. They're still swimming. And the one standing is only going to be on the side of Hale. I mean, like, this is no way that Hale going to just botch this one. I think this is already in the bag.
Yeah, it's definitely Momboy as usual. He's always the last man standing for PBE, but he'll be taken out. So now it's the two Thai teams at the top. Vampire Esports, no way they're going to get away from this. I think they might want to consider to deny themselves to the zone, because there's no way you can overtake Hale at this point. Hale, they're even getting into the water just to get that information, and this round is definitely Hale's. Perfect round for them.
Hailing to #1 spot straight away from the first match. Even Gatslow gets swim. Just to be sure, if only we can punch people while swimming, it would be great, but right now I don't think so.
There you go.
And that's it, Hale Esports. I mean, like, is it the circle? Is it just the players so good at it? You have to give the credit to the players, because why? They decided to take that small patch of island, and it was well worth it. They took a big risk to get across, and they got that first. So if you want to say it's all about the circle, it's all about because of the blue zone, no, we cannot give that excuses anymore. They took the liberty to be there in the first place.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's their decision to get into that position and defend themselves. As simple as that. So yeah, I gotta give it to Hale Esports, the champion of Thailand, showing that they're still strong, starting it off strong in the PMSL game #1. And I just like to say that all my 3 predictions, they were in the top 4. I'm just saying, I'm just putting out there,
Who was it again?
So it was DBD, it was PBE, and it was Vampire. So I got all 3 in the top 4.
And mine got the first one to be out, surprisingly enough, because back to the side of the previous regional stats here, DX, one of their best Vietnam team when it comes to Sunhawk. Now, surprisingly, they got eliminated early on due to GE. Both teams that I really love right now. But back towards the teams to watch when it comes to Sunhawk map just now. Hill, you know what? No question asked. It was theirs to take with double-digit elimination. Imagine how many teams will have to score 0 if there's so many aggressive being shown in the early of the match. I have a feeling so many victims down there ended up with a 0 right now. But PBE and VPE and as well as DBD, I'm loving what PBE have to offer here. And you were right to call it out in Sunhawk because they love Sunhawk so much.
Yes, Sunhawk. Plus with Monboy being a top survivor, we've seen his level of survivability consistency inside the wildcard. So I do think that PBE might be one of the underdog teams to actually make a statement inside of the PMSL. But I think also that they rely a lot on Monboy to perform. So whatever that he asks for, if he asks for fried chicken, they better feed it to him because he's going to be the main guy for them. Besides that, Vampire, well, frankly speaking, they weren't in the right position when the zones sort of shifted, but they have shown that they have a lot of firepower. Just look at how they took down 7-9 from far to near. It's all theirs.
And not just that, by the way. Now, speaking of today is the Thursday, right there. Today is the day where they want to mark their territories, but put yourself in mind, there's going to be one group not playing. So it's going to be them for the entire day here. They have to reset it again tomorrow. Plus, there's only going to be one Sunhawk today. Imagine what will happen in Paradise Resort tomorrow as well, because we saw how many hot spots here being contested, not just by 2 teams, make it even 3 and 4.
Yeah, so a lot of things can change. And also, it is going to be a different grouping next week. So that's going to be the surprise for these teams as well. So a lot of adjustment needs to be made very, very fast. But anyway, it's going to be game number 1. So the ranking is going to be pretty obvious. Obviously, Hail Esports will be at number 1 with 21 points. PBE, second place, 12 points. But you expected a lot of teams to get a 0, but only FaZe Clan has a 0 in round 1.
It just shows how reactive the players are in the teams when it comes to the PMSL. They're more than ready, but FaZe, I'm not sure if they start to missing out Tony K right now, but definitely they are not working well at the bottom 16. Whilst on the side of Vampires and PBE, it's got himself very closely. Now the difference is just going to be the ranks and those elimination. But so far for top performance, don't forget we do have the FMVP raised and our top eliminators. So Tiger X, we saw how he fared in the last few. He did so well with those nades. The timing, the cook nade was perfect. Nepeko, these guys is it's like we're used to seeing Nepeko on top of the top performance, on top of top eliminators, right? He's always there. But Gatslow, that was really bloodthirsty when he started to swim just to finish off those players inside of the water.
Yeah, he's definitely not slow at all. And Cool is not cool too, as he got himself 4 elimination points. But you look at this, right? PB has this mixture. So you have Cool who can frag and get those elimination points, and then you got Monboy who can survive. So they have a good mixture between them. So that is it. If you just join us, Hail Esports got themselves the first chicken dinner in the PMSL. Next up, we'll be heading on to Erangel. So we're going to play 3 Erangels back to back after this. The first sign-off is done, and we'll wrap up with 2 Miramas before we end the day. So Erangel, wow, what are your thoughts about this next match?
Well, when it comes to stats, it's definitely back to the side of DBD like you mentioned before. It's going to be DX and Hill again, and GE. These are the teams that are quite a high contender when it comes to their PMPL regional overall statistic right now. But we're going to stay for the entire day the same one. Just going to give out some spoilers. We're going to stay with the same prediction the entire day. But I do want to spot out one thing, that how much progress we have with PUBG Mobile. One thing that back then in the days in season 1, we're not talking about PMCO days because you start with PMPL with me, right? Back to season 1, we only had 4 players in the team. They barely got a sub. They never get a sub. They hardly get any coach. Might be have some analysts at the back line somewhere. But now look at each of the team do have more than 4 players in the roster, including what we saw just now in PBE. They lack core to play in Sunhawk. I'm not sure is it Ranked or Raimon's not playing, but I love the shuffle. Like we mentioned this back then, I think it was season 2 or 3 back then, we mentioned about if only we have sort of a map specialist for each of these teams, they are swapping for this person to actually take over for that certain map. It gives so much of confidence for the entire team due to how much of the weight being lifted by the IGL. He doesn't have to study everything by himself anymore, and that's happening right now, Cloud.
Yeah, I think we will reach at some point whereby there will be a map specialist like what you mentioned. One of the reasons also is because like you get different teams because of the different groupings in different maps at times in the day, sometimes in different days, so it really depends on the format, right? But I think at some point we will definitely reach there. But let's not forget as well, we got to shout out to people working behind the scenes too. The managers work hard as well. Some teams have their team psychologists or whoever, right? Assistant managers or whoever. These guys have been working hard behind the scenes, so let's not forget about them too. And yeah, shout out to all you managers, coaches, analysts, psychologists, assistant managers, team owners who work so hard behind the scene, because without you the teams wouldn't be here in the first place.
Yeah, some of them even have massager as well, and
oh yeah,
I mean maybe chiropractor, I mean that would be really fancy. I mean, I'm loving the fact that we have this kind of a very, very cool life for the players these days. I mean, like, they don't have to think just by themselves, but at the same time it just shows that how much of a burden being lifted up by all these players. They don't have to put so much pressure by themselves, but they still need to adapt and adjust accordingly. We're talking about how can they adjust when it comes to the next map, the Wrangle. Now we do know this is going to be the OG map. Everybody knows the Wrangle. If you're the master of a Wrangle, especially these days, we have more Wrangle maps than all the other maps, and if you can actually score a lot in a Wrangle, it's going to be a huge one. With this sort of a system point with not much of a chicken dinner, yes, you get extra bit of a price with that chicken, but it won't contribute as much if you compare it with those kills and eliminations. So we know for a fact a Wrangle after this is going to be a hell of a hectic one, because everyone want to mark their territories. Especially I want to see if there's anybody trying to contest Pachinki.
Yeah, the hotspot, right? So it's gonna be interesting. So Pachinki, sometimes favored by the Xavier, and then you have Team Secret who likes that spot as well. But Team Secret switches around, but they do have a preference inside of Pachinki during the PMPL Malaysia. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they do contest that. So yeah, I mean the first one, like what you said, will definitely set the tone. And speaking about tone, Mosgoku is setting his tone with Echo. He's also a registered player, by the way, so in any case he could still play, but if not, he'll be taking a backseat as a coach. And again, he's one of those people that have been doing great behind the scenes, so shout out to people like Mosgoku as well.
I don't know why. Am I the only person who feel like Mosgoku, it feels like a splitting image of a personality and the way he brings himself as who's that guy again, the one that actually coming out from GEEK?
Boyka?
Boyka, yeah, Boyka. Feels like he's the splitting image, or he's moving the same footstep as Boyka. He used to be player and still partially coach, partially playing, but taking care of the boys and always taking out new blood into the scene, you know, train them exactly like what Boyka did.
Yeah, I mean, probably the more toned down version, because we know how Boyka can be. If he's the one playing,
version, yeah.
somebody's going to get slapped.
But we do need those kind of strict coaches, because they can discipline the players so well. We're talking about how they need to refocus them. So sometimes, you know, teenagers, very young players, they easily get attracted and distracted to some other things. We need those kind of strict, like a parent, where they can refocus themselves and have it another go. Well, instead of Team Secret so far, we haven't seen so much of them just yet. Now we do know for a fact they have a huge fan base, but I always waited for this sweater from Semna. We never get it yet.
I know, right? So, Superboy, you know, you can always contact us. You have our numbers. You know what to do. Just put it out there. I mean, Anarchy has a nice
mine is
jersey
gonna be
as
XL. I love baggy ones, so mine is gonna be XL size.
well. Yeah, Vampire. If you remember during the offline, Vampire was like sitting behind us. I mean, I tried that time, but you know, they still never respond. So hoping for something. Zephyr, can you help, please? Thank you.
For Vampires, I'm loving how they bring themselves for this season. Now, we do see Yoodo Alliance being eliminated quite early in Sunno, but at Sunno, it's sort of a wildcard game. And it was a really wild circle as well. That was incredibly hard and tough terrain to play along. We're talking about so little land. Like, you barely can stand with your entire team with what's left in the last few circles. Imagine all the other teams still alive back then. It's so hard for them to actually swim over. But for the next one, are we going to head into our first day of first week in PMSL with the crazy sort of a circles again for the entire day? Because you know for a fact that, Cloud, when it starts to go crazy, like, it set a tone for the entire day as well. The entire day has been gonna be crazy insane.
Yeah, didn't we get that during the wild card for the last day?
That's what happened, yeah.
We were trying to be nice. I know in almost every season of the PMPL we always ask for a crazy circle. We never really get it. Well, sometimes we do. But that time during the wild card, we were like, please give her a nice circle. But you know, the circle god just is merciless. Who knows? It could be today. And well, I'm not gonna complain though. It is fun to watch. Just saying.
They gave a circle. It's a round circle, but where it lands, it's like nobody knows.
Yeah.
It's not even a land. Like, this remind me back then in Vikendi when it was like, what? There's no land on it. That happened back then. Feels like it's happening here again, but my oh my, in Wrangle, at least we're definitely gonna have a sort of a circle that we can actually anticipate. Is it gonna be generous one? Is it gonna be right on top of between those bridges? Because we saw there's some circles and they're right on top of those bridges.
Yeah, we haven't seen that like a bridge circle for quite a while now. We did see a lot of wonky circles during the wild card, so I mean that kind of wonky circle, I'm not gonna complain as well. But for the players, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want the kind of circle. They'd be like, no, stop it! Well, that's for us to be entertained. And speaking about entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, we'll jump into game number 2. So we'll see you guys inside our Erangel.
We're finally here, the most important map of them all. Is it gonna be DBD or DX, Hill and GE? These are the top teams that love the Wrangle so much. From Kamishki or on top of Starboard down to us in the outer skirts of Corey. It's going to be on the northern side, but is it going to be contradicting when it comes to the circle? But first and foremost, the most important part and most significant part to start the day off in the Wrangle, is there any hot drops? We're talking about the teams will have to clash and fight over their terrain and territory in certain compound just to mark this is theirs to take for the entire day. And when it comes to the first day, always going to be more than one team to take a certain compound.
Yeah, we did see how it was inside of Sandhawk, right? So it could happen as well inside of Erangel. I'm interested to see what Microboy is doing though. He seems to be dropping a little bit far from his teammates, probably trying to get a vehicle before he rendezvous together with them. Let's see here. Pachinki, potentially one team, two team. I mean, they're still flying around. The areas of Gatkar as well. We got a couple of colors there. We got a few colors. I guess in general, the mid line to the top is kind of okay. But look at the circle. Whoa. Okay, it's not that bad, but it's still interesting.
It's quite far for those teams who's dropping themselves in around southwest area. But I feel like it might ended up right on top of Yesnaya Poliana. We do witness just now there are abundance of teams dropping right on top of those circles. So a lot of them will actually not start to engage too often. We're talking about not so many teams are outside of a circle because the flight path happen to be right on top of it as well. But the question is, do they have enough to equip themselves with that sort of circle and where they drop? Because there's too many teams clustered in the same area, but nothing's again from Hill. Do have those vehicles. Now found himself shotgun. Oh boy, a bit too late to get to the shack to get himself those gears.
I know, right? It feels like fake hope, you know. Our boy was looking at the shack, he was running through it. He almost got it, and then suddenly you saw a car came past by. And then that's it. It's gone. Oh man, that's so heartbreaking. But it's heartbreaking as well for Ryman as he's been taken out. Mon boy just too far to back him up. So Kwang will secure that elimination point. Very, very likely.
Back with Sarah Trongs in the rest of SLV feels like they are trying to find for PBE players as fast as they can before they manage to equip themselves with those vehicles or even any sort of weaponries. But you do have one more team passing by here. It's going to be interesting. Is that VOIN Esports? Feels like it. It's like it's them, VOIN Esports. They're just passing by. I'm not sure will they attract those gunfires and just shift your attention to the side of PBE just now. But on the side of PERSIJA, now PERSIJA have been run and gun a lot. We're talking about them in the last match. They got 1 or 2 players left. They don't care. They want those elimination and they keep it going.
And it's interesting. It's very rare to not see like the twins playing together. Like this time we have Zaxi only. Luxi, not too sure. Maybe he's just waiting by the side, waiting for the right map. Maybe we don't know. Gotta ask Coach Senior what's on his mind. But it's very rare to not see them being paired up together though.
I think that's the first one. It's like this is the one of the very first few that we actually see they're not playing as a pair or not even playing it together. Sometimes they don't work as a duo, they're just splitting into 2-2 anyways. But there's going to be a fest of everything, including we're having the very first PMSL. So hey you guys, we are making histories here in PUBG Mobile. Back on the side of Yoodo Alliance. Now, this team, when it comes to potential, all these guys do have potential, but what makes them a big of a difference is how well they the communication between themselves, and plus how their heads can, you know what, how stubborn you can get, like too many heads into one page. It's a lot of work for the coach and managers to actually just make sure everybody just have the same sort of idea to get into the match, and how they want to show their place is a different story. Yoodo Alliance, I do know that when it comes to individual skills, they have it, but just having that sort of the same idea for everyone is just so tough.
Yeah, and they transferred 2 very interesting players. So Flex OP, who used to play with NC, and Kenny from Ravenwood. The one thing about Yoodo Alliance, or back then they're known as Farang Legend, they have some sort of a system that they're able to pick players who are underrated and turn them into superstars. Just like how nobody knew Adik Luke before he became Adik Luke we know today. Nobody knew Repo Boy before he became Repo Boy today. Nobody really talked about Olio, and they turned him into superstar. So they do have that golden touch as well. So it's something that I'm really impressed with Yoodo Alliance. So the moment when I saw the news that they pick up these 2 players for the PMSL campaign, to me it's like, you know what? No matter who they pick up, I think it's amazing. But Kenny was one of the top eliminators for Ravenwood as well back in PMPL Malaysia. So he definitely has the stats to prove it. So he's not starting off like 0, but he comes in with still something. And because of Yoodo Alliance's track record of turning players into superstars, he could be the next big thing.
For me, it's just not the play itself that actually have to be pushed by a superstar, but who will back him up to be the superstar. It's so important to put the right player in the right team and have the same sort of a play. Not really exactly same old fraggers. We saw that with 4 rivals before, it didn't work out. An example here for the best case scenario, we can put it in Vampire Esports. We do know for a fact Tony K is like one of the best fragger in the entire world here, being put into the long side with Shraps and Stone and Newsy. It just shows that they know for a fact that Tony K, he got his own sort of a value, sort of a different perspective when it comes to how to approach certain compounds, certain play. It just gels so well in the team. And we're seeing this for Newsy, but here we do have DBD versus DX. Feels like DX has been targeted the entire day as the first few combats is always towards their name popping off those kill feeds.
I know, right? That's the scary thing about, like, if you have a name that's as big as DX, like, you can expect teams to like try to block your rotation, try to take you out very, very early. So that's probably what DBD did. And if they can take out DX where there's still a lot of space to play with, that would make DX be in a handicap position towards the final few circles. And there's probably nothing much that they can do. Duo still okay, but if it's only a single player, the only best thing that DX can do is to play out for placement points, and we all know that placement points inside the new system is not as valuable anymore. So DX may struggle for that if they don't fix something on their side.
They have to. They're not just fix. They have to entirely change a lot of things that we're talking about. Might have to give away their second checkpoint when it comes to this map, possibly, or maybe change their way of rotation, possibly. But back towards the side of the teams there, I'm surprised still have 16 teams intact. Well, we do know for a fact they had a lot of scrim or scrimmage before this for this team, so they definitely already marked themselves those territories and kind of respected those lines and not trying to breach down quite early on. But here we do have a Dips with microbot exchanging a bit of a look, but I don't think a Dips have any clue there's already PERSIJA EVOS plays waiting on this high ground. You know, with the moment here you are not getting those highest vintage point, you have to be more than careful, because it's always somebody watching over and looking down to find those kills.
Nice call for PERSIJA EVOS to hold that trigger until Adib gets closer, and nice call by Adib to immediately turn back. And now with that information, they know that PERSIJA EVOS is on top of the hill. Definitely not going to try to challenge a big name team like this, and sort of stay chill with your circle right now, because they are still in the circle, and there's still a possibility that the circle will move away from the hill. Looking at this current circle, Yasnaya Polyana seems pretty interesting, or that open area just on the southern side of it might be a interesting spot or towards the final phase of the circle. So if that's the case, teams will need to be prepared with vehicles, because the bunker will be needed. Now Xavier with one man down, they will trade it back and they get one for themselves.
But for start off, the teams coming up from the northern side, we're talking about PERSIJA, who are already moving in quite early on. I don't think they have to necessarily actually try to move as fast. GE is actually coming up from the northern side as well, because the Blues are closing a bit slow from that side. You can take their own time with those coming out from the northern entry. But DX just finished off one more player just now, secures at one point, even though they're being hunted since the start, but still managed to at least get a grip of 1 point. That's more than enough. I mean, like, that's definitely a lot at this point for them. They're barely actually trying to camp down anywhere. There's always somebody there. They try to just find a place here to be a second or third checkpoint, which feels impossible for them due to how many players tracing their tracking of how they rotate into the circle. For Vampires, on the other hand, being very proactive, very responsive. Feels like they're wanting those eliminations so hard, but it's just nobody willing to trying to pick out. If you hear thunders coming up from my back, and I'm sorry because it's really loud, by the way.
And it's been quite wet as well at my area. Oh, same goes for me too. So yeah, hopefully the weather cools down. It's been a hot day too, but it's going to be hot as well for these teams. As right now, I would say that priority is still to hold on to a vehicle, and not only any vehicle. Better a vehicle that's able to become a bunker later on, because of the possibility that the circle might be on the south of southern side of Yasnaya Polyana, the open area. So that's going to be something for them to be aware of as teams try to rotate to try to get that checkpoint. And with that sort of open area, with the second circle, you don't want to be inside of there at this moment, because you'll be an easy target. So that will mean that other checkpoints will be taken, and that will also mean that there will be lesser checkpoints for these teams to play with.
Yeah, that's a scary one for these guys. Last places and such an open field as well. And then if you can't get yourself a place or any walls for you guys to actually take covers, they really need a hefty amount of vehicles to make sure they can barricade themselves, like how Alva is playing right now, coming from VOIN Esports. This is one of the terrains that we've seen can be utilized so well for these guys. Like, fine, we can't find a compound, we can't find buildings to work around. It's okay to play with alongside with the terrain, but here the circle strings again is right on top of that Medusa intersection. A hard shift down to the side of south. VOIN Esports and TS are right at the bottom of it. We're talking about they're coming from the southern part. The only contenders they're gonna have to face are those in the middle pack. DX, Vampires, already marching themselves swiftly into right in the center of this compound. And they got at the center of the circle as well. But can they hold this? Because they've been surrounded by high hills here. They are surrounded by a lot of elevations. If they've been pinned down every angle there is, they'll be digging themselves a grave.
Yes. And considering that that open space is still within the circle, that means that you kind of cut out like 20% of the circle that is still really playable. And you have 80% for them to play with. Hence, we'll see more teams bumping into each other, just like this case where Boom against 7-9. 7-9 in the ditch, but Yummy chooses to stop at this ditch for some reason though. Probably not taking that risk because he only has 50% of health. His teammates are coming back to support him. And I think it's a good move considering that there are a lot of teams around and there's not that much space for them to play with.
This is the perfect pit for you to actually stay in with the rest of the team if you know how to actually cover yourself. Well, he got himself covered with those grenades for the side of Lung, managed to knock one down on Palmbit. Remember, he tried to play himself and reposition himself on that pet, but Sam9 do have a better crate to play along with the Lung, giving off another one. Finish it off straight away. Alter Ego taking a fight against Hail Esports, but Loyu and the rest of Sam9 need to know what's going on outside as well. Placing one player to scout out and being the watchman for them. We do have Shine Like Diamond marching themselves way towards this place as well. But the rest of Sam9, they can stay safe here. This is one of the strongest compound you can take if you have this sort of a pit to play around.
Well, Alter Ego being in a stronger position against Hail as they had the high ground, but Potato been knocked down from the ground from their opponent from Hail Esports. Octa circling around, trying to save his teammate, but GE against DBD now. Now the fight's happening back to back and non-stop action, it seems, on screen as Sky only been eliminated. Nothing been eliminated by Octa. Looks like Hail Esports down to the last man.
Oh, Hail, they just got himself quite a hailing win just now. Having a bit of a roller coaster ride for these guys to actually being eliminated. We still have 16 teams, by the way. Whoever's still not being eliminated, they have to stand and hold on much longer. If not, they ended up with 0 for their rank. For VOIN Esports, La Paz started taking out for to a side of Octa. Hill, on the other hand, have to bat out with 0 point of rank, but at least that one elimination will not go in vain.
Yeah, this is the PMSL for you, ladies and gentlemen. Despite you're number 1 in your respective country league, you got the chicken dinner before this, you're not safe. And this is just showing how PMSL is. Circle moved away still about 30% of that open area just below of Yasnaya. So some teams decide to play in that area. SLD, PERSIJA, EVOS, one of them. 7-9 still at the pit. Now focusing on the GE, the wildcard team, who needs to get more out of this round after that previous round.
It's quite risky coming from Kit of Team Secret. It's too far stretched from the rest of the team here. I'm not sure what they have, but what they're planning to do. Maybe Kit just to secure those positions when it comes to the center of the circle itself. But at the same time, it's going to be really tough for him to actually just defend that by himself there with no support coming from the team because they're too far stretched out. But back to the side of GE. Now, GE is the team that I'm looking for when it comes to giving a bit of a sort of a ripple for the rest of the team in PMSL. They are the one that actually is so hard to read out. But PBE, yeah, rank it. The second last remaining member still have Cool alongside with them, being charged by whole cover of Alter Ego. Now they reposition themselves for Alter Ego because of how so many structures in between them and rank it. Rank it have to flee. You pop out a couple of smoke grenades just to make sure you can get those covers. Those rock will not actually stand that much longer. But the moment you step out from it, it's gonna be Octa coming out from the flank. Ranking knocked down. Cool tries to save, put himself on top of that vehicle and just flee. He cannot actually try to risk himself too much to save Rankit, who's too out in the open at the moment.
A nice side shot there by Octa, opening up space for the rest of Alter Ego to move in. Potato with a smoked up vehicle chooses to move as well. They need to get across on the other side of the road, but good thing is that they have a marker. But now for PERSIJA EVOS, they are farming elimination points onto GE. GE tries to get away, and GE only has the last man standing. So if he gets eliminated in this open field, that's it for GE.
GE feels like they are hanging on their life. RRQ, they got this compound for themselves. This entire thing, entire vicinity is there to take, but they don't have that much time. Feels like it won't be this much longer. If I happen to be disappearing, Cloud, just know that the time they said to I'm so worried about my power outage right now. But back to the side of DGE, Zuxi, getting on double down, taking on DBD. Now DBD always have problem with migrating, but Red Face realized way too much into the Blazer. Now have to hop onto it and just get into the rest of the team and reunite once more. They got himself dominating right now with those 5 eliminations but at the same time, PBE is not staying quietly as he got Momboy back up on his feet.
Ooh, that was so close. But what didn't disappear is Cool. He's still cool with 10% of health. Momboy, as usual, he's always the survivor. Somehow he has this immunity to survive the longest for his team. And now they're kind of in the open. The moment they move out, that's it. We got so many teams around them. But PBE still have the circle to play with. But it's very likely that they will not have the next phase of the circle. That's something they need to be prepared with. Nepeko will be gunned down by Misery from afar. Misery putting pressure, but at the same time, Misery will be pressured by the blue. And Misery will need to get cut across this open area. And the circle. Man, I wish we can see the big one because I want to see how much open area space is still within it.
But for the side of DX here, they're trying to just play ring around Rose against RRQ. It's going to be Lamborghini. I'm not sure where is the last player of DX right now. Frank is just a bit far, but he got the support fire. He can still eye out to the side of RRQ. But at the same time, none of this team are actually inside of a blues or inside of a circle just yet. The entire crew of RRQ is here. Lambo will be flushed left, right, and center. There's so many nets being cooked up already, but Lambo still managed to avoid those kind of explosions. But the moment he pops out, it's going to be him taking a one down. No, it's going to be a 1-2-1 trade, but never mind. Lambo straight being finished off, and it's going to be down to Frankie to pull it out for the rest of DX right now.
Too bad. He was reloading. It was just one more second before he reloads himself, but Frankie from D Xavier is out. So again, another fairly early elimination for them. Number 13, we only won the elimination point. 3 points so far for D Xavier, but more. Can he deal with FaZe Clan? 2 of them back to back. It's going to be tough.
Woman. Where to run, nowhere to hide. Ventorius down on his knees as Mort exploded those vehicles right across him. Nepeko and Alsar try to play as a duo, but both of them feels like at the receiving end is like too painful for them to just fight the entire crew of FaZe here. MR5 are picking up Ventorius. Mela trying to just making sure those angle will have nobody to go in there. Mela, a bit of exchange of those nades between our RQ players still, but TS. Another team out right now.
Ooh, ouch for Team Secret this time around. But FaZe Clan with Mela trying to move in. They can't get a good view on their opponent because of how the geography of this hill. Nepeko just on this lap, but he doesn't know. Nepeko, he probably knows. Let's see who will pull the trigger first. Nepeko, 10% of health. Mela with 80%. But he doesn't see Nepeko thanks to the smoke. But finally he does. Mela will shoot him down.
Mela within the smoke, still trying to find any sort of silhouette for him to shoot it down. RQ just right across him still, but FaZe on the other hand, bloodthirsty, trying to find for that one player. Voldemort is right across him, but still inside of those compounds. He barely make it in. For the side of RQ, they are trapped at the edge of the circle. Side of a VOIN Esports having exchanged fires and nades to the side of Empire. Stone is so far behind from the rest of the team.
Ooh, yep, he's providing cover fire or support from behind. And plus he's in the inner part of the circle, so in case the circle shifts, he's a better marker for the team. Now Vampire not letting VOIN go. As he spots out 1 on the left, 2 on the right. Random space coming up from Straps. It does connect, but Straps will be gunned down instead. Tony K will continue on the good work from his teammate, from his brother. Can't connect those shots. Thanks to the vehicle being used as a bunker. Random space again on the right. And now, Tony K will need to do the business.
Businesses, he has to actually revive Straps. Have to open some couple of smokes and Uzi being knocked down in Stone. He's just too far. There's no way for Stone to actually revive this mate, but for VOIN, this is the time for them to go for the rush. Nobody can save Straps as well as Tony K right now, but they have to be extra careful. Stone still have his eyes onto them, and he tried to get some sort of a vintage view from afar, but maybe just trying to bail it out. But the moment Stone left this vicinity, there's so many teams breathing behind his necks. He tried to reach out for the rest of the team members, trying to revive them. VOIN is doing the same thing, but they have a better and faster reset due to how close of a distance between themselves. Alva tried to finish off all those knockdowns. It's a bit too late. Just reveal himself too much. Stone! Goodness me. Valiant effort, but at the same time, is it worth it?
Well, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, it's an open area. I don't think it's a vehicle, so there's nowhere for him to go. But just look at this choo-choo. Our top few teams have been eliminated by now. But Ventorius! Where did they come from? Raising from the other side. Then they landed just right on time.
Yummy, yummy grenade here from Yummy Mate. Tossing another one. Feels like a perfect angle, but couldn't land right on the dot. If not, it'll be 2 in the discount of 1. Now Yummy May and Reezy got it.
There you
Another
go.
go. Making the discount here today. It's happening as Yummy going with the DBS. Finish off those silhouettes moving within those smokes. And the rest of the team can't actually see through those smokes as well. But Yummy May taking on Ventura still. And Mela finished off by the hands of the Yummy guy. But back to the side, PERSIJA Esports, Red Face start to move against 7-9.
Here we go.
Microboy as well, but both of them are moving forward. 1v2, ring around the
Bam.
rosy still. Nice effort, but it's just too much for himself.
Yeah, 2v1. If only he moved in a little bit faster, he might be able to win it. But then again, I understand he was in an open position. Now it's going to be 7-9 against PERSIJA EVOS next to each other, right smack in the middle of the circle at this point. 7-9 in the ditch. FaZe Clan looks like they are going to try to take over this compound, whereby it's within the circle, so it's going to be worth it. 2v2.
FaZe being visited by Boom.
Whoa!
Not even having the breather. That Nate Razy coming up.
Wait, what?
But Mormon! Oh boy. Coming up from Malva. Finish off Boom straight off the bat here. Yoodo Alliance, Addict Luke trying to just clean the floor, being the housekeeping person. Not the entire team moving towards the side of FaZe right now. Got himself a bit of a reset. Lucky enough. PERSIJA not rushing into their compound right now. So MR5 will be revived here as Sam9 distracted PERSIJA EVOS to face them instead.
Wow, that was insane there. Look at that's what happens when teams are just that close to each other, and we're talking about PMSL teams. But speaking about teams, Adis will be got that Red Face, will be traded back. Microboy tries to find a good angle on the Low Yu, the last man standing for Sam9. Low Yu resets himself. He has 3 first aids to work with. He should be able to pick up Adibs. They should still get the next phase of the circle, but we get a confirmation soon. As yes, they will still have it, so it's going to be worthwhile for him to pick up his teammate, but he needs to do it fast.
Got that last smoke to work around for Sam9. It's going to be really crucial, really critical for them to get out from there. They've been staying there for the longest time there is, but the moment they popped out themselves from the pits, it's going to be them venturing and navigating themselves across a wide field of open plain of players. PBE, SLD waiting to just shots fired. That's it. VOIN Esports coming up from the other end. PERSIJA waiting for anybody trying to pick out. There's nobody trying to peacocking or trying to tap anything out right now. Don't want to exploit themselves. How clustered it is on the southern side of the circles. Too many teams. While the ones coming out from the southern part, there's so few of them. The northern is just too clustered right now, too saturated.
Yes, we can see here, because of that, Shine Like Diamond is going to have a hard time getting into the circle. PBE Cool is still alive somehow, and PBE, last man. So for once, it's not going to be Monboy, so it's going to be Cool. Let's see how cool he can get. At this point, they only got 1 elimination, as Gosu edges closer and closer towards him. But Kenny, making his debut for Yoodo Alliance, takes out 1 for himself and his team.
I'm loving how Oli just holding on to this angle, making it so hard for VOIN Esports to spot him out. Left only Alva alone here for the side of VOIN. Really tough for him to go and look out. He got only one vehicle that exploded before as his barricade right now. Just gonna take a couple of leads from his badly timed teammate, while side of PERSIJA moving towards the other side, but Yoodo Alliance still finish off VOIN Esports off the bat here. While PERSIJA being visited by Yoodo Alliance is going really aggressive now.
Ooh, and PBE Cool was eliminated, so they're number 7 this time around with 1 elimination point. Look at the amount of teams at the northern side. SLD edging closer and closer towards 7-9, but 7-9, they're in between a couple of other teams, including PERSIJA, EVOS, Yoodo Alliance on the other side as well. 7-9, only Loyu and Adibs left. You can see that they've circle power jam gunned down by Adibs. Beautiful spot on by Adibs.
Now 7-9 trying to finish off, but the moment they pop themselves up, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance and SLD shooting from afar. And Yoodo Alliance being a knock again for 1. Leaving only 3 men, but for the side of Shine Like Diamond, Gosu playing such a big part for the entire team. Potato will be the playmaker and the game changer between these two teams, as having the most man and firepower, including Yoodo Alliance right now having a full squad to actually finish off this map. it can be theirs to take if they know exactly where to rotate and where to see. It's all down to who get to pick into the pits. Do they have enough utility? Do they have enough hand grenades and mollies? Potato on the other end don't have enough smoke, but he is being camouflaged himself within this sort of a field. But for Yoodo Alliance, they are very comfortable right now.
Oh yeah, they have the high ground advantage. So right now they have it against Sam9. They're just waiting for them to move right in front. Sam9 doing the scouting work as Misery being gunned down by Adi Luke. Yoodo Alliance, what a good spot to be in the middle of the circle as well. So even the next middle of the circle, they'll be the last to touch the blue.
Gosu trying to pick up, but Yoodo Alliance making it almost impossible for him to actually just pop his head just a bit. And looking back down to only 3 teams. Yoodo Alliance, they have this in the back. All they need to do is just keep dropping those utilities and give pressure to these guys to actually fish them out, flush them out from their comfortable pits there. But the Blues will be closing as well. Ghost will be next one to fall down. We're leaving only Sam9 and Yoodo Alliance, both Malaysian team, fighting a 2v4 here as they manage to revive for Yoodo Alliance. Kenny back up on his feet. Dibs and Liu being pressured by the Blue Zone as well. They have to climb up. They don't have smokes anymore. This is their time to push up. The smoke will dissipate anytime. It won't be that much longer for them to actually force a fight. But Oli hop onto the vehicle. He will rush to his side. And definitely they will be trying to force this one out with a DBS on the Dibs and swap over to ARs. But Luke taking so much damage. Taking over. It's going to be the SLATE finish things off.
Boom.
And Yoodo Alliance secures that chicken dinner, the first in Wrangle, the first week and the first day.
You know what, Choo Choo? I can see the future right now. And the future is, both of us, we're going to get a text from a special someone, a very important person from Yoodo Alliance.
I have a
You know who it is, yeah.
I know. I know
we're going to
exactly
get a
who it
text,
is.
yeah. We are from the future, ladies and gentlemen. So when the live stream rolls to this point, we're going to get a text.
Yeah, but still we're gonna have to congratulate on the side of Yoodo Alliance and that special person as well. I do know he's super excited, celebrating. They got himself a first chicken, the first in Wrangle and the first day of the tournament itself. And this is a huge one, a huge momentum and a huge tone being set up by Yoodo Alliance, showing that they know this sort of a map of an open field. They're more than happy to take a fight. Nadi Luke again never failed to disappoint us. With his 5 eliminations. I mean, like, he never failed to deliver, sorry. The fact that he's still up on the top Terminators again for this season.
Yeah, I mean, Ade Luke, he is back. He's been a little bit missing during the PMPL Malaysia recently, but he has shown to us what he's capable of doing, and now coming in back as the MVP for the match. I mean, well deserved to Ade Luke. And for Yoodo Alliance, just look at the stats. I mean, they travel a whole lot of distance there, more than 10,000 meters, as much as Sam9. So a lot of work there done. But interesting to see that PERSIJA EVOS 33 plus 16 plus 4, that's a lot of throwables used. And they definitely worked hard because they needed to defend their ground inside of that pit when they were there against multiple teams that were surrounding them. One of it was Sam9, and then there was just so many teams around. So it's not much of a surprise that they deployed that many smokes to defend their ground.
For PERSIJA and also for Sam9, just to recap the highlight, they both are playing those pits. The one that actually taking it a different level entirely, I have to give it for Yoodo Alliance. They dare to actually play the flat plane. They dare to actually take those elevations and not hiding themselves and just run amok in the open. We're talking about them being venturing quite far a long distance. Sam9 on the other hand, yes, they travel quite a bit too, but the moment they got themselves those pits, they've been staying there for quite a long time, and hence they got themselves quite low when it comes to resources to get out from there. The moment they realize they need to get out, they have not much of those smokes grenades, the hand grenades, those small to flush everybody who's trying to push in. They don't have enough of that because of how they've been parking themselves in the pit quite early and quite a long time. But for PERSIJA, they have run and gun quite a number. I realize they've been trying to compound hopping for a bit with those hand grenades being tossed around, flush every single team they cut across. But still, when it comes to double-digit elimination, you have to give it. Yoodo Alliance and PERSIJA, we have to keep an eye out for these teams. PERSIJA EVOS have been getting a lot of elimination and quite consistent since the last map still.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, they are legendary players inside there as well, so definitely not a team to be looked down upon. Like to see the entire tally. But for GE, not a good round for them as they didn't get any points this round. Team Secret also 2 not so good rounds for them as well. Xavier as well. Oh man, it's gonna be tough. But Hill, well, they obviously got the chicken dinner privileges, and now with this 1 point, things would change for them as they dropped onto second place. 2 points difference from Yoodo Alliance, but it's still very early. Yeah, so yeah, still a lot of space to play with.
And this is the time you mentioned about earlier, and this is the time the team that actually have sort of a good stamina, good momentum, good morale have to push as much as they can, because we know for a fact the teams on the second page are the teams that really, when they start to have those momentum, when they start to tune into the tournament, they will not stop, including DX. Yes, DX on second page right now, but I feel like they are really scary on different level. The moment they start to push in the last few days, that's where you start to keep your eyes open, and it's a bit too late here.
Yeah, let's all remember the story of the story of West Point Mamba. They were superb the entire way until the grand finals of the wildcard. So yeah, hopefully teams can really keep up the momentum still, even though they're on top. But speaking about being on top, so head to head with FaZe as well as Adit Luke, both of these players have been in the scene for quite a while now, and their stats are pretty much the same, except for Trollball's use a little bit more into Red FaZe.
I mean, like, we do know PERSIJA has got himself like 33 grenades. It's like half of the grenade just by the side of Red FaZe only. That now we know where those contribution coming up from. And PERSIJA just showing that Red FaZe possibly will be the front liner, and they're opening for the team. They always open us up with those hand grenades to toss over, and the rest of the team will follow. If he got only a couple of knockdowns, then they start to push. But now it just shows that, you know what, is it the circle? Is it really just because of the circle only and the flight path? It has been generous enough for the flight path and the circle on top of each other as a start. But the problem is the last few circles happen to be with no compound in between. It was an open flat plane, it's an open field, there's only a couple of pits in between. If you don't have enough utilities during that time, it's going to be a bit of a problem, where we saw a lot of teams that coming in very late, including Yoodo Alliance. They're trying to take their own time to journey up into the sort of a circle. They have enough time to loot up.
Yeah, even the pit has a lot of cons, if you ask me. I prefer where Yoodo Alliance was at, the high ground. Not because they got the chicken dinner, but in general, the pit has a lot of cons of, firstly, you're in a pit. So if the nade starts to rain onto you, you have very little space to play with. That's number one. Number two is that from the pit, for them to see their surrounding, is very difficult. They have to show their head and look. They have to send like someone up, you know, they have to move up a little bit, and that poses a risk. So that's one thing. But the good thing about being in the pit is that your opponents can hardly see how many people is in the pit until they dive into the pit. So that's why we saw like a couple of times like vehicles try to dive into the pit. Just YOLO all the way. It's because that's the only information that they can get. Just go all the way in. So there's a pro and con to it, but I personally do prefer where Yoodo Alliance is at. High ground, you can still play with the slopes. You can get more information by just looking around you. So that's kind of okay. And you don't need to worry too much about nades if you have more space to play with. But at the end of the day, of course, it's to each and everyone's strats. It's subjective to what they're comfortable playing with.
I do want to see if the next circle and the next map will force the player to actually move around instead of their previous drop spot we saw in the first wrangle of the day, where we do have the same prediction the entire day, so I don't bother to talk about it still. But back to the side of DX, and it feels like he's still trying to adapt himself here and trying to get those momentum going and trying to set a tone, but it feels like both teams back to back, they secure like less than 5 points in total, and that's going to be really detrimental when it comes to the first week.
Yeah, I know, right? So I don't know, sometimes is it like because you are that top team, that so-called tier S team, that teams will be like, oh, okay, it's DX, right? And so their rotations are being cut off, like people try to drop at their spot. And kind of think about it, Sanhok was Yoodo Alliance normally drop into Camp Bravo, so for them to kind of challenge it, it's pretty much their call, I believe so. Hang on, DX was in Paradise. Oh yeah, so you can't think about it. Sorry, I had to rework my brain. So you can't think about it, DX in Paradise, you had PERSIJA EVOS coming there later on just to try to take them out. Just look at how much attention for them as a top team, right? They gather that much attention that teams would just want to look for them and try to take them down early. PERSIJA EVOS, I think looking at their current performance, they would be in the crosshair of other teams as well.
Yeah, starting off with a lot of praise for some of the team. They've flown over to Malaysia just to get themselves here. Their entire life investment is here. We talk about how much time invested, half of their youth already for PUBG Mobile, and they have to prove themselves. They have to show that they are valid. They're still there and they want to win it with that 250,000 prize pool. It's a lot at stake, and not just that, for the future as well. As we do know, right now it's part of the team, but will it be fixed? If you're not performing, will you still be in the next season? That's so much of a question mark right now. So there's so much at stake for these guys. But we mentioned about a lot of DX. We mentioned about a lot of a side of Vampire even. Now, we did see much more of Vampires than Hale in the previous one. Hale did get executed quite early on due to, I don't know, it's just them having a bit of too aggressiveness, or just happened to be sharing certain compound, not having enough loot. But it didn't certainly fare well, even though they got himself first Sanhok chicken of the day.
Yeah, I think it's also sometimes it's just that round whereby you made that rotation and someone's just waiting for you, so it does happen. So that's why it's hard to have that team that's always on top from start to finish. The only one that has done it before is DX. So yeah, but I think for that one round, it's still like, okay, it's that one round. Let's see what happens in the following round. If it's consistent that they have a problem, then they have a problem. So I would still give them the benefit of the doubt. Of course, they are Hale Esports. But one point you mentioned earlier on that I find kind of interesting. So it reminds me of this throwback story, right? So story time, ladies and gentlemen. So back then in my days together with EVOS, so I interacted with Sinyu quite a fair bit. And whenever we have our discussions, at the end of our discussion, he will always have this one line that is his favorite line. He always likes to end his conversation with, "Don't forget to pray." And it's very rare. I was like, oh, mind blown. Like, not many people will remind you. So for seeing him to do that with his team, it's like, yeah, he is living up to what he always tells me. Don't forget to pray.
I agree. I mean, like, there's so many things that are out of our control. In this case, for the players, it's going to be down to the circle and flight path. There's nothing in their control. The only thing that they can control of is going to be how they're adapting themselves, how they want to respond to certain circumstances if they've been pushed into the corner. Now, the thing about the players here, including VOIN Esports, I'm loving how they actually perform here. We talk about, yes, we always see a lot of Alva as the last player remaining, but coming out from PMPL Indonesia as a winner, VOIN Esports definitely have so much more to offer here. The players, we do know CL, we do know Lampard, we do kind of heard of Alva, and the coach is Jangs as well. So it just shows that they are more than ready, they are more than prepared for this season. We saw how their names are not up there if you compare with BTR, if you compare with Alpha Ego, even Boom. These are the names we always listen to. And except for PERSIJA EVOS, they are quite new. You do know the legendary players under new banner, but nobody mentioned too much about VOIN Esports, but they are definitely there.
Yeah, one thing about VOIN Esports is that they were Indonesia PMNC champion, and then from there they qualified themselves into the Indonesia PMPL, and they got a second place finish in the Indonesian PMPL. So that's a crazy Cinderella story for them. Straight up from Tier 2, straight up to Tier 1, and they are still at number 1. And they gave Boom a run for their money. They were like racing together with Boom for that number 1 spot for a lot of rounds, for a lot of days at least. So it just shows that this team is also one of those teams that you don't really talk about them that much, but they have that potential. So yeah, I do agree. Keep your eye on to VOIN Esports. I think that they could be one of those underdog teams that can surprise a lot of other teams.
True. And now, for the teams now, we do have like VOIN Esports more to its balance. I have a feeling like they are balancing about their eliminations and also their ranking or positions. But the team that are really scary at this point right now, honestly speaking, is going to be PERSIJA Esports. PERSIJA EVOS, sorry. They are running and gun. We're talking about they don't care that much about their rank anymore. They just want to get those double-digit eliminations. You know for a fact, if you get those double-digit eliminations, you're definitely in the top finals. That's it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Double eliminations definitely play a big role. That's how we see a lot of hard and fast action in our first 2 rounds. Sandhawk, of course, and even though you give them with a bigger map inside of Erangel, it's still pretty much the same. Like, action just goes, just flows, just like that. And those are really the points that teams will want to prioritize for sure. So it will be interesting to see that if teams can really keep up, especially teams that are currently at the bottom, like Team Secret, like Xavier. I mean, they are being gunned down right now, and if teams know that they can take 1 or 2 out early on, they have a good chance of overtaking them in the overall charts, because those are the teams that a lot of people pay attention to.
That's true. And speaking of Team Secret, now we haven't seen a lot coming out from them just yet. Used to be one on the high horse of glory, been riding those glorious days back then, but now nowhere to be seen. What happened to them?
Well, it's very hard to say, right? So you have Jumper, who came in back to the Team Secret lineup. That's one, and you have our boy coming in. I think he didn't really come in earlier, so he came in a little bit later during the transfer window. So I think that if I were to say that Team Secret, they're still finding their chemistry, okay, you can kind of use that during PMPL Malaysia, but at PMSL they should have enough time to work it out between them. So yeah, but it's not really showing. So I need more games to kind of come up with a hypothesis on that. So for Team Secret, I just wish them all the best. And hopefully as well with Coach iShots is able to stabilize the mental health of the team as well, because that's going to be very important considering that they didn't do well in the first 2 rounds. But those were the 2 rounds. We're going to jump into round number 3 inside of Erangel. So let's head on the flight and let's go.
They have to keep it going as we're going into our next Erangel, still in the same group for the entire day, okay? Keep your eye out. There's no group B playing. If you guys are asking for GEEK, SLATE or BIGETRON Raid Villains or Bacon Time or Box Gaming, they will not be playing today as we're getting into our second map for Group A, C, D, E in the second Erangel, or the second last Erangel of the day. Previously, we had sort of a more northern side of a flight path, but this time it's favored bit more down south. But is it going to be the same sort of, you know, circle on top of a flight path? But it feels like the same direction coming up from Stalber to its side of Korea in the previous one. Now this time it's right coming out from almost sort of a same sense, but just cutting across the Medusa intersection more and down to Sonoscal military base. Is it gonna be a sort of SMB circle? Then we're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, if we get that, you know, it's gonna be a fun day. The previous circle wasn't too bad. If it shifted way up north to Stalber, there would be something. But because it moved down to somewhat where the Medusa intersection is, it's like, yeah, it's a kind of okay circle, not too bad. Just looking on any areas that might be contested. Novo seems to be pretty interesting. Looking at Yoodo Alliance heading there, together with GE as well. We know that GE, one of their favorite spots is in Novo during the Wildcard series. So that could be interesting. But the circle this time on the right, we still have some percentage of military base, but because it's the first circle and it's somewhat like that, it's very likely for it to move towards the main peninsula later on.
Hopefully that's the case, but maybe we're going to drop right on top of a mealtime farm area. Feels like it's just slightly shifted from the previous one, not too far off if you ask. Last time we had like the Medusa intersection in an open field, not much of a compound, not much of a barricade coming up from these walls of houses, of the buildings. For GE Day, we definitely will have a bit of a contest for Yoodo Alliance. Master Smile. Oh, that was lucky for Yoodo Alliance that didn't clip.
Well, as the famous words of Joker, let's put a smile on that face. He's definitely not going to put one onto Yoodo Alliance though. with their preemptive strike. But the good news is that Yoodo Alliance didn't lose anyone yet. Olio is still hovering around, so hopefully he'll be able to survive that. And looks like it's going to be all good for him. But GE, however, has the preemptive strike advantage.
They're dropping here first, so definitely got the loot coming out from the side of GE first hand. But at the same time, Yoodo Alliance do equip themselves and did equip themselves quite enough and swiftly through. They got a couple of Bisons and a couple of Arsenals to work around it. But for West and the rest of them, Master Ichi being very Master Sneaky, coming up from the corners of these walls on those elevations, spot it out, added Luke and Flax on there, then will be cornered. We do know this is going to be the special to come out from GE, right? They love those fights. They love to have fights kind of waiting for the teams or their enemies to drop right into their own death trap and surrounding them in every angle possible.
Oh yeah, they got them covered though. Look at the right side as well. They have one deployed. They got one on the outside of the high ground. So GE has Yoodo Alliance covered. So it's going to be Yoodo Alliance. See how they will be able to counter that. But the only way probably is to get a first knockdown and to rush through those buildings. That could be the best bet for Yoodo Alliance. But then again, well, they need to take this slow and easy because they need to wait for GE to make those moves first. And if GE makes that wrong move, then Yoodo Alliance could punish them back.
How much longer? We're talking about half of the team of Yoodo Alliance not equipped with anything other than maybe level 1 vests if you're lucky enough. And some of them not even lucky, don't have anything on them and just a couple of shotguns. One even shotgun at that point. For VOIN Esports, I think there's going to be a clear day for them, nothing else. I'm not sure if there's any other hot drops for now. We only witnessed two teams are having a bit of a skirmish in the early start of GE versus none other than a side of was Yoodo Alliance just now. But RAQ definitely have a clear day for them. So many teams out there having a kind of a good day start. But for the side of Yoodo Alliance, feels like a bit of a stalemate for them. They can't even move. Like you mentioned, they have to take it slow. But the problem is they're down to only one building, if I'm not mistaken. And they decided for GE to rush in there with all gears full loaded and locked on. It's going to be a bit of a problem for Yoodo Alliance. They don't have enough to work around.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think GE is just covering all angles, and when it's the right moment, all four of them will go in together, and that's why it's going to be kind of difficult for Yoodo Alliance, considering like what you mentioned as well, their loot is not that stacked. Some of them only have a vest, and I noticed that Olio only has a micro Uzi, so it's not the best weapon if you want to clutch like 2 or 3 players back to back because of how the firing rate of that weapon is with only 25 bullets. So it's going to be difficult if they are being rushed in by GE, and because GE, they are currently at the bottom. Sometimes at the bottom, teams would have this mindset of like, oh, how bad can it be, right? We might as well take our chances and come back up to the top by taking out the #1 team, in fact.
Why not? They can. Because that's what happened to Hill just now. Exactly what happened to Hill. The thing is, if you're having a bit of a very strong early start, a lot of teams were actually eyeing on to you and catching up at the same time. For DX, at least this time, they have a bit of a breather. They don't have any contester in the first few seconds into the match. They got their own time and their own pace to set out just to loot up and gear up. And just think about the second checkpoint, taking their own sweet time because the circle just right on top of them. Still, they don't have to move that much. And speaking of the circle, have been quite generous when it comes to Wrangler. At least that the flight path and circle have been dropping on top of each other, so the players don't have to actually go out too crazy, too far. But I'm not sure what happened to still side of GE versus Yoodo Alliance. Did they part ways there, since we're not listening to any sort of players being taken down just yet? Quite calm in the first few seconds here.
Yeah, I think it's a stalemate for now because they have the circle, so that's why they're not making those big moves yet. But the thing about that kind of circle is that if it really does move out to the main peninsula, we can expect that the bridge might have their own trolls. So if any team between the both of them takes too long of a time, the bridge could be held down by some other team. So that's the risk that they're willing to take, it seems. I think somebody got to check Shrubs' license there. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shrubs.
But it's an automated car, so it will flip by itself. It's gonna be okay. Bit of rough day for a drive here coming up from Stone and Shrubs, but Stone and Shrubs have been doing remarkable plays for the team. But lucky enough, Olio did pick up a couple of loot for himself. Utilities wise, they are quite stacked still. But aside of Genesis, they are trying to find themselves more high ground. Look at how far and how wide Smart can cover this. Almost knocked down on Look entirely. Slither of health remains. But slowly, the rest of GE coming from the other end. They're trying to flush out here and go in for the rush. They got one knocked down and eliminated. Another one down. Yoodo Alliance, they're dropping like flies. And we're talking about within seconds, they'll be wiped off clean and back to the lobby.
Oh man, this just shows inside PMSL, none of the top teams are safe. But Olio knocks down West with the nade. Owls will need to reset himself. He has a first aid though, so he should be alright there. Smile still looking across, being that long range cover fire support. But Olio with the DBS, the long range from Smile, hits on to Kenny. Kenny down to 50% health. Should be able to reset himself. Now it's down to Olio and Kenny. Olio not with the best of weapons with the Bison. Kenny with a Thompson in his hand. Probably a lot of bullets there, but still not the weapon of choice for most of these teams. Ichi moving in. West will be picked up behind. But look at this. We did talk about if the circle shifts, and look at that. The bridge being taken care of by VOIN. But Team Secret is coming towards Novo. Or will they get across? Probably prioritizing the bridge.
But for Yoodo Alliance and GE, if Team Secret happens to be passing by here as well, it's going to be a big problem. Lucky enough, they are just going straight to the side of a bridge. It's going to be one heck of a choke point for these guys. But GE, lucky enough, Olio just now managed to bomb down on one. So that's going to be buying a bit more space for Yoodo Alliance to go for a retreat and find a bit more loot to work around it. But for Master Ichi, he's not wasting any more time. They are trying to push in as a 4 right now. GE managed to reset themselves. It can be in the front line, taking a very small shack and very small compound. They're only taking a double story. But look at how they're just trying to wrap things around. GE slowly closing in. There's no distance between Kenny and also Zeiss.
Oof.
Almost break entirely for his vest, but now Kenny! He clutched the entire face. Got it double down! Kenny with a Thompson, my goodness me!
And with that, they even up the odds with GE. Kenny, what a new players for Yoodo Alliance, showing why he should be in the lineup. Coming in from Ravenwood, a tier 2 team who just made their mark inside the PMPL Malaysia, and now Kenny is showing it. But now he's going up against Ichi and Smile. And both of these teams still locked in on the outside of the circle.
But for Kenny, he's running out of bullets right now. You have to be extra careful who wants to shoot and when to shoot. Master Ichi and Smile being caught off guard just now. They realize what a feat and what a firepower coming out from the side of Kenny. Clutching 2 against himself. With Bison coming up from Olio. Spotted out Ichi. Have to be careful. Barely got enough in those magazines right now. Master Ichi on the other hand, they are being closing in by the blue zone. I'm not sure if this secures or park anywhere for the vehicles around that corner, but they need to make sure they have an exit out in case things didn't get actually going the way they want it to be.
I'm going to add on the bad news. Ichi does not have any first aids. Smile only has one first aid. This is bad for them. This is bad. Can't get any worse than this for now.
They had it going as a 4. And now here comes fire shot from side of VOIN Esports. Realize there's some players actually swimming around, taking advantage into it. They're being gatekeeping TS. Those choke points, the moment they try to cross over those bridge, it's going to be the end for them. A little bit of a death toll instead of TS. While we're looking at Yoodo Alliance, got back up when they were dying. Now they're back into it, trying to just salvage whatever they have. Master Ichi secured those vehicles and now trying to flee. GE, everything miscalculated. Didn't assume it would be such firepower by one player only, but the circle happens to be shifting to a side of shelter. Prison and Milta. We do have Volta Eagle right in the center, but for Team Secret and VOIN having a bit of a go here. By Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, it's down to Kenny now. It's tough, it's
Pretty
tough, but oh, Micro Boy, okay. Gets one more, but yeah, it's just too low. Nothing much he can do there. Losing to a DBS by Mela. And that's going to be it for Microboy for this round. Momboy on the other hand being finished off by Depp from 7-9. O'Leo confirmed being eliminated by Smile. So it's now down to Kenny for Yoodo Alliance.
A lot of heavy responsibility on the shoulders of one Kenny. On the side of PERSIJA EVOS, Misery on his knees here, finish off by Venturez with that one nade to rule them all. And FaZe taking over this mushroom tower. Just kind of slowly closing the distance between PERSIJA EVOS, but we do have REQ just happen to be passing by as well. Boom, taking on FaZe, the other end. Now FaZe, they have more than one team to handle. And it's going to be too much for them. They're biting it more than they can actually chew. Stuck in the corner. Which way to go? Boom is right on top of them. REQ breathing behind their backs. They have to one more team fighting against the other end. Oh boy, Mela figuring how to get out from here.
Oh yeah, Mela. Plus he's at the lower ground. So that's not good news for him as Boom has high ground. Now Nate's been tossed on to FaZe Clan. Venturez and Mormon being targeted because of the smokes. They know that someone's there right now. Razy trying to get an off-angle shot, could not land it. But Razy at least he knows that's there. But gotta be careful that RRQ's on the other side. But it's gonna be DBD onto Vampire, let's go!
Oh, DBD, this is not great. Both of teams are having a bit of a trade here. Having on their side. But Yen is too far off. He's coming up from the outskirts, from the outside. And Tony K already popped up a couple of smokes just to make sure he got a bit more space to revive and just finish off. Hale gets slow, taking on DBD as well. Wait, what? Where did Hale coming out from?
Oh man, were they on the high ground? I think they just stole one away from Vampire, taking off that one player from DBD. So right now DBD they have Yen, and DBD only has Yen. Oh my goodness, not good, looking good for DBD though. And plus Yen is on the outside of the circle, and now Boom, they still have this high ground advantage, but they're being approached by RRQ on the right.
Crazy, giving a bit of a pressure inside of RIQ Mont. The rest of them can't even pick out. Trying to hold their angles there. Yummy again. If he can drop those booming nades, it's going to be a great opener for the rest of Boom. But the circle F happens to shift to a side of a west. DX taking the center. And Rabies and the rest of DX will reunite in the center again. But the ones coming out really hot. Really dropping like there's no tomorrow. Coming out from the western side of the map itself. Even the southern part is very saturated.
Oh man. And plus PBE, they are on the lower ground on the right. But I think they can still time it to get into the high ground, which is currently the majority of the circle. Should be okay for them. But they don't have one boy, so that's a little bit worrying. But hey, they have cool. Now Boom is moving into the circle, still has that high ground. And of course, for them to move in fairly quickly, it's okay. As this high ground will be their fortress to stop other teams from coming in. RRQ on the right still finding their way into the circle. They might want to choose a different location to rotate, but GE and Kenny, we're back in action. Round 2, people.
It has been the longest 4 rounds. I mean 4 faces of circle. They're having at each other's throat for GE and Yoodo Alliance. Chasing the heck out of each other. Kenny already prepped his nade here. Same goes for Smile. It's down to who tosses it down first. And Kenny, the moment he tossed it down, he just ran straight away into Smile's hands. But Kenny just around the corner for RIQ taking on PERSIJA. I'm not sure what happened. That ended up with a splat, but Smile gotta clear the corners, but it's just next to him. It is true. Kenny taking it on with a small weapon off his face here. Finish it off. Oh boy, Kenny making such a huge problem from for GE since the start of this map.
Kenny clutch it. It's gonna be Kenny versus Ichi. Both playing by the edge of the circle. Kenny and Ichi, let's go. The moment Kenny heard that pin being pulled, he comes out. What a great timing there by Kenny. Now Kenny with the UFB against Ichi with an M16. I believe he has a secondary weapon that's going to be an AK. And now picks up from his teammate. Both playing that ring around the rosy. Kenny's going to show himself. Kenny shows. Kenny wins. Kenny clutch the entire GE by himself.
It's gonna be GE versus Kenny after this. The entire GE is just this one guy.
Man.
This one Kenny make it and just make the impossible happen. Another team out is gonna be PERSIJA Esports. Have been going out very proactively and now they're turning out so well like they want it to be. For VOIN Esports on the other end, try to just flush out Sam9 from this compound. In the meantime, he has to be extra careful for Lapa. There's only one more player behind there, but RRQ have been a lot of splatting movement. One of this again, lucky enough for PBE being eliminated, but RRQ will strive for another round.
I am still head over heels for Kenny. He was nobody before this season. He was a tier 2 team with Ravenwood before that Homeboys Academy, and now he's just showing that even in PMSL he's able to clutch a PMSL team. That's crazy, that's insane. And not only a PMSL team, a wildcard champion as well. It's crazy for Kenny. It's a crazy day. But now looking over at VOIN, high ground advantage over Sam9, but someone else is behind them. It's going to be Yen from DBD.
Sam9 got caught in between this crossfire in the center as well, as VOIN Esports slowly climbing up those kills. But we do have a Miltar circle. DX untouched. Nobody actually watching them. Shine like diamond. SLD coming out from the west side. This is going to be a lot of team will be choked here if these guys decided to actually be the gatekeepers, including how that's happening right here for VOIN. Still fighting against all the teams. DBD Yen trying to be and butting into this business as Sam9 parting ways now, going straight into Team Secret's hands as well. It's going to be one player of the Sam9 left. For Alva, I'm not sure if he can actually revive this. I saw the nades being actually prepped up by Luyu, but never mind. Luyu switched his attention to the side of Team Secret, rushing into his lair. But Rosemary, Alter Ego on these elevations, they could just farm the kills all day here.
Well, I'm a little bit more worried the fact that Team Secret is coming towards VOIN, but Alter Ego Rosemary has eyes onto them as well. So Alter Ego will be happy to secure a couple of elimination points from this high ground. But then again, they do not have the circle as well. But they don't need to worry as Boom comes in from behind. They still have part of the inner side of the circle to play with. So that's going to be okay for them. They still have time. But for Boom against RRQ, RRQ is desperate to get into the circle. Boom will try to stop them.
We're talking about Boom. But you don't forget about talking those teams actually already inside. It's going to be DX this time. We mentioned about how they haven't been played so well in the last two maps. And now they're taking those elevation. They will be the choke for these teams. Octa taking on Team Secret. Team Secret will be finished off and gatekeep by the side of Alter Ego. Hale taking on VOIN Esports. Yen, slither of health remain as Alva trying to finish him off. Couldn't find him, couldn't spot him due to the corners. But VOIN Esports still struggling to just make sure they cannot make a bridge from the side of Team Secret. Yen got himself a bit of a reset with a UMP, heard those footsteps right beneath Alva. Alva haven't spotted him out just yet. 2-2 split it for the side of VOIN Esports. They are segregated. They have to deal with Hale. They have to deal with Team Secret. They have to deal with
boy!
God, Izane.
Oh man, that double nade, beautiful coming from our boy and Izane, and now our boy is going in to clean up. But then again, at the same time, Yoodo Alliance 5 elimination points. Kenny got another one somehow. Where did that come from? But our boy with the DBS, we saw how his DBS gameplay was during the PMPL Malaysia. He clutched out the entire Sam9 with his DBS, and now he's trying to do that against VOIN. And they managed to fight their way into the edge of the circle. But there are a couple of teams on the outside still as the Baco! Nice one on the Bobohu.
It's going to be a boom for Boom Esports, but back to the side of Palm Bit, have a bit of a punishing to do to the side of RRQ as well. Now the circle will shrink even further. The one that's still being quiet right now is DX, but Boom exchanging fire with RRQ. Only one will survive from this sort of a fight. FaZe coming out from a back line. They're trying to beat a third party, but right now finish up from afar is going to be the side of DX. Lamborghini taking this matter into their hands. FaZe is there as well. Alter Ego won that fight against RAQ, but how much longer? Vintoris barely make it in. Hill coming up from the southern part. Vampires coming up from south as well. It will be gatekept by SLD and Hill. Yoodo Alliance Kenny is still there as well.
Somehow he magically still is able to get into the circle. That's crazy by Kenny. Let's see how long he can last. Can he be like the next Monboy or whatever Monboy used to do for PBE? And I'm putting focus onto VOIN versus Team Secret. Yen will definitely not move a muscle at this point. He'll try to gain more placement points as much as possible. But at the same time, we can see that Kenny's been taken out. That means Yoodo Alliance is out at number 10 with 5 elimination points. But Kenny been spotted out. Fortunately, no elimination points for them this round.
Oh, here comes the spray. It was remarkable. One coming out from Max's of VOIN Esports. Now they're slowly coming up from a flank side. A boy have to flee or just want to decide to revive. He's kind of split into two decisions right now, in a dilemma. He tried to save a bit too late now. Boy stuck himself in the blue zone as well, and that's it. And it's going to be the end for Team Secret again. Eliminated at least in a better spot this time at 8 players. FaZe on there then spotted out Alter Ego. Alter Ego have to focus on two different angles. DS coming in for the restful FaZe as well. They heard the gunfires. Alter Ego have to figure out how to save. Octa is too far from the Mela coming in to finish off those knockdowns. But Mela cooking up the nade already. The last nade, he has to use it wisely. But just toss it around to nobody's. A bit of a bold and brazen, but still going for Alter Ego. MR5 following up around the corner, just next to them. There's going to be just this rock separating between the FaZe and Alter Ego at the same time. We do have DX start to move and gun blazing, trying to find their victims.
Ooh, Alter Ego on the outside of the circle still. But look at that competition inside it. It's going to be FaZe Clan and Xavier. Xavier's on the other side though, so that's going to be okay. So focus is going to be on FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan is going to try to stop Alter Ego from coming in. Alter Ego should have some space though. But for VOIN, they got to get away from vampires.
Oh, the moment you mentioned that, there's no way Tony K.
Nicely done.
They waited for this. They walked right into the trap for Tony K. Hail. Taking off Vampires as well. Vampires been under the radar, under the scope. They've been microscoped by these two teams. And VOIN trying to finish up with what? How? The nade was on point. How did that happen for the son of Vampires being eliminated next?
Wow, that is just timing there by Maxius. Wow. Insane. One nade to rule them all, they say. And VOIN defended their spot. 8 elimination points now for VOIN, despite only 2 players, but they seem to be a little bit clear in front of them. So it should be okay for them to march further into the circle later on. But now focus is on to Hail next. VOIN from Indonesia. Can they eliminate 2 Thai teams back to back? It's going to be insane.
Only left with 2 players there. 2 players or not, they're making so much work for the entire team. Look at how Alba sprays towards the side of Tiger and force him to actually get out from that smoke car. At the same time, they got themselves this compound for Hill. They got this apartment, but how much? But it's going to be Peregrine from the elevations, shooting them from afar. SLD rushing into it, but Costa straight walking into the trap and knocked down with a DBS. Goosey, what was he thinking going in like that blindly?
Yeah, I believe you would have saw the vehicles parked in, but I guess he just, didn't U-turn. He's just like go straight in. But even that, so he could have parked himself on the other side instead of in front of the door. So I guess that was a little bit oversight by him. But SLD, with that information, they will not approach the house. Plus, they have the circle on the left and they have the sniper tower. Definitely that will be their spot next.
But for Hill, they need to get out right now. But how and when is a matter of the IGL. The judgment is so important and so pivotal at the moment. Gatslow building up the smokes bridges just to make sure they can actually cross over. It's going to be a bit of elevation for them to climb up. It's going to be a bit of a hike. Alter Ego taking on FaZe at the same time. We're living with only 6 teams there. Still waiting that last person on VOIN. Can he actually be revived by the other member? The team that having a full squad is going to be Hill. Are they taking another chicken here, Cloud?
Ooh, they are still the only team with a full squad. Just saying, just putting it out there. Except for Alter Ego. But Alter Ego, 1 man, probably going to be down. But then again, Rabbids now high ground against MR5. Nades and Molly's being tossed onto his side, trying to stop him on his tracks. But Alva is going to be the bane towards Hale. But Alva needs to reset quickly. Oh no, with the damage taken, Alva! Unfortunately, will not be able to reset, and he'll be taken out. Number 6 for VOIN.
But Hill already got 1 knocked down with the blue zone closing in as well. Tiger, there's no way for them to actually revive him. They need to make a go. There's no time anymore. The blue zone will hurt them so badly. They barely make it alive. They got themselves that buggy. They want to hop it on. But at the same time, they are kind of contemplating whether to actually save or not. The double airdrop will not be within their reach just yet. But Gatsby is really close there. Alter Ego now taking a bit of a spot there. They're splitting into 1-2-1 formation. DX on the other hand being charged by Rosemary with the AKM. The rifle will do so much work.
Whoa.
And then nade by Octa right on top. That's a Kobe. Down left with Ravy. Spotted out by Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego slowly chipping off the axe from the high ground.
But right now with 2 casualties, Alter Ego will need to reset before they charge on. Lamborghini will be finished off by Rosemary. Potato will be picked up. Kwang from the other side takes down 1. And that's going to be nothing. suffering the wrath of Kwang, and now the nade will be tossed on to ensure the elimination point for SLD. On the other hand, we have Alter Ego going to come in from the other side, so these teams need to be prepared for that as Kwang takes out Nothings, and that is another point in for them.
On G got it in the bag. It's going to be the G going on for the side of the SLD. They're pushing forward to the side of none other than Hale and Alter Ego. The X-Ray is barely hanging on, but nobody's spotting him out. You're going to backstab Alter Ego. Rosemary from behind, as well as Pombet. Tron G trying to find the corners he can actually work on. He does have actually a couple of smokes to work around, so it's going to be okay for him to camouflage himself and make sure he got covers. But the nade again, but Drong's in. This guy's dropping the nade like it's not even calculated, but it was perfectly well executed. Getting slow, getting a bit slow, and now being knocked down to only 3 teams remain.
Oh, PUBGM knocked down, and now Kwang we need to finish off Okta. Okta's coming in closer and closer. Name will be tossed out by Okta's on the other side. Shots will be fired as Strong's in. Gun down. Kwang is still alive, but Okta is out. And now SLD number 2 and number 1. Will it be DX or SLD? The two Vietnamese teams taking the top 2 spot.
Problem with DX only leaving out with Rabies.
Rabies, can he do it?
Between them, he can actually just revive, and it's gonna be better odds for them to actually have a 3. PUBG is closely behind as well. They can actually revive him. Trong Zen already just reset. It's just gonna be 3v1 here. PUBG definitely will be saved here. Rabies will be charged by Tran G, trying to find out with this buggy, trying to actually fish him out, baiting out with this sort of Voodoo Q coming out from the vehicle. Now Tronji still couldn't spot Rabies. Rabies got so much discipline. He dare not to even pick. While he can, why not take in one more?
Oh, here we go.
One more
Here we go.
elimination!
Splat!
But it's gonna be a splat. SLD taking it away.
SLD shine like diamond, taking out the same countryman, DX. And that will be a chicken dinner for them inside of Erangel. What a round that was. Man, again, it's an action-packed round from the start to the finish, and SLD, they are shining like diamonds inside of Erangel number 2.
You saw the terrain. Zoe's like ended up in an open field in the forest, and just now it was right on top of the small hills. If you're not up there, if you're not in the position where you'll be in the prime spot, there's no way for you to actually make it out. Including here, we talk about how whoever trying to get out from Novo, right? Team Secret couldn't make it, and due to so many teams gatekeeping on the other end as well. If you are in the small islands, you didn't get out quickly enough, it's going to be really punishing for these guys. But PUBG, even though he got himself that 1 elimination, still well more than deserving for MVP, for he dished out quite a number of damage. 500 over damage with 1 elimination. Well, that didn't justify, but still he did so much knockdown for the teams.
I can imagine SLD fans, they must be going like, who needs Parabol? We got PUBG!
That's true. That's true.
But that's a lot of work there though. 561 damage and 1 elimination point. That means his teammates stole it away from him, stole the glory away. But hey, you gotta give credit to the team that gave out, to the player that gave out a lot of damage. So good work, PUBG.
Really strong Indonesian teams. Top flags, so we're talking about when it comes to second wrangle of the day. Also Ego, RK and VOIN. There have been, especially VOIN. That was really a good skirmish coming out from them. They've taken the Thai teams back to back, if I'm not mistaken. FaZe were in their hands as well. They're taking them against RQ at first, or RQ, Alter Ego fighting against RQ. But don't forget about one of the amazing classes highlight of the day. It's going to be still Candy from Yoodo Alliance. That's going to be hard to top by the other teams within today. But I mean, like, if we have more when it comes to the entire week 1, why not?
Oh yeah, I know, right? And we're like only halfway past day number 1, and we already saw like insane clutches, especially Kenny. You know, I'm like, this guy.
That's the biggest
man,
one.
Yeah, it's the biggest one so far. It's crazy. Even like the double nade couldn't top that. Like 1v4 against the champions of Wildcard. It's crazy by Kenny. Looking forward to see how he can continue on his performance as the days goes by. But day 1 has been superb for Kenny. But other than that as well, the champions of PMSL Indonesia and number 2 placement of PMPL Indonesia. VOIN doing well in this round as well. They defended their ground like nobody's business. There were like so many teams heading towards their direction, but yet they could still stood their ground. So they are showing that they are a worthwhile team to be inside of PMSL.
Now, speaking of the World Cup region, are they not there yet? Because we saw GE being clutched by one Kenny, not even the entire team of Yoodo Alliance. But when it comes to this terrain, this is quite a tough spot because it's an open space. I'm like, yeah, it's not as open as it was like in the previous match, but you don't know where to look. Every single angle will be somebody shooting down on you.
Yeah, that's the thing about like if you're as a player, right? Of course, for us, we know where they are, but as a player, it's like you wouldn't know. You need to depend on your audio cues or your scouting work and your senses and all that just to try to know like where your opponents are. It's just like how Yen, he survived that long for DBD, and VOIN didn't know he was there for the longest time until at some point I think it was shot at from the other side. If I'm not mistaken, it was like Hale, and that was how he was taken out. But if not because of that, like he would have survived that for a long time.
And Hale, on the other hand, they actually have quite the good condition to get themselves those chicken, but it's just two teams splitting those attention of Hale into two parts, making them a bit of a punishing moment for them and make it. But back to the side of SLD, even if they got 7 elimination, it's more than enough to push them in the overall ranking still in the first day here. But for Alter Ego, look at the damage output coming from RRQ. 0 rank point, 11 eliminations. That's crazy. And VOIN again, taking an 8. I'm not sure about PERSIJA. PERSIJA EVOS taking 0 this time.
Yeah, I think they were off-screen eliminated because we were very focused on the Novo fight. That's why we didn't really see them. But this time around, it's not good for them in this round. But hey, still a lot of games to play though. Hale took back their top spot at number 1, and Yoodo Alliance dropped to number 2. But SLD, what a big climb there to number 3.
But they have to thank so much for Kenny and for Yoodo Alliance. Because of Kenny, they managed barely hanging on to that second place. If not, they've been pushed down maybe to 4th place by now. If it's not because of Kenny, I mean, like, they cannot even make it top 3. But back to the teams on the second page, you still have quite a number that still ended up with a 0. 4 of them actually still not playing here today, so that's one of the main reasons. But close enough. After 3 games, Team Secret barely score 1 point each for each of the map here. We're talking about 1 point, maybe 1.3 points. 1.3 score in each map. That's barely making it in. And Team Secret is one of the teams that used to be one of the best out there.
Yeah, it's quite a struggle for Team Secret this time around. So let's see if they can pick themselves up again. Xavier, at least they got a 2nd place finish, so we can see that there's some improvement in this round that brought them slightly up a little bit. But I think for like Team Secret and for GE, who got clutched by a single Kenny, I think they'll be looking forward to a break just to reset themselves. They can't wait for this. And for the benefit of our audience as well, the next break is going to be a little bit different than what we normally see in the wildcard or in the country PMPLs. It's going to be a longer break. It's because we're adjusting the timing because of the break fasting period that's going to start tomorrow. So that will be the case, and then we'll continue on with 3 maps without a break up until finishing of the day. So at the same time, we'd like to wish everyone happy fasting. Of course, it's tomorrow, but yeah, happy fasting everyone, and hopefully everyone that's fasting be disciplined.
Be disciplined, don't cheat.
Don't cheat, no cheating, no black plastic.
Now, we did mention about the fasting month, right? The Ramadan season. So how would this actually reflect for the players when it comes to the performance? You know, we do need a bit of those energy to keep things going. But sometimes research shows that fasting can actually increase your focus. So will they get better? Will they get slumped down?
Yes, this will be a big question mark, but we'll answer that question maybe tomorrow. But for now, we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. See you after this.
In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new supply converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the supply converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match, and once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable in the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of floor-marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform, and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Air Wrangle. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic Mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation Mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded Creation Mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in Creation Mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the minimap. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stauber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms of 4 marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate. We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready! In Imagiversary, we've added the all-new supply converter. It's super practical and easy to use. Just drag excess supplies over to the empty spaces of the supply converter and tap the button below to convert them. There are some simple rules for converting. 1. Items of the same type can't be converted. 2. The more valuable the item, the less likely it is to get it from a conversion. Throwables, attachments, consumables, and supplies can all be converted. Every 2 types of item can be converted into one of 6 fixed items. Which item you get is up to luck. If you think you'll forget, don't worry. Tap the question icon above the supply converter to bring up the rules. You'll also be able to see your successful past conversions. So, when the match starts, in addition to weapons and armor, players can now prioritize searching for attachments, ammo, shop tokens, and fuel. There's a chance to convert them into a flare gun. Hustle at the start of the match. And once you reach the mid-game, you'll be able to get ghillie suits, level 3 helmets, and more by converting. Going the traditional route of getting stronger weapons is also not a bad idea, but be sure to mark out useful supplies for your teammates. That way, everyone will have the greatest chance of getting the items they want. Lastly, the supply converter also has a chance of giving some mysterious items. We'll leave that to the players to discover for themselves.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates. If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. What's more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
And welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. After that long break, we're finally going to our second half of the day. I'm gonna be Chuchu and Serkla will be, you know what, will be the narration of your stories for today. But so far, we had such a bang when it comes to SLD just now. But all the momentum they have to offer have to be put on hold due to that long break.
Yeah, and some of the teams might appreciate that long break as well. Teams like Xavier, well, they're starting to heat up, but teams like Xavier, teams like Team Secret or GE, they are currently at the bottom. So I'm sure they will appreciate that break to just kind of recuperate and also reset themselves and be prepared for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, so far when we talked about GE, the one that really need to reset after what happened in Wrangle, that 1v4 clutch coming up from Kenny, the biggest clutch there is for today, day number 1. And we're still in day number 1, even though that long break feels like an entire different day now. But we still have 3 more maps to go, which leaves us with 1 more in Wrangle, 2 more Miramas. And speaking of Wrangle, this is gonna be the last one, Cloud, before we head into a different map and if they want to mark their territory.
Oh yeah, this will be the last one. And so far our Erangles, including our Sandhawk of course, but our Erangles have been action-packed. Like from the start, we see very early fights. Like in the previous round, we saw inside of Novo, we had GE versus Yoodo Alliance with Kenny single-handedly clutch the wildcard champion, so that was insane. In the first Erangel, we did see a couple of early fights as well, some early eliminations. So these teams, they are definitely not making it easy for each other. It's crazy what's happening in the PMSL, but of course it's also exciting for us as viewers, as casters, because there's just so much happening and the action just runs really fast. But we'll head on over to an interview with Tash.
SEA Spring 2023. I'm Tash, your host, and with me I have 2 very awesome players. I have Jumper from Team Secret as well as Demigod here to really share with me about their first day today on this tournament today. Now, first question for you guys is, okay, I'm gonna ask Demigod first. Why don't you introduce yourself to everyone, and how do you feel about the first day at 2023 PMSL SEA Spring? Is it what you expected it to be?
Hello guys, I'm Demigod from Playbook Esports. As for this day, we're kind of nervous since it's our first time to this league. Like, it's a super league. Our opponents are very much more experienced and veterans like Jumper. So we're kind of adjusting to the league, and it's like we're just the freshest of this league. So I think it's like we are the underdogs for this game.
The underdogs. Okay, now.
Oh, okay.
So now your turn. Why don't you introduce yourself, Jumper, and how do you feel about today's first day and 2023 PMSL SEA Spring? Is it what you expected it to be?
Okay, hi, saya Jumper daripada Team Secret. So, pada hari pertama ni bukan apa yang kita orang expect. Kita orang mungkin anggap dia patutnya jadi lebih bagus. Tapi ada masalah communication, ada mistake kecil buat dan kita orang tak dapat main yang sepatutnya lah.
Alright, so Jumper says that today is very unexpected for him because there are a lot of small mistakes, there are a lot of communication problems, so they didn't get to play the way that they wanted to. So my next question is going to be for Demigod first. Do you guys mind? Thank you so much. Alright, so Demigod, we know that you previously mentioned that you were dominating in PMPL MYSGPH, and now you've made a comeback into the 2023 PMPL SEA with good performances on your first 3 matches. So, your rival Jumper right now, his team is currently struggling. So, what do you have to say to Jumper as well as the Malaysian audience?
Everyone knows in the PH that we struggled from the online game since from PMPL MYSGPH, it's like Team Philippines, one team from PH, and the whole Malaysian community. And in that fact, we have these issues with our ping, so we didn't perform our 100%. Like, we didn't perform our best. Unlike in offline tournament, we are here in the venue, same internet connectivity, speed, and I think we can give our best today. So unlike them, for Jumper, stay at the bottom. So you can give this to us because you have a lot of achievement already. So give this to us for the freshies.
Okay,
So stay
okay.
at the bottom.
I love that. Stay at the bottom. All right, would you mind passing the mic for him to me? Thank you so much. Okay, for Jumper, currently your team was not performing so well. We talked about that just now. And do you think there'll be any changes or adjustments for the upcoming matches? Also, now that you know, I know that you guys have known each other since PMPL, MYSGPH, and the SEA Games. Do you have anything you want to tell him as well?
Okay, buat sekarang pada hari pertama ni mungkin kita orang kurang perform, tapi ini adalah hari pertama dan ini adalah liga. So saya harap dia lepas grand final lah, jangan jadi dekat MySG PH tak lepas grand final.
Oh, okay. So what he said was that today is just the league day. There's still a lot of things that they have to fix, but so long as they play well and it doesn't become like MYSGPH, they didn't get to the grand finals, it's all gonna be well and good. Okay, so now Jumper, what do you want to say back to Demigod? He was telling you guys to stay at the bottom.
Ini adalah liga macam saya cakap, baru hari pertama dan kita orang akan buat lagi yang terbaik selepas ini dan pergi ke grand final.
Wow, that's very positive. So what he said is that today it is just a league, so they are gonna be better and go to the grand finals. You know what? I like it. It's very positive. You know, like you're telling him to stay in the bottom. You're all about that positivity. I like it. We'll let them talk over there later during the tournament. But for now, are you guys hungry? Is the question. Are you hungry?
I'm kind of full.
He's kind of full. You?
Masih lapar dengan chicken je.
Masih lapar dengan chicken, still hungry for the chicken and very full. Perhaps we're going to be seeing a change here from Team Secret after this over to the casters. See you guys later.
Well,
Interview. But thanks, Ash, for throwing back to us. You know what? I like the roast. I like the fact, you know what? Instead of taking everything on social, why don't we just put it like face to face then?
yeah, there was one part that was lost in transition though. So Jumper did say that, well, the last time you didn't make it into the grand finals. So just saying, basically that's what Jumper meant as well. So they have banter between the both of them, but like what you say, right? Instead of social media, take it like a man, you know, bring it up
Yeah.
front. And it's always nice to see this kind of rivalries. They've been like rivals like for the longest time.
I still remember the content they make just to taunt Jumper quite a lot. I think they're best friends behind the scene for now. And like the way they taunt each other and the way they look at each other. It's like the way Demigod actually throwing things at Jumper. You can feel that he's shy about it and he's having fun at it, but at the same time you feel like it's a bit of a more friendship thing. No, you guys who are actually the fans out there who love to clash, have a bit of a drama. There's nothing going on at there as well. But back towards our board here for our top performance. Asa, we've seen these guys for quite a number of times back then, but we haven't seen the best of him just yet. And Chuanji just now, including with Rongzin, I think they have been playing such a good duo. Kenny, nothing else we can say about him too much. His actions speak louder than every number there is.
Yeah, now the challenge is that whether Kenny can repeat his performance or is it a one-hit wonder. So we'll see. We'll continue on. We have a lot of games to play though. So yeah, well, but besides that, Rosemary from Alter Ego doing fairly well. Actually, if you can't look at it, the stats, right? He has the highest damage across all, but the lowest amount of eliminations. So that's also one thing to take note of. And next up, it's going to be Irangel.
Don't worry, this is not the break time scenery anymore, okay? This is going to be the real deal. We're heading into our last wrangle of the day. And speaking of which, just to highlight about the interview, they did mention about the online-offline thing coming up from the Philippine side or the Demigod side. I agree, there are some sort of difference of distance when it comes to the countries and the region itself. Now, everything being put into the mix, we're talking about everybody having an offline performance. There's no more excuses left for these guys to say sort of the issue. So it's down to the individual skills and teamwork that have to put in a lot of effort there.
Yeah, and I gotta say, for PBE, coming in from a wildcard region and a team that generally struggled during the PMPL NYSGPH era, I think they're doing fairly well, in fact. So yeah, I expect them to continue on. But of course, it's day one, and this gives opportunity for other teams to look at what they do. So they got to be prepared to be counted if they are one of the teams that is being highlighted.
I agree. I can't wait to see, especially the teams coming up, like how for the sort of Team Secret, they haven't we don't see that sort of face that we've seen them back then. We're talking about the teams that love to play tactical, but being very aggressive about it, being very out of the box kind of a mindset, and doing things that nobody else is doing. So I want to see that sort of a Secret again that we've been missing for how many seasons? Since like what, second or third season, and then they're gone. I want to see that sort of performance that we haven't seen the longest time, and we saw a lot of teams are forcing those elimination, those kills. They need to go up, so they know for a fact that, you know what, teamwork is a must, because if you want to go for the rush, you want to go for the flush, you have to work things around with the communication. If 1 second to 1 millisecond off, and that's just it, it's gonna be gone for the entire team.
So fun fact about Team Secret, they still have 2 options to sub. So yeah, they still have 2 options to sub, and one of it is iShots. iShots, if I'm not mistaken, he is also a registered player despite him being a coach, so he can come in and do his thing. We know, we have seen iShots before. He's an amazing player, and who knows, maybe there will be a point of time whereby they might say, hey iShots, you know, bring in your experience, maybe show them how it's done, just like how last time Boyka is with well, there's so many names like JA or BTR of I don't know, whichever one. But remember those days when they struggle and then Boyka comes in and then everything stabilizes? Maybe iShots could be the key.
So you're saying that iShots basically the glue for the team. I do agree, but at the same time, when I talk to all the how do I say, veteran players, right, the players that actually been playing for quite a bit, they mentioned about this era, this new season, plus also when it comes to reason of how esports as a whole, not just one particular PUBG Mobile game, it feels like you need really young talents because they are reckless, they are hot-blooded, they are craving to prove themselves, to actually have those kind of motivation and drive. If you compare it with veterans who overthink themselves a bit too much sometimes, there's a bit downside when you have too much experience, you tend to overthink. But at the same time, they do need at least one person. I agree with you with iShots being the glue, to actually have those sort of a big brother, to have that kind of give everybody in a middle ground sort of a feeling that you don't get things too high or too low. So right now it feels like everything a bit iffy, a bit off on the side of Team Secret. I just hope they manage to reassess the situation. And speaking of the clue, right, Jumper is as veteran as you can get, as well as iShots. I mean, like, this guy has been in all the big teams. We're talking about not just regular big teams, the teams that have huge achievement out there.
Yeah, big teams, big tournaments as well. He was the bronze medalist during the last SEA Games, so I think I'm pretty sure that he has something up his sleeve that's waiting to be unleashed as well. And if any of you viewers out there must be thinking like, oh, we need a new blood, someone fresh in the scene to come in, just like Kenny, what he's shown for Yoodo Alliance, right?
Oh, yeah.
They do have Mins, which he used to play with Farang Legends before this. So for those of you who follow the scene, Farang Legend or Farang itself is one of those academy programs that is brought up from the community, and they have shown that there are a lot of players that actually went to pro teams and they make it happen. So we have yet to see Mins playing in the Pro League. He did not play a single game during the PMPL Malaysia, but he could be one of those wildcard players that could come in and just surprise everyone, just like how Kenny did for Yoodo Alliance.
Yeah, but when it comes to different region entirely, we're hovering around Indonesia area or region, and also coming up from Thai and also Vietnam now. If you mentioned about new players and new teams and young blood coming in, those teams do have like more than half. Wow, what is happening for the X? They're playing the tummy. Yeah, that's pretty cute.
Oh.
They're having so much of long run teams there. Well, I'm talking here including the Xaviers. We talk about Rabies, Frankie, Lamborghini, even Chua. they are the OGs. We're talking about they're still there. They don't need the young, new, fresh blood or whatever new idea coming in. They still can maintain. What makes it such a big difference if you compare with the teams that are having the olds and the new generation? Because right now, yeah, DBD are the teams that are actually quite new into the generations. Except for Mosgoku, he does actually look a bit veteran, but he is quite young if you compare with those coming from Thai, those coming from Vietnam.
Yeah, Mosgoku, don't let him fool you. He's not in his 30s yet even. He's somewhere around mid-20-ish. Yeah, he's about there.
Still mature for his age.
Yeah, he does look a little bit more mature than his actual age, so don't let him fool you. And I'm pretty sure he can play, but so far DBT has been doing pretty decent, so it's kind of okay for them too. SLD on the other hand, wow, this team, I think they are one of the we can consider them one of the underdog teams coming in from Vietnam, and they got the chicken dinner and they won it against Xavier, even the top team. So I think we can look forward to see like some of these new or unexpected teams actually showing up.
Oh wow, interesting. We do have Keymind playing this time instead of Pombik. Pombik, the normal, how do I say it? The usual roster we're playing, but this Sunday adding into Keymind, I'm not sure what they have when it comes to their strategy or coming up from the coach side. Is it trying out with Keymind to see how the dynamic works with the team, or they don't? They want to try something new or something very differently, or they want a breather of a fresh air? We have to wait and see how Boom will actually fare in this map. And so far in the last previous map, Boom doesn't seem to be that bottom, but they're sort of in the middle bracket, right?
Yeah, they're somewhere around there. So about Boom, they kind of lack international achievements. So out of their last 3 international tournaments, only one that they got a number 1 spot, and that was during the PMPLC play-ins. And other than that, it wasn't that great. So I think that this is also part of them just trying to get those achievements and try to adapt to the international scene as well. So let's see if that happens. So Hale, so far not too bad for them, the number 1 team in Thailand. Let's see if they can continue on their campaign in our final wrangle today.
Let's head into Rango. I'm not sure who's having this skin, but there's definitely a marvelous airplane skin. Yeah, we're having the flight from the south up to the northern side, maybe up to Zaki. There you go. It's gonna be, I feel like for Rango circles and flight path today, it feels like very generous. The flight path and the circle right on top of each other, not too far off, but it's a bit too early. Maybe still in the week 1, day 1. Feels like it's going to be generous in the center this time.
Yeah, we got like 2 right side circles, so that's kind of okay. If it's in the middle, yeah, I'll take that for day 1. Let's leave all the insane, crazy circles for like towards the end of the week, so that we can have like a little bit more fun, but that's okay. But so far, Novo, this time not contested by GE. Yoodo Alliance will have the entire Novo for themselves. So there's a little bit of a change there for GE. Other places, I guess because the flight path as well, it's generous in this round. We may see lesser early clashes, unless if any team wants to go for those vehicles. But I guess this kind of flight path, it should be alright for most teams.
Going back to you saying about Insane Circle in the last few days, yeah, we already have very first match, a very Insane Circle already.
Oh,
today,
I try.
Not get it going?
We try.
Why not get it going? We're talking about 40% of water ratio if you compare with the land. And SMB this time be favored for TS or Team Secret. They definitely are happy about this circle. It feels like you ended up right on SMB now. There's no way it can just hard shift towards the bridge or the main island. The main peninsula is just like what, 10% into that circle.
Yeah, I know, right? And plus, it can go either way. It can go up, it can go down. And if it goes down, of course, teams like Team Secret and Yoodo Alliance will be happy because they're the only 2 teams inside our military base for now. For the rest, well, you got like 14 other teams that need to make their way down. So we can expect the bridge fights to happen. We can expect some teams to take the boat or even swim across. It's going to be a big mess. But well, I mean, we asked for a kind circle, but they still gave us this circle. You know, we didn't want it, but we have to enjoy it.
I'm loving the fact this sort of circle just challenged the player about how different both Erangel is previously. Plus, one more thing, I want to see how Team Secret actually react to this as well. Are they going to bridge camp or they going for the southern part camp? Because put in your mind that they might actually having a couple of boat rotations coming from the southern part of the Sonoska military base as well. So there might be a case here for most of the teams that can actually land themselves any boat, or do they want to swim over? If they want to swim over, a lot of players will have to actually dock themselves early on to SMB, and it's great to actually to do it in the first or second phase. If you're coming in a bit too late, it's better to be very late, not in the middle sort of migration state. Now back to the side of RRQ, Nepeko actually plays so well in the previous map, but it's just so hard for RRQ to have it a very good position when it comes to the 4th and 5th circle on.
Yeah, but speaking about like the timing of entering this kind of circle, right? So assuming that it doesn't favor to Team Secret or Yoodo Alliance, we have seen in previous games before that the teams will take it very slow. 4th, 5th circle, only they start to rotate and they make a long rotation, but it also depends on how many first aids they can get. But we can see that there are some teams starting to head towards the bridge. It looks like Hale has interest to be sticking themselves up at the lighthouse, so that is a good strategy place, since if the circle does shift down to the military base island, they will have one of the earliest access to it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, because this is one of the best places they can actually be at, but at the same time, how many teams do have the same idea? Team Secret Hale happen to be visiting them right on top of it, and Gatslow will be visited with DBS in hand of none other than the Team Secret player, Isaac, taking on double down, make it even a larger Isaac! Goodness, again, this topping of what Yoodo Alliance had to offer. 1v4 against one of the best in the tournament right now.
Exactly, this topped off Kenny. Sorry, Kenny. Your limelight was taken away by none other than Aizen. This is crazy, Aizen! Wow, 1v4 clutch, and he clutched the #1 team here, the #1 team in Thailand as well. Aizen! We're gonna change his name to Insane now. This is crazy!
You're literally feeding the monster one by one without picking at the same time, giving away freely their bodies to the side of Izane. That's free without breaking any sweat coming up from Izane. He's just using one DBS, not even trying to reload it. Whew. And that's just how fast things goes down.
Man, that was something. That was a highlight by itself. I can imagine them going nuts, and Jumper just said it, you know. They're going to do their best. They're going to make that comeback. That is the start that they wanted.
God, that was insane here by Aizen. I have to say, that's like fast reaction coming up from one player. That was a different angle approach coming up from Hill, by the way. We're talking about not everybody coming up from the same sort of entrance. There's some of them coming on windows, but he's just having this big swing going over it. So calm, such composure coming from one player. And Secret, surprisingly, they are splitting into 1-1-1-1 formation. We're talking about every single player a place to guard themselves in a different compound entirely for themselves and by themselves.
Yeah, I can understand why, because they know that the military base island, or not the entire island, but at least the military base itself, at the left side there normally wouldn't be any other team dropping in. So at least if they position themselves up on these strategic locations, they can get as much information as possible, so they know how many teams will be coming in onto the military base island, so they know how to manage it from there. And a big bonus, of course, is for Aizen to pull off that clutch. Oh man, how must Hale be feeling right now? They just been eliminated by the bottom team.
I mean, like, we just finished from break. They couldn't possibly, like, right now they're probably going to have another long break due to after that 1 hour break. It's going to be adding on another 30-minute breaks for them. Definitely have to reset themselves when it comes to their mind state for the side of Hale. Now, for the other teams on the other end, it's been quiet, relatively calm before the storm hits again when it comes to the 3rd and 4th phase of the circle. But so far, everything has been doing okay for the others. Except for Hale, it's going to hurt them quite a bit when it comes to overall rank. It definitely will pull them way down by end of this map.
Yeah, that's definitely going to change a lot. We can expect, especially Yoodo Alliance, because they are in the military base island, so we can expect them to last a little bit more longer. So the highest chance for, it's a big chance for Yoodo Alliance to overtake that #1 spot. And as we did predict, like, we will get a message from a very important someone from Yoodo Alliance. So shout out.
We got it.
Got it. We knew it was coming. But we can. It's interesting to see that there are a lot of teams prioritizing the military base island as well. Despite it still being a 50-50, that it could still go anywhere.
That's kind of true. Still waiting for a circle to actually shift. It's going to be waiting for the third or even the second. Second circle is more than enough to know, is it going to be still main peninsula or is it going to be... It's not going to be main peninsula. It's like slightly off edge of it. But is it still going to be bridge or not? We have to wait for the second, or the most confirmed is going to be third phase. But back to the side of Vampires, they're taking their own sweet time here. We're talking about the teams that know for a fact, you know what, SMB is a bit too far reach from us. Why don't we just take our own time, going through all those compounds and taking all those loots while building up our resources and getting to the SMB. Still have a bit of a circle, including those main peninsula at the edge of it, but mostly we'll be taking on the left side. Look at how saturated it is. Whoever's actually got himself bridge camping, it's going to be the perfect time for them to actually farming, elimination kills.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's not our fault. We did ask for a nice circle in the middle, but this is what they gave us. You know, I just can't refuse right now. You know, every time we ask for a crazy circle, we don't get it. When we don't ask for it, they give it to us. I think we should start doing something about that.
And this is PUBG Mobile giving us on a silver platter. Not for the players, for us as viewers. But how do the players actually want to react to this is up to them entirely. It down to the IGL. How can they make this very difficult decision about the timing to migrate and transition? That's the most important. But how and which way for them to go? Because on the right side or on the east side of the bridge is quite vacant if you compare those coming up from the west side.
Yeah, because the circle is more skewed towards the left, right? So it's kind of common. Plus, the it's a shorter distance. Oh wow, we have to have an instant replay. Oh, instant, but we have to have a replay for this. Just look at this guy. Oh yeah.
Willingly.
Oh, wow. Dude. Yeah. I can understand.
Their bodies. There was 3 different entries. 2 of them coming out of the same door, and another one coming out from a bit on the left, and another one coming out from behind. He just casually swings over with his DBS.
Yeah, and I can imagine that Hale might be sitting like across them, and he's doing the taunt. Man, that's why we love offline settings, right? They can like taunt each other just in front.
Yeah, we've been there.
Mm-hmm.
So fun. Back in the days, they were shouting across the arena so loud.
Breaking tables. Those were the days.
Breaking fans, breaking tables. Oh god.
Ooh. But look at this. Adib got a knockdown onto red face. 7-9's coming in onto PERSIJA EVOS. 3 of them being surrounded by 7-9, Chuchu.
M9 trying to wrap the corners here for the side of PGE. Back to the side of Misery will be knocking down Dap. That is going to be straight on a trade here. Well, Loyo taking on Zakti. Now this feels like they're having a same spot, but the one's winning is going to be Boom Keymine, who's just stepping into this map right now, showing it as fresh as he can and giving a bit of a twist for both teams who are fighting against each other.
Yeah, wow. I mean, now we have got 3 teams at the edge of the circle with very little space to play. It's going to be crazy right now. Adibs shoots, does connect, but not enough to knock down his opponent just yet. Adibs goes in, but Adibs will be knocked down. 2v1 was a little bit tough for him.
Oh, Boom, just gonna cleaning the floor and just sweeping off all the rugs under the rugs now for both teams, for PGE. And also same goes for Sem9. Both teams are losing it so hard. But back towards our bridge here. It's going to be another bridge war for Alter Ego and SLD. Now Alter Ego do have one man being knocked and finish off straight away. But we do look at SLD having a bit of a problem of a hold there due to how Alter Ego just holding the angles. But Boom and the rest, they have to swim over because look at how everybody just leaves the left side of the map and the circle happen to be shifting towards the right side. Now, the one that actually winning quite a lot is going to be PBE. PBE coming up from the southern part.
And they went all the way down south, but SLD now forcing their way through the bridge. Alter Ego, can they stop them? Looks like they will, as PUBGM will be the next one to go down. Alter Ego left with Octa and Potato. They need to reset quickly, but oh, Octa shot down from afar. This is an opening for SLD to come in.
And they're still not rushing, that's surprising. Goes a bit hesitant when it comes to the smoke in between here. He can't see a thing across him, but here comes the nade. Feels like a perfect angle. Potato left, but wait, a bit of a reply coming up from the other end as well. But he saw Potato so low. Slither of health remains, but he keeps on spraying. Goes to trying to have a wrap and a closure, but it's just almost impossible. Potato landing himself and pull off by behind those trees in between. Ghosty resetting himself, saying goes for Potato right now. But we do have vampires.
Wait, what?
What happened?
What happened to vampires? My goodness, they got eliminated by the zone. But it's only stage 3. I guess they took damage while they tried to get in and the zone eliminated them. That's my best guess. But now Alter Ego Potato, he was lucky that he landed just behind those leaves. So that kind of gave him cover and Ghostu couldn't finish him off.
Trees buying him time. The Mother Nature works his half right now, but at the same time, look at Trunks in aggressively coming up from behind. DBD pushing forward to the side of FaZe. Just managed to squeeze through. It's going to be Mela trying to stop them from moving forward, but one of them for DBD managed to squeeze in and park himself at the back line. Now for FaZe, that's a scary thought because right now they have extra eyes behind FaZe's head. Now they have to be extra careful and extra vigilant, but DBD make it happen as Echo and Jimmy OP start to make an opening. It's going to be FaZe have to leave here and Blues and closing in. MR5 bleeding out. We do have Alter Ego being finished off within seconds on the third stage of the circle. A lot of them are going down so fast.
Ooh, they gotta bail right now because they're taking damage and worried they have enough utilities to reset themselves. But looking at the circle, next will go up, will it go down? It will go slightly down. Team Secret is in it together with Yoodo Alliance, the two teams that originally started off in the military base island.
For side of Lung, I think he decided to resort to his just swimming for a bit and buying himself a bit time while the others leaving the compound and he starts to dog himself. We do have DX fighting against GE, FaZe sharing the same compound as Team Secret, who got himself a bit of an advantage in early fights. So when it comes to Aizen, he can clutch 1v4 no problem. When it's come 1v2 against FaZe, it should not be a problem for him, provided he have to have enough utilities. FaZe down to only last 2 men. Can Aizen do it again?
Ooh, at least this time he has his teammates around him to support. But Aizen chooses to bail. DVD, they got caught off at the bridge, so they're out at number 13. But without being empty-handed, at least they got 1 elimination point. At the same time, we can see that West taken down by Chua somewhere else. FaZe Clan sharing the same compound as Team Secret.
Metla cooking up the nade. He heard the audio cue, the footsteps right on top of him, but cannot pinpoint where exactly the players are. Plays and finish off. Coming up from D. Xaviers, finish off with a player coming up from Boom. But for Mela, he's hesitant about the Nate's positions here. Back to the side of Lung, there's going to be the last player of Sam9, who just barely managed to dock himself. But GE making sure there's no way he can actually make it through the entrance into the zone. But DX still fighting against Boom. I'm not sure where the fights are happening right now, but Boom definitely is not winning as they place himself at 11th place.
Well, with 6 elimination points, so not too shabby for them. But Monboy from PBE, the man himself, they'll be doing okay. At the southern side, won't be challenged. But speaking about challenge, RRQ has moved into the house.
Now this is why Aizen pulled back just now. You had more than one teams coming in here. Let them deal with themselves first. FaZe exchanging nades with Mort, but forcing himself to go second floor instead. I'm not sure if that's a death threat by himself, but Mort trying to flush him out. But wait, Mormon? What is happening to Mormon? Denying the points, possibly. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised because there's just too much for him to handle. So it's going to be RRQ taking over this building. Team Secret still spread out on the other building, so they'll still be okay for now. And plus, they have one player, I believe it should be Jumper on the high ground, giving cover fire from afar, so it's going to be okay. Right now, I would say the bigger concern is that teams who are not in the circle, because we saw a lot of teams rotating through the left bridge. But hey, kid! Knockdown to Voldemort! Incredible toss here, quite far off from the angle as well. Aizen now trying to follow up. True what it has to be given, but Aizen just exposed himself too much as Asa coming up from the off angle. Looking over the side of Aizen, now they cannot follow through. That knockdown coming up from Kid earlier. Now Kid tossing on another nade, but nobody will be there this time. But in the meantime, we do have Team Secret fighting the RRQ. You will attract so many attention to this side. DX now eyeing out to the side of GE with 5 eliminations dominating out of nowhere. You didn't see a lot of DX early on, but now they are ranking up quite a number of those kills.
Yeah, they definitely have warmed up to this tournament, and now they're going to take it on to GE next with a high ground advantage against them. Smile just right below Chua on the left. There's Owls, but they don't know he's there. And Owls, if he don't get out of the zone, he'll be burned down alive. And there's another splat from DX.
DX going more aggressive and more reactive than before, giving a bit of a response.
Oh, splat!
To the side of GE, another one, and that's just it for GE. Losing men with one vehicle, they don't even need to have any bullets with that.
Yeah, who needs bullets, right? If you're DX and you can splat all around if you want. But at the same time, when that happened, Team Secret lost one player. I believe it was Aizen. He was holding, it was not Aizen. So it was, who's the other player? So got our boy, Kid. So they lost Kid, unfortunately. So that forced our boy to come and give back up at the compound. So he's starting to merge in together. And considering that the circle is starting to shrink, of course, they will need to start to stick together.
Yoodo Alliance now know exactly where the other teams are. It's going to be SLD. They heard the gunfires, definitely. They're trying to take advantage of it. Wrongs it down. Oleo coming up from the side flanks, with DP28. Spot out Alva possibly if he tried to get out from here, but he couldn't steal away those eliminations. Get out one knocked down, but didn't secure those points just yet. Oleo quite frustrated, trying to get into the party of those teams are fighting. But PBE, they have been very quiet for the past few minutes now.
Yeah.
Finally get into the war zone as well. Now, do they open fire? Do they try to butt into SLD and versus VOIN Esports? Yoodo Lion Kenny is here again.
Yeah, if you remember PBE during the Wildcard series, they love being a third party. So they might be waiting for the right moment. When the fight breaks out, they will come in just at that moment just to clean up and secure those elimination points. That's probably what's on their mind right now.
Yoodo Alliance playing this quietly. RIQ moving forward. VOIN start to approach towards this compound. DX coming up from the high grounds, slowly climbing down the hills here. Olio heard the queue. He heard those vehicles, but just too far for him to actually start to engage here. No first contact coming up from side of Team Secret just yet. VOIN also playing it very safe. Gosu on the other hand is going to be the last member of SLD. They just won themselves the last chicken dinner. It feels like a curse right now, that chicken.
Ooh, okay, that cat had to be there. But now Aizen, the
close enough.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a cute distraction. But Aizen, the clutch hero, unfortunately he's down, and I don't think there's any way that our boy can go and pick him up. So looks like it's going to be Jumper and our boy going to be the duo to try and do it.
A bit too far for Jumper to give extra sort of support from this angle. I do have VOIN Esports start to engage as well, but for Jumper, you can't see a thing. Everybody's indoor. There's no way for him to actually know what's happening inside unless he's there. But to get into where they're at is a bit of a too big of a risk for Jumper. I think it's best for him to actually stay low for a bit, but at the same time he's have to really pray it out that the circle will favor him right now.
Oh, but he's really at the edge, so I worry that it's unlikely he'll get it. His only best eyes is our boy on the other side, but even for our boy, he can't really see where RRQ is at. But speaking about circle, yep, he still has our boy as a marker though, but for Jumper to get across, because RRQ still has the circle.
It's quite difficult unless he can actually ninja himself into there. For PBE, now here comes the first contact to the side of DX. Rabies got clipped quite a bit. He dropped down a huge damage. Here comes the spray. A beautiful one, but close enough. Ranked must be devastated. So close of getting that 1 point.
Yeah, he almost got it though. But at the end of the day, Rabis got knocked out by Oleo from afar. So Rabis is up for grabs. Let's see if they can steal it away because Oleo doesn't have a good side to finish him off.
Yoodo Alliance still hovering around the compound, not leaving just yet. Well, the extra will revive his teammate Rabies back on his feet, but PBE is closing the distance. We talk about PBE. they're not worried about what's happening at the back line because there's nobody else behind there. What they have to focus is just tunneling the vision on what's in front. But at the same time, they are not the team that like to sit there quietly. A flying car! Oh, Leo! Nice try with the DP28, but Ghost being discovered here. PBE closing in. Left, right, center. There's somebody there, but PBE being shot down first. Half HP down for the side of Cool. But Gosu barely make it out from here.
Oh, yeah, Gosu. Let's see what he can come up with. 3 from PBE at least that he needs to deal with. The nade will be cooked up by Gosu. He'll toss it onto the side of Ranky. Ranky has a nade on his own. Gosu gotta be careful. He's been surrounded now. Cool is starting to move in with the DBS. The nade will stop Cool at his tracks. Gosu still alive for now.
Cool. Trying to keep it cool with the DBS, but Raimon down thanks to Yoodo Alliance. They're hovering their crosshair to this side as well, but SLD being eliminated next. It's going to be an open up, a big space for Yoodo Alliance to push at #1 spot here with Jumper playing outside of a fence. Nobody else behind his back. He has not a worry about what's happening behind. Has to focus on what's in front, but RKS definitely knows his dad.
Oh yeah, Jumper now. He doesn't have the circle though, so he'll be forced to move unless he chooses to deny himself to the zone. He's prepping up a nade of his own. He'll try to get a knockdown to Asa. If Asa gets knocked down, maybe, but it's gonna be tough. Even though if he opens up a smoke, it wouldn't be enough. Okay, his best bet is to get across to the left because that will get him into the zone at least. But Jumper, oh, it's tough stuff.
It's so tightly guarded by
There you go,
Asa.
there you go.
Yeah, he tries to do so, but feels impossible. The gap is just too big here for him to go over for the other fans. It's going to be the last member of Team Secret down, but Asa and the rest of RAQ taking the compound really strong. Yoodo Alliance still not moving even a budge here. Except for earlier got himself 1 elimination. The others stay quietly right now. VOIN apart, taking on DX Rabies. And DX down to only 3 men, spotted by Chua. Can he have his eyes on top of Chua? And they are not even planning to just move just yet. But Chua kind of stuck now. The rest of the teams are too bit of a stretch from him.
Yeah, right now we can see that our boy is also the last man standing for Team Secret, but he's in the middle of the circle, so he might want to hold on to that position, and he still has the circle. But the team that has the high ground right now, DX, they are in a good position, so it will be challenging if teams need to go up to the high ground, because DX, we know what they can do.
Oh, we definitely know, but do they know what they can do right now? Because right now they're kind of stuck in a rut here. Cornered themselves way too far from the rest of the others. VOIN spot out Asar finally. That's going to be RIQ trying to find where the shot's coming out from. Mort, a bit dumbfounded, a bit confused. The shots out of nowhere happen to be clipping him so much. VOIN start to push. They're going for the rush. Napeko with the A-game shot down entirely by the hands of VOIN. Alva going forward. Might actually try to force the push here as well as Lamborghini taking on Mort from the back line. DX making this matter into their hands as well. It's going to be a 3-way war, but the ones losing definitely feels like RQ.
Oh, but it's going to be Alpha taking the elimination point. Voldemort will be taken out as well. So right now, RRQ eliminated at number 6 with 3 elimination points. VOIN is moving in. They are still a full squad together with PBE. The only 2 teams with a full squad still. PBE is going to come in from the other side.
PBE going out from these structures, trying to find our boy. Team Secret last player there. DX still taking those elevations, while PBE playing around the tanks. Yoodo Alliance still have those compounds, still have those 4 walls inside of the building. Momboy spotted out VOIN players. It's going to be Keenan on the other end. But Momboy have to be extra careful. Lamborghini being shot down.
Oh.
They have eyes on top of those hills, and Lamborghini being finished off by Yoodo Alliance. Olio, where are those shots? It's coming out from the window here. Olio with that one small window to actually work around his space. Very limited amount of space to actually take a shot, and didn't even whiff or even waste it.
Oh yeah, I mean Olio, sharp eyes there onto the high ground, so that was a good shot by him. Our boy, amazingly, he is still alive, despite him being surrounded by like 4 teams. But PB is moving in. Kenny spots out Chua. Chua being pinned down, but at least they're in the circle. Now, speaking about the circle, we'll find out what the next phase of the circle is like. And looks like it's going to be somewhere around the middle where DX is at.
VOIN Esports They thought they're winning. I didn't thought that they're gonna be so much nade. Oh my goodness. PBE cool. He's done it again. We're talking about cool always be the opener for the team. He make it happen for one more time. PBE, they got the entry to the side of where VOIN Esports standing. They have to pull back, have to pull and retreat so far back. They heard the gunfire, they heard the shots just now right across. And Maxis will be their sacrificial lamb for now. But they got themselves 9 eliminations already for VOIN Esports. They're more than happy with their performance, I assure you that. But Yoodo Alliance are in there as well. Chua will slowly be closing the distance. But Yoodo Alliance pushing forward. While VOIN still busy to the side of PBE. The only one that being spotted right now is going to be our boy. Our boy will be the backstabber for VOIN. It's going to be really tough if VOIN didn't spot him out.
It was just too bad for DX. If only they maintained the 3 players, they could have hold their ground. But it's going to be more boy from afar to VOIN. Baku will be knocked out by Oleo. Yoodo Alliance seems to have this. Right now they have the most players active, but VOIN will reset themselves as Keenan will be picked up. But the zone will put pressure onto them. Our boy somehow is still alive, but Momboy is just right beside him. Alva is moving into the circle. Alva should be alright with the smoke giving cover to him.
3 teams down to only 1 player here, and PBE is the worst in condition here due to the Blues are shrinking over his side first. He has to get out from here, but the moment he pops out, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance having his crosshair. Flax will not let this go, and the Plaza finish off Momboy. There's going to be 1 more team out. I'm not sure about the score on the side of Yoodo Alliance or not, but Yoodo Alliance, despite Flax managed to hang holding on to one angle. Can he have to save on Oleo first? And Chua prepping out the nade. If he can toss it right on top of Yoodo Alliance, it's going to be 2 in 1 discount.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. If he exposes himself too much, Alpha could shoot him down and he's the last man standing. But Chua! That nade! Eliminated! 2 members at least from Yoodo Alliance. Kenny down. Flax will need to pick him up. Chua! He's holding his ground strongly, and right now, he's arguably one of the furthest away from the blue.
And not just that, he got himself a double down, secured himself 4 eliminations just by himself.
A boy
being spotted out by VOIN Esports, and that's just it. We're down to only 3 teams there, make it even almost 1. But you know what? 1 person of DZF is as strong as the entire team. VOIN Alva pushing to the side of Chua. And Chua is a bit split his attention to his 2 sides. Whether to focus on Yoodo Alliance 2 players or just taking on the other angles where VOIN Alva is just proning over that side. He popped a couple of smokes, making sure he got a bit more space, but that nade comes out on the side of Yoodo Alliance. Flex got it this time.
Oh, beautiful. And right now they have control of VOIN. And Yoodo Alliance, the first team to get a double chicken dinner. Yoodo Alliance, the break will not break their momentum. They are in this to win this.
They are on the steamroll right now after that canny clutch early today. And now getting themselves a chicken dinner. I have to say, Yoodo Alliance, what a good roster when it comes to this season. Bump up their performance and definitely what a match. We're talking about them getting double chicken in a day. If I'm not mistaken, they are the first one to get a double chicken within the same day.
Oh man, it's just day number 1. We got like crazy highlights. We got the double chicken dinner by Yoodo Alliance. We got the Izane clutch that, well, top Kenny's clutch for sure. Wow, what a day it has been. And we're not done yet with day number 1 though. Yoodo Alliance. Okay, I'm going to call this out right now. We're going to get another message very soon.
I'm not going to say no to that because you definitely will get one. Back towards Yoodo Alliance. This is setting a tone for the entire team. Their morale boosting up so much. You can see how the smiles on their faces just so bright right now. It's just so good to feel like you're doing something right this time for the entire team. They are good fraggers, yes, when it comes to Yoodo Alliance, but this adding up Kenny into the roster, making so much space for the team. Olio come up from the flank side just now, just mercilessly just dropping down all the bodies right across him. Whatever that move that he definitely will shoot with 721 damage. He got so many knockdown, but it will secure only 4 eliminations. It didn't actually justify, but it's more than enough. He's happy about it. But here comes our team to watch when it comes to our last Erangel of the day.
Yeah, and no doubt it's an improvement for Team Secret. Finally, they got into the teams to watch. and it was a good showing by Izane that started it off. And D Xavier, they are still rolling it. They still keep it going despite not having a chicken dinner just yet. VOIN, this team in one season from PMNC to second place PMPL Indonesia, they are still going strong. I mean, all these 4 teams, they have their own stories to tell, and it's just so much for us to share. In fact, Olio, who got the MVP earlier, I got a shout out to him. This guy is one of the most hardworking players around as well, and I've seen him before before even he entered the pro scene. He's just hardworking, and he joins like community scrims every day, work himself out, and now he's here MVP at the PMSL. Oh man, they all come with their own stories. This is just great to watch this year's PMSL.
Yeah, I'm feeling like this is going to be the most diverse and also at the same time most exciting season due to how much of his roster changes for some of these teams, and used to be their ex-teammate, used to be their best friend, now have to fight against each other. And speaking of VOIN as well, coming up from different background entirely, talking about the players, some of them coming from Boom back then, some of them coming up from EVOS back then, and now merging into one different banner and as a whole new team together. It feels like you know what? It feels like sometimes the players just need that chemistry. You know, if you place the players right where they need to. It's not about they're not good or just having different sort of a mindset with the team. It's just everything gels so well for the team coming up from VOIN Esports. But for Yoodo Alliance, Kenny adding into this season, definitely a big win for them.
Yeah, Kenny added in. If you notice that Ripple Boy is taking a backseat this time, so the ones that came in to replace is Flex and as well as Kenny. I mean, they boosted Yoodo Alliance, no doubt. It's a big boost because this is PMSL that we're talking about. They are some of the best teams in Southeast Asia, and so far it has been a great addition for Yoodo Alliance. And again, Yoodo Alliance, they have this magic whereby they can take like those kind of like new-ish players, new-ish players, and turn them into stars. And what a game they had in this round. 2 chicken dinners for Yoodo Alliance, maybe a 3 today.
We have to wait and see, with 7 elimination total up, rounding around 17 points right now, with VOIN only 1 point shy with 10 eliminations. Now that's a big number if you compare with all those down there. They are the only teams that got themselves eliminations here for the side of VOINs with a double digit. But DX, they are pushing way up. Now this is start to be scary because we do know DX, they're always quiet when it comes to the first few rounds or first few days, but if they're setting their tone and they know exactly what they want and they've kind of feel of it, they start to feel comfortable, they're definitely going to push up way higher. But this time, TS also having a very good start due to Isaac's performance, definitely going to boost the entire team morale. Back to the side of VOIN also, I want to mention, is this because of they putting Jangs, who recently been recruited into their lineup as a coach? Because we do know Jangs have very broad knowledge when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Well, I will give it a few more rounds before I give my opinion on that. Because consistency is key at the end of the day, right? But yeah, so far VOIN, no chicken, no problem. Nice to see them up there. If they got a chicken, of course, they'll be very nice. But another team that is starting to fall off, Hail Esports, I think it has been like 2 rounds at least that they have yet to really perform. So because of that, they're starting to fall off. Now they're at number 4. Not too bad because it's still day 1 and you can still catch up to the number 1 spot. But you know you're coming up one of the best teams in Southeast Asia, so definitely don't want to be comfortable there.
That's kind of true, but those actually on the second page. Now we're going to just ignore entirely 17th to 20th place because these are the teams that still not be playing today. They are in B group, and B group will only start to be playing tomorrow. We do have GE, the only team that don't secure themselves a double digit the entire day. We're talking about, we're done with 4 maps here for the entire day. We're down to only 2 more Miramas. And now Miramar will be one of the favorites coming from GE back then when it comes to wildcard. But we're not done yet, as we do have top performance Lapar, Aizen, Chua and Olio. Each of them do have their own highlights, especially Chua was trying to hold as long as he can when he's soloing all the way till the last minute. Olio got himself from the flank entirely by himself, guarding the entire team of PBE and just making sure he just will not let them get an entry. Aizen, you saw that 1v4 clutch.
Yeah, yeah, that tells it all, right? I can rewatch that highlight again and again. And Lapa, he is one of the top eliminators inside of the PMPL Indonesia as well, so keep your eye on that guy too. But that is it for Erangel. After this, we're jumping into Miramar. It's going to be the first Miramar of the PMSL. Best teams in Southeast Asia going up against each other, and with the new format system, with the new point system, so it's going to be super exciting. But what are your thoughts about Miramar? What do you expect?
When it comes to the map specialist, I'm going to drag my data here. When it comes to the map specialist, definitely we do know GEEK not playing. It's one of the for Malaysia side. But we do have none other than VOIN Esports. SLD got themselves also one of the best in Miramar. And, well, I'm not going to mention Vampires. Vampires is pretty good everywhere, right? So, like, they're vampires. You put them in any map, they can and perform and outshine everybody. But for SLD, they had a really good momentum here today. I'm not surprised if they can actually push forward. But back to the side of VOIN though, these are the team that you should look out for because they start to set the tone here.
Yeah, VOIN, we can see how they have been fairly consistent as well. Second place, no chicken, no problem for them, and they're still challenging for the number 1 spot. At the end of the day, if you can get the number 1 spot without a chicken dinner, well, I'm pretty sure any team will be happy to take that anyway. So VOIN, Lapa, also one of their highlight players to keep an eye on. So definitely something to look at. But on the other end, GE, I really would like to see GE do well. Of course, because they are the only team representing their country, and they are one of the 2 teams from the wildcard region. So big representations there. They are waving the flag of their country as well.
Like I mentioned, I do want to see a different sort of a wave that hitting into our PMSL this time. It's the first ever PMSL, so we want something very different. I do hope the wildcard standard can actually reach up to Southeast Asia level right now. We don't see them as much when it comes to Southeast Asia League, but they have been there for the longest time as well. But so far it feels like they're hitting the wall, having a tough time to adapt and just you know what, recounter whatever they have to face. But for the other team, example we can give here Vampires, like the Thais. I'm gonna put it as general as I can, right? Thais and the Vietnams, right? The Thai and the Vietnam teams always know how to adapt within short amount of time. Okay, their plan B will not working, they go for plan C, or plan C is not working. They have so many strategies. It feels like they can flex their way through the entire tournament freely here.
Yeah, they are very adaptable, and I think partly it's also because they have a lot of experience playing at this level, and we cannot deny as well that like those are some of the top regions or top countries within the region as well. So with that reputation, with that level of experience, they definitely have a lot to offer. And coming into tomorrow, so looking a bit into tomorrow, the group that we'll be playing is it's all about the top region teams like the Thais, the Indonesians, even GEEK Fam or GEEK SLATE is going to come in as well. So another top team. I mean, tomorrow, if today is as exciting as it is right now, I think tomorrow will be explosive.
Yep, especially tomorrow though, because it's really important for the group B is not playing right now. They have a bit of a glimpse about the rotations that they want to plan for tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be a different set of team, different set of groups. One group will not be playing, and they will start to revise about how they want to go for the rotations, how the pattern of the circle of PMSL will be, and how the flight path will actually fare for it as well. So for the group B, even though they're not playing today, they definitely have a lot of knowledge when it comes to what they want to offer tomorrow.
Yep, so we'll see, because tomorrow we'll see the return of some of the big names as well, like Yuhai coming back in, and is one of them.
Not with GEEK SLATE.
Yeah, but with BTR. So his combination with Ryzen, he's been looking forward to play with Ryzen, and they did okay in Indonesia, But right now, PMSL, it could be a different ball game for them. So let's see. All of them have that level of experience. So far, we can see that experience does play a fair bit. Not everything, but it does play a fair bit.
But back to the side of GEEK, SLATE and BIGETRON Red Villains, right, BTR. What are the odds for Yuhai to actually fight the same group? And it's going to be with the entire same group. We're talking about the entire week here for GEEK, SLATE and BIGETRON Red Villains to have the same grouping as well. And you have to fight against one of your best ex-teammates there.
Yeah, I know, right? It's funny, right? Like BTR and GEEK, SLATE, same group, and then you got the storyline of Jumper and Demigod, and they're in the same group as well. It's like, wow, what are the odds, right? You can get like at least two storylines in the same group. I'm sure there are other storylines as well to tell for other groups, but I guess this will be sort of highlight groups, and tomorrow will be very interesting to see how Yuhai, if they happen to be like, oh, final circle, and then it's like BTR, Yuhai still alive together with GEEK, SLATE, so it will make a really, really nice story to tell.
At least we don't have FaZe Clan in the same crew as none other than Vampire Esports. Now that's going to be another story to tell. But back to the side of DX, they definitely try to reassess their situation right now. It feels like they are not having working things out like how they want it to be. But we can see that Tony K feels very happy with this new lineup with him. Got Newsy in that fray as well. I do want to see how they will actually fare when it comes to this revamped sort of Vampire Esports. But Yoodo Alliance, they are they're making the first record here with Double Chicken in a day. Now, can they get a back-to-back when it comes to Mirama? Are they confident about it?
Oh, PERSIJA EVOS went missing. At least two of them though. So I'm sure they'll be back very, very soon. Probably doing their, I don't know, maybe their personal prayers or something. Just like what their coach will always say. But we have another swap again from Boom. Okay, they've been swapping players around. Bubuhu swapped in with Pombit this time.
Yeah, I mean like Pombit has not been playing the last map as well. They swapped him over with Keymine. But I guess now this time they are trying to interesting. Was it Razy or Pombit? I think it was Pombit before as well. Huh. So it's going to be Pombit will be replaced by Keymine, and then it's going to be Bubuhu playing as well. So I think it's pretty much the same as the last one, I guess, because Pombit didn't play the previous one as well. So not that much of a difference, but it's going to be a different map entirely.
I just want to point out that the I noticed that he tried to give the love sign and he got a, you know, the thumbs up thing. It's like, oh, love, but no, bromance sort of thing. But I'm still wondering where the twin is though. We have not seen him in action yet. I mean, PERSIJA, EVOS, middle table right now, not too bad. But does it warrant a change? Maybe. So we'll see. Because I think that with that kind of stacked lineup, right, like Luxy-Zuxi combination, I'm sure fans would expect a lot more from them. So hopefully they'll be able to live up to the fans' expectation. That's going to be another thing too.
Oh man, you look at the distance between the both of the teams, right? If they manage to actually taunt the others on the other end, they are the one who actually eliminate them. It's going to be really all about the mental games. They can taunt right just across. Yeah, maybe that's what Aizen did, you know, once he clutched, and then maybe, because we don't really know exactly where they're seated, or maybe they're somewhere across, Aizen's like, yeah, hell yeah, or something, I don't know. It would be nice if we can get, you know, like the player audio from that. That would be fun to hear what they say. I always love to see the team comps come out from each of the teams, especially when it comes to a FPS game like PUBG Mobile Battle Royale. You imagine how chaotic it can get if there's like so many teams and you happen to be in between them. Imagine team comps, how it sound like, the shoutings and everything. Yeah, and as expected, my message has has came in. Well, we got to shout. Yeah, we got to shout out to a very important person who has helped the scene a lot as well. So thank you so much to Takman, who's a very important person for Yoodo Alliance, who's been with us for many seasons now, supporting the show, supporting PUBG Mobile, and Yoodo Alliance has grown to where it is with his support. So shout out to him. Yep, an awesome guy, very humble, big boss, by the way. Now we're gonna head over to our first Mirama map of the day as we're done with Rengal. Are you guys ready? Let's head into our first Mirama of first week in the first day of PMSL. And not just that, by the way, Cloud. We need to thank all the viewers and Mr. Tuckman for staying with us since season 1 until now, and sticking with us throughout the entire years of PUBG Mobile esports scene. We don't know how much longer we'll be here, but we definitely love you guys. We love you guys a lot.
Mwah. Okay. But yeah, love you guys. Okay, that's funny. But love you guys so much. Thank you so much. I mean, you know who you are. We see your names. Honestly, if we want to say every single name out there, it wouldn't be possible. But you know who you are. You're stuck with us for many seasons now, and we appreciate that you come and watch us. So, love you all so much.
Feels like a goodbye from us now. We don't know how much longer we'll be here.
it's just day one. Calm down.
Well, hopefully. But back to the match. We do have the fight path more favoring towards the northern side. And PBE on there, then they love to drop here. They drop around while the mine just climbing back up to its around in case of creative field. They're taking their own time to make sure they are not interrupted during their looting time. But I want to see if there's any hot drops, because mind you, speaking of hot drop, GE again now facing the side of SLD. SLD love Mirama so much. They are taking the most point when it comes to the sort of Vietnam regional finals and their entire league. They got the most point here. Look at how confident they are to force a fight.
Yeah, and it's against GE though, and now they have eliminated Ichi, so they know that this is the team at number 16 now. So that would boost their confidence level to try and flush the rest of GE out. They're going up to the second floor. One of them is super duper low. IS will go down, and that's going to be another one. Smile, definitely not smiling to that. GE, in an instance, down to the last man.
Oh man, feels like the break just now didn't actually reset himself. Kind of having a really rough day, first day for GE, but Origin shot down by Assam from afar. It's gonna be RQ having their eyes over this side as well. The moment you start to shoot for these guys, you'll be like magnets. It's gonna be the compass for the players for their north. They are moving straight towards those gunfires that are being heard, and Assam being very sneaky. Not really that much when it comes to bullet. Doesn't have a vest, but you know what? He still can secure a kill. Can he finish things off?
Can he? Looks like not. So he'll be counterfired upon by Gosu. So now they're going to try and chase him away. But Asa holding his ground though, and they do have the circle. So Asa can hold his ground for quite a while his other teammates might come in from the other side. We can see that Voldemort's on the other end. So they might try to surround this area to secure a couple of elimination points.
Voldemort still trying to tap it over. It's really not showing any mercy here. Craving for those blocks. Even denied their mobility by making sure they have flat tires with those vehicles. They're making it really tough. RRQ taking advantage as much as they can. This is really smart move coming from RRQ, really. Back to the side of VOIN Esports, Maxius and the rest of them having a bit of a domination towards this compound. Nobody will challenge them, and same goes for Yoodo Alliance. Trying to find vehicles is going to be their primary objective for now, to find those vehicles going. If they can get all pickup trucks, why not? But so far they have to settle it down with a minivan. Even it's slow, but at least you got something to work around.
Oh yeah, that's a new vehicle, by the way, that's currently in the game. So it's going to be a Bigfoot. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, so this is going to be new that they are able to use.
Big wheels now?
Oh yeah. But we haven't seen how they're going to do it practically. They are the monster truck.
Oh, that's huge. I didn't know they actually put it in the tournament. That's insane. It's a good one as well, but if you're not driving it carefully, you're gonna flip your vehicles really easily, by the way.
Well, I'll be looking forward to see how they produce, how they use it like practically, right? Like if
Do
in
they
like
want to take it?
Warzone.
Question is, do they want to take it?
Well, Yoodo Alliance has a choice now, so it'll be interesting to see how they would use it in a practical situation. Oh, Victorious has one as well. Seems to be spawning quite often. There you go.
Real life monster truck. It's so hard to climb up to the driver's seat because it's too high.
Yeah. Unless if he
I've been
jumps
on
though,
one.
because he's taller. Just
I've
saying.
been on one. I'm so short. I hardly can make it in.
Did they give you a stool?
I wish.
Oh, okay. Now I can imagine you probably climb with a rope or something.
Thanks for that, brother. Thanks. Back to us, none other than PJE, or none other than PERSIJA EVOS. Red Face, well, he tried to get himself the vintage point right. Tried to get a very wide angle, but it's just really not making it any easier for him. Pombit on the other hand, gonna follow Key Mine. Pombit is playing. Boo Hoo is not playing now. A bit of swap there. Feels like Pombit do have maybe they are trying the chemistry with Keymine right now. Feels that way.
Yeah, I guess so. I think it's high time for them to swap around, because if you look at Boom's position right now, they only got like 15 points and they're at number 13. Team Secrets catching up to them, and Boom, they are champions of Indonesia. So I'm sure they want to keep that reputation intact. So they're doing everything they can right now with those substitutions.
On top of Hacienda right now do have the vampires. Now have to remember, information is key. They need to send out the scouters to actually see what's happening outside. In case of Kenan, it's going to be really tough for him to actually see through what's happening next to him. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance. They're sharing the same compound right now. I'm not sure if they actually do have a clue about it. I feel like they do. Maybe that's why they're a bit more cautious when it comes to picking those buildings. As Kenan will try to look himself up. He's a bit too far from the rest of his teammate. If Yoodo Alliance happens to be here again, that's a big problem, because right now Yoodo Alliance have really positive mindset about their confidence level. They are on a steamroll. They are getting quite a number of chickens plus those eliminations, placing at first place. They just need to maintain this sort of a tempo.
Yeah, and they shared the same area with VOIN. It would have been fun to watch them try to take out VOIN, but looks like they're not that. But you realize they're not that kind of team that likes to take that very, very early fight. They like to take it a little bit later. So not too much of a surprise that even though they know that someone's there, they'll be like, okay, we chill for now, we loot up, we get into a good position, and we try to stop other teams from coming in. Boom, on the other hand, they still need to find their footing, doing a little bit of scouting work. Nepeko tries to take down Yummy, but Yummy gets away.
Just peacocking right now. I feel like it's a bit of a greeting. First contact coming up from Nepeko, just to give away a bit of his position, and just gonna make sure that Boom pull back, not to breach this area too much. There's ours to take, and the moment he just gonna make a U-turn, I think Nepeko just gonna go back to his looting, back to its building his gears. Alter Ego on the other hand spreading quite a stretch here. We're talking about them trying to make sure knows one player to place on the scout or the watcher to make sure nobody actually going into this compound, but crater field it is. Where whoever's not at the edge of the crater field, if you get in the center, in the pits of crater field to get those compound, it's great. If you're not, you're playing at the edge of the high grounds there. We do have Sem9, one and lowly player. I don't know why they're so separating themselves for Sem9 players there.
I guess with the previous circle is that they tried to probably do some scouting work, get information, but maybe a little bit of an overextension for Loyu. Plus Loyu is one of the entry fraggers, so it's difficult if they lose one of those entry fraggers like at the stage 2 of the circle, because you definitely need a lot of firepower in stage 6 onwards where everyone is so close. So not the start that Sem9 would have wanted. But for PERSIJA EVOS, good circle for them because they secured that high ground just beside of crater fields, and that is an amazing key spot for them to park themselves and just to observe other teams coming. But speaking about teams coming, it's going to be RRQ.
RRQ versus Team Secret here. And at the same time, it's going to be 2-2 formation coming from RIQ. The other two coming from the back line. Just now we saw them going, passing by. But Mpeko definitely will
Nate.
have a toss with this Nate. And that's just it. Oh man, Team Secret, they just made themselves a bit of a tiny progress and now have to go back at the line where they might ended up in the bottom 16 again.
Yeah, the fact that DVD and GE is still alive, so they have an opportunity to catch up on the Team Secret, but number 16 for Team Secret, like what you said, just when they were starting to warm up, now it's number 16 again for them. They need to go back to the drawing board.
I see you, Microboy, what you're trying to achieve just now. Trying to steal the way, but it's a bit too far. Tall order. Yoodo Alliance moving their trucks. A monster truck. Double monster trucks. Going to the next compound. They're trying to find as high places as possible. But Crater feels the golden place right now. If you want to go in, now is the best time. The reverse is real, but he's having a bit of a struggle here with this monster truck. Do have a couple of players right on top of the high grounds as well. Asar will be leaving here. He heard the footsteps coming from Vampires and decided to reunite with the rest of the team possibly, but he feels like very lonely here. I'm not sure where are the rest of the teammates, but they are definitely parting ways due to two of the players taking down Team Secrets as a whole just now. The other two are venturing and navigating themselves into getting a better compound to work around.
I wish getting into Cradle Fields was as easy because you got PERSIJA Esports at the high ground, PERSIJA EVOS at the high ground. Now Vampire spots out RRQ, but that's going to be warning shots from Newsy. Looking at the circle again, PERSIJA Esports in a prime position. There's going to be a key area that teams need to face against if they want to get into the circle.
At the same time, DX is splitting into 2-2 formation, while PBE will be a hard keep by the side of DX any way they want to go. We're talking about the north or the south part. We do have two players of DX waiting there on top of Crater Field, while Rave is pushing forward towards the center of it, while DBD taking the high possibly ground as possible. Yoodo Alliance were having a bit of a tough time to actually re-counter fire. We're talking about the distance, we're talking about the angles here. And there's nowhere for them to actually toss any sort of utilities at this point. The only thing they can actually use right now is smoke away and run out of there.
Ooh, boom. Coming up to the high ground. And Vampire happens to be below them. Newsy opening up just to give a different angle. So that's a good move for him. So they will have a different coverage at least. And Newsy is aware of Boom's presence at the top. And look at this. For Vampires, they're playing by the edge of the circle. It's likely that the circle will move away from them, so it's something they need to be prepared of. But Boom is not going to be making it easy for them.
I love how Yummy actually played this time. Oh, but when it comes to Nate, he's remarkable. When it comes to Spray, close enough. Back to the side of Stone. Newsy actually making it in. Now in the front line, Newsy making an open space for the rest of Empire. Slowly closing in the distance between Boom. Razy, Pombe, all the rest of Boom are more than aware, taking a bit more cautious. But how Vampire approach and react to this, they have to be fast because PERSIJA walking around the corners. They might be the third party. Zaxia and Microboy are closely, very closely behind. Newsy again tapping out towards the side of Yummy. Pombe and Razy, they are spreading, making sure all angles covered. But at the same time, Keymind a bit distracted to the side of PERSIJA EVOS.
Ooh, and Newsy, I thought he was going to rotate away, but looks like he's going to take up the challenge. He's going up to the high ground, but Sky only will be gunned down by SLD. SLD will be able to pick up Gosu. Same time, SLD, they're still on the outside of the circle, but with that elimination point, that should give them some confidence to get inside. But now Vampires, look at Tony K, is opening up to the left as well.
Newsy still trying to get a loose end about how Boom trying to defend this. Now pushing himself with a lot of energy, boosting himself up, and now trying to go for the pick. He's gonna do it. He's cooking up the nade, making sure he got the perfect angle. He heard the audio cue. It's gonna be Keymind, his main target here, or even Yummy, who's proning down. He definitely needs to send up right now, and there goes the nade tossed about.
Oh.
And he got one. It's gonna be Chuanji on Tiger X, a different angle entirely. As SLD pushing forward. Hill, on the other hand, are running away from this fight. That monster truck will not hold on much longer. Finally down. SLD there on Rabbit, on rampage right now. They try to secure for more eliminations. There's already 6 in the bag.
Oh, they're definitely shining like diamond now, and they're not done yet though. Hail. What are players down? Tiger and FaZe Clan moves in. FaZe Clan wants to be a third party, but at the same time they might lose MR5. Gotta be careful there. PUBGM now super duper low. Needs to reset himself. Currently going in for the heal. Throws in. May not be able to be saved, but FaZe Clan may lose another player, and yes they will.
Mormon tried to finish off Tron G, and that's going to be cleaning up so much work for the team. And there's going to be another one down left with only one player here. Slither of Hells remain PUBGM, fighting for his life, but SLD, who would have thought they got himself on the roll and finally being put on hold as everything unfolds for the side of FaZe, winning over that fight. But we're not done with the three-way war of Asa, RQ, Boom and Vampires on top of this hills just yet. But another one already wrapped down. And it's going to be FaZe winning that quite big, finish off the run from SLD.
Oh, but look at Yen's position. The only thing is that if he gets knocked down up there, there's nobody that can save. But speaking about saving him, he gotta save himself because he's on the outside of the zone. He probably has a vehicle and he can exit from the back, but it's still being surrounded by VOIN. But he tries to get as much as possible from this situation. I wonder where his vehicle is at. Can't see. Oh, okay, finally. So at least he has a vehicle for sure. It's a matter of exiting to the back, and he has his teammates as a marker, so it should be okay for Yen.
But problem is, it's not in the circle climbing down this hill. Look at the struggle. The control coming up from this guy with his buggy. You know, it's so well. He barely make a flip, but RQ and Peko being spotted out by the side. I'm not sure whether it's going to be Boom or Vampire shooting from afar, tagging himself down for a bit. But Vampire's definitely got the vintage view, but the problem is, are they going to be in the next circle? Because all these 3 teams on the northern side of Crater Field trying to just take around this compound by themselves. They have one more player behind them, one more team they have to actually scout out. Vampire's taking on Boom. Yummy on the ground, Newsy. Knocked down, but no execution. But next one, Yoodo Alliance versus VOIN Esports. It's gonna be a rush.
Oh, so the top teams going up against each other, and Lapa will be eliminated by Flax. Alpha needs to reset himself, 10% health left, but Alpha chooses to go in. Flax will be knocked down. Alpha is still alive. Leo is coming in. Leo coming from behind, and Leo will save his team, and now they can reset as a full squad.
So close of losing that one. As long as Kenny alive and the same gets Volio, they can make it happen. Back to the side of Vampires. RQ marching towards it. Boom, Pombit is right across them. They see it through. They saw his head.
Pombit.
He's gonna go for the choke, and Pombit finished off, and Boom is having a bit of a problem here.
Oh yeah, Razy might be pressured by the blue, so not sure how he's gonna get through this, because there's RQ and Vampire up on the high ground. He should be able to slip in, not sure. Okay, he should be able to slip in looking at their current position. But what's going to be important is next phase on circle. Let's see, will PERSIJA EVOS gets it still, and yes, they will.
RQ, Boom, and also the side of Empires. They have to go through this fight and wrap things up really fast enough. There's only going to be one team surviving coming out from the northern side. PBE coming out from the northwest. While DX just passing by Sem9 and PBE in time. While PERSIJA on the other hand still struggle. RQ Napeko still hanging on his life. Boom finally down as the last player finished off at 13. It's down to RQ and Vampires. Do they back away? Do they part ways and decided they're gonna call it a truce for now?
Boom, still a lot to work on as they got eliminated at number 13. Now it's going to be between RRQ. But looks like they're gonna bail this. They're not gonna continue to fight. Get Slow might not have that option though, as DB comes in, but they have other teams to worry about. QEON is still alive. Yoodo Alliance on the right in the circle. DVD still on the outside. They try to gather as much information as possible to make that decision on where to rotate next.
Jan spotted out the rest of FaZe Clan. Newsy trying to think about how to get in the center of the circle, how to get inside of the safe zone. They have to climb down. The problem with this sort of terrain, the moment you start to climb down, everybody can see it as clear as a daylight. Back to the side of Rat Face. PERSIJA, EVOS, keeping a taps onto the teams behind them somewhere. But they do have to deal with DX, who's actually sharing The same sort of a mountaintop with them. There's actually on top of Crater Field, lower ground, inside indoors. Inside of those buildings will stay safe for quite a bit, but PBE being snatched by DX from the back line. Ranked kind of stuck there. Echo with the AWM, the best weapon to actually use right now. Here comes the tap. It didn't actually connect.
Yes, it did, and he stole an elimination point away. So that's a good one there coming from Echo, but you gotta get ready because someone's waiting for him at the shack. Lamborghini knows exactly where PBE is at. They're gonna throw everything onto PBE. Ranked is in trouble right now to get away cool. That nade could land onto them. That nade, will it land nicely? Not yet, but looks like they still survive to tell the tale.
It's best for Ryman to play around the corners, down the foot of the hill here. Feels impossible task for them to actually go and climb up where the X are. But for Lamborghini, everything is just right across him. It's on the silver platter, but the problem is he doesn't have more utilities to actually use those nades and mollies. No more for him. Yoodo Alliance keeping a bay out to the side of DBD. Well, Hale gets low. Nobody actually spot him out. Echo is right across there. And Echo with the AWM trying to open up as much space as possible. But for Yoodo Alliance, all there is this shack hanging on their dear life. While DBD start to close their distance. Here comes Echo pushing forward. But Micro Boy might save the hack for Yoodo Alliance there. Keeping the tap to the side of DBD, holding their compound. And at the same time, halt the movement come up from DBD. They can't actually push through. Micro Boy with a scar L. Giving so much trouble for DBD.
Oh, and PERSIJA EVOS still has the circle with the high ground. So it's going to be an advantage for them, but DBD right now is up to Yen. Let's see what he can pull off, but at the same time we can see that Radin Luke tries to get one onto Get Slow, and Get Slow will be eliminated.
It's going to be 12th placement for Hill. Only 11 teams remaining with Luke cooking up the nade to the side of DBD. Yen Lamborghini drop himself as a slip on top of this high ground. DX trying to climb out as fast as they can. Didn't work out farewell for them. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand still holding on to this small shack, but they cannot hold on much longer. They need to get out, but Yen is keeping them at tab. It's just so hard for them to leave here as long as Yen alive. They need to take down on Yen, who's focusing on different side entirely. It's gonna be the last member of DBD.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, he was surrounded at the lower ground. There's nothing much he can do for there. So 5 elimination points right now for Yoodo Alliance as D Xavier holding their ground. Lamborghini needs to be picked up. At the same time, we can see on the right side, look at the amount of teams. So Leo will be eliminated by Misery from afar, and Flax will do the same.
Yoodo Alliance, there's still one more player behind them. How can Flax leave this shack right now? One of the team members, 2 of them might be knocked down right across him, too far. How to save them? He tried to get himself this monster truck to push forward as fast as he can. He need this vehicle going, but this huge vehicle, yes, it got huge tire, but you're attracting too much attention. Everybody can see you through. He got a couple of bullets being shot. He still can survive long enough. But RRQ on the other hand, Alter Ego spreading themselves with Raimon behind there. He's going to be playmaker for Alter Ego. It's going to be a bit of a backstab, but here comes the spray Asa. Closing up.
Ooh, but Raimon, look at this. Somehow he still survives behind that Adib. So we got now by Zaxi. I believe that could have come from the high ground. Seeing that Adib's finished off by Zaxi. Rabis will be eliminated as well. RRQ playing by the edge of the circle. They should be able to hold their ground still. But PERSIJA EVOS, their current position seems to be unchallenged. But Vampire, they have a plan too. Newsy now one of the peaks in this circle. So if he is able to get himself onto the other side, he would have a good position to try and shoot down other teams.
Zaxi making it so hard for DX to actually go over the other side. That's why we saw so many players of DX sliding down just now. Vampire shredded, almost even none. His vest is nowhere to be seen. His helmet barely make it. Still got on Mela. But Schweppes, you're trying to finish things off with Stone behind him as well for support. Here comes Tony K. They tried to mooch, not mooch, wait, what? Tried to march towards and just finish off FaZe. Here comes the Molly, burning off MR5 alive. It's going to be Vampires dominating for now. He got himself an upgrade of loot as well, and that's FaZe going down at 9th. But he doesn't have a vest. For Vampires, they need the resources. They need to replenish themselves.
I'm sure this place could use a smooch instead of being eliminated. But
Oh my god.
they'll be with us for a while. But Xavier, now they have the high ground advantage, but Yoodo Alliance going to struggle here to get up to the high ground as Nuzi gets one for himself. There's 2 still active, but Kenny will be finished off. Ade Luke, the last man standing, tries to pick up his teammate. Nuzi doesn't have a good angle to take them all out.
If only he got that one molly or one grenade, it's more than enough to clear those angles, to clear those corners. But Nuzi, he's definitely not happy with this, but he have to keep tabs on the side of DX as well. Asa will be marching in, but Alter Ego is too many, but he still can get one. Asa knocked on the ground. RQ, where are the rest of them to give support? But Voldemort next is down to only one last player. Rosemary finished off the side of Voldemort. It's going to be in a Paco, still holding on to a side of Mod, and Asa knocked down. Fnatic will be revived by Octawell. Rosemary trying to buy himself a bit of a space there, giving a bit of warning shots not to come over, but Rosemary trying to push forward as Mott coming up from the flank side. Yoodo Alliance eliminated after that double chicken dinner, but Mott still fighting around this angle with Rosemary.
Yeah, 1v2 for more. There's a nade will coming for the other side. And that is it for RRQ being eliminated by Alter Ego. Number 7 for elimination points for them. And now look at the circle. PERSIJA EVOS still has it. Vampire has it as well.
9 eliminations for Vampires with a mini 14 on News's hands. Everything is possible. It's scouted out, spotted out Octa. What DX taking on PBE in the back line. They are placing themselves at 6. We're down to 5 teams. But Chua! No! He made it enough. No, never mind.
Yep. Yeah, Dep was waiting for him. So Dep took advantage of that. So he went for a dip, but I guess he didn't expect that to happen though. So now it's down to Frankie, the last man standing for Xavier. He knows where Dep is at after he eliminated Chua, but Frankie is not going to take that risk yet. He knows he's in a comfortable position, but look at who's unstoppable. 10 elimination points right now for Vampires.
They are sucking the blood out of all these players right now. Vampires taking at full potential with his high grounds. They love this map so much. It's their main map, or the signature map, come from Vampires. Nuzi keeping an eye out from the high grounds, giving so much information for the rest of the team. Now he needs to get out, but his buggy got a bit of a stuck with the gravity, hold him in. Taking your time. It's okay, Nuzi. It's okay, take your time. The other Shrubs and Sona on the other hand, trying to see from the flank side if can they actually see through Fnatic of Alter Ego. The last player that is for Alter Ego at the same time.
Yeah, I really like what Nuzi did. He's just repositioning his vehicle, so he knows that if anything happens, he can make a quick getaway instead of like you're in the awkward position, you need to still reverse and all that. So he's taking this time because he knows that he has this moment to do it, rather than later whereby he might not have that moment. But speaking about moments, looks like Frankie is still on the outside of the circle, but he has Microboy to deal with, and he has no idea where Microboy is. He doesn't have the vision. But I'm curious to see what's going to happen on the northern side, whereby we still have that one player on the outside of the zone.
That's true. For Microboy, he doesn't have much utilities to work around. We're talking about no grenades, no mollies, one first aid, or one mat kit, shredded almost as fast, halfway through his helmet. He needs to just buy time, play around with time. Fnatic is slowly climbing up. This is going to be a very steep slope here we're talking about. Trying to push himself forward, but worried if the moment he picks out, there'll be somebody eyeing over this side. The moment he picks out, it's going to be a headshot. And that person is going to be Nuzi.
Yeah, Nuzi has a clear view in case he moves, so Nuzi will be prepared for that. On top of that, we got Shrubs on the lower ground as well, so it's going to be tough for Fnatic. And the fact that Fnatic is really by the edge of the blue, and after this the zone will close entirely, so Fnatic will be forced to move anywhere. And now with the smoke screen popped up, Fnatic knows there's someone on the left, but he has no choice. He has to move, if not he'll need to deny himself.
It's true. Nuzi. Vampires feels like this is theirs to take. Everybody else is just one player left, and Fnatic They definitely want to actually pick out, but Nuzi has been keeping a tight rein on them. Spotted out casually for Nuzi. You know, hey, I got an extra here. Why not just give it away? Yeah, I got extra point there, but spotted out Fnatic. But a bit of a counter fight coming from Fnatic, making it so hard for him, but still coming up from Stone. What a nice synchronization between the players.
Beautiful teamwork there by Vampire Esports. My oh my, that was just seamless for them to execute. And pretty much this is it. I mean, like, Nuzi's in a position that he can't be challenged. There's one left. Frankie goes down. It's going to be Depp, the last man standing for Sam9. Nuzi will just come in. They're surrounding Depp, and it's definitely going to... Wait, what? Could this be the moment for Depp? Wait!
Oh boy. Depp getting on Stone. This is not great for Vampires. They're letting this off, slipping off their fingers. Is this a clutch? From Sam9, can they actually do it? But Nuzi, his jump shot! How? Sam9 got it! It was supposed to be Vampires!
Holy smokes! Juju, what just happened? Oh my god, Deb! The return! Oh, that was insane! Clutch 1 victory against Vampire Esports!
No way! They must be devastated by now. The jump shot coming from Nuzi, he was so sure. He was so confident he would actually clutch it. But that didn't happen. Sam9 Dap still survived before the team secured the extra 10 points more with that last shot coming in. That perseverance, that discipline. That was a huge win for Sam9. What a great clutch of a chicken from this one small guy who offers so much for us today.
You know what? This reminded me of the time where he threw a pan onto iShots and got the chicken dinner for Sam9 at some point. And this is like I'm getting a deja vu out of it. It's not exactly the same, but now he's clutching out against the 3 from Vampire Esports. This is crazy. I mean, this is the player that they've been missing, and this is the return of that. And because they were missing, they struggled. Because they were missing that, they struggled in PMPL MY. And now with that back, look what he can offer. Oh my god, damn!
I mean, like Vampires, yeah, they got themselves quite a number of eliminations, but to wrap things up, to secure that chicken, that was a huge one taken away by Sam9. If I don't want to be the player for Vampires right now. That is such a big disappointment for themselves. They thought they had it. They had 4 men before.
Exactly.
And Sam9, that one player take it away.
Exactly, it should have been Vampire. They had like, okay, you got the high ground guy, you got like 2 guys at the low ground. You kind of surrounded Deb, but Deb clutched the 2 at the low ground back to back. And when Nuzi came in, Nuzi still at the high ground, and you would think like, it's gonna be Nuzi, right? Come on, it's Nuzi. But Nuzi lost that fight 1v1 against Deb. It's just mind blowing what it did.
It has been a privilege. It has been a privilege for us and a treat to actually witness so many clutch of 1v4 today. We're talking about 1 versus entire squad. Solo versus squad. We're not even kidding. 3 times in a row today. And all of them coming up from Malaysian teams.
Oh, that was crazy. You know, now I'm worried that my neighbors will call the cops. But that was, oh man, that deserves a highlight by itself. Okay, so now I'm starting to like, okay, which is the better clutch now? Is that the Izane one or the Dep one? Arguably the Dep one, just because of how...
The chicken.
Yeah, the chicken's one thing, but the positioning of his opponents arguably is tougher to get the clutch.
He was playing around the side of a hill. This is so difficult with this angle for him to actually know exactly where those jumps coming up from. It feels like an impossible task for Sam9, but they did it. They take away those 10 points from the hands of Vampires.
Oh man,
just
but
4 points. That 4-point difference make a big thing. That is like, oh.
True, it could have been 25 points, including depth elimination for Vampires, but they had to be happy with 20. I mean, 20 is a great number, so I'm not going to lie about that, but they would have been like, it could have been 5 points extra, right, in total, but yeah. Just Dev had to be the party pooper here. Man, that was, we're just day one, Choo Choo. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in, like, the entire PMSL.
That's true, and this is by far the highest eliminations as well, coming from Vampires. That 14 is the number today. But when it comes to the clutches, so I mean, we've got 3 great highlights, 3 amazing highlights of 1v4 today. The first one was Canny coming up for Yoodo Alliance, right? And then Sam9 and the Team Secret. All of these are Malaysian teams, so the Malaysians are better when it comes to solo versus squad then.
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah. 3 teams got their own highlights, clutch highlights. Who knows, maybe DBD might be next. And maybe tomorrow will be GEEK fam. I don't know. This is going crazy. But okay, look at the overall ranking. So Yoodo Alliance still maintain their number 1 spot. SLD climbing up to number 2. Wow. I mean, in general, people wouldn't say that SLD would be that top 3, but they're proving everyone wrong, so that's great to see. But I would still love to see GE at least break that double-digit curse at this point.
They need to. For GE, feels like they are in a slump right now. They're barely making progress from the last map to this map. Now we're heading over to our last map of the day, another Miramar later on. They need to bump up the numbers because we do have one more group not playing, which is going to be Group B. And teams in Group B are the teams that are really scary as well, and we're not even kidding here. But back to our top performance, we do have Schraps. There's no surprise for us anymore. Schraps, when it comes to his nades, is just incredible. He's such a formidable player that's so hard to find his flaws. But Dap just now, Dap, he stole the highlight from everybody else, including Newsy.
Yeah, I mean, welcome back, Dap. Welcome back. He took an academic break, and looks like his performance didn't went down despite his academic break. And yeah, he's still putting in that performance. 6 elimination points for him. But Newsy did a lot of work as well, so you gotta give it to him being that high ground person and took a lot of elimination points away. But Miramar is going to be our final map again. Surprises after surprises, Choo Choo. I mean, the next Miramar, it's really hard to tell what's going to happen.
The expectations that bar standard is so high right now. We're talking about the first days this good, man, things cannot get even better from here on, right? But back to it, when it comes to DAP, is having that break for academic break. Now he's getting wiser, definitely, with that kind of clutch. So study, guys, make sure you study and don't leave your academics behind, okay? Because that's how good you can get if you actually study. But back to our next map, which is going to be Miramar. We do see a lot of teams that showing off their fangs, or already starting off their engines, not warming up anymore, and start to push in. It's going to be one of the Vampires. We cannot deny that anymore. And the fact they are taking a bit of a reign over Miramar, it just shows how comfortable they are when they're playing those high mountains, those high terrains. They know how to work around it, but it's just having a bit of problem with that closure.
Yeah, but I'm going to give it to SLD, really. I mean, I think they've been stepping up, and if you kind of think about it, coming in from the same region with them is D Xavier, and now D Xavier is below them. So SLD, I think they are doing one of those miracle stories, at least for day number 1 so far. So it's nice to see this kind of stories as well. Hopefully you'll be able to continue on, because I mean, we do like surprises too.
Yeah, we love surprises, definitely, but it's a bit too early to mention that, Cloud. Don't forget, some teams are taking it a bit low in profile for first day. We do know some teams love to read out the other teams out there and trying to see if there's any weaknesses can be shown, so they try to take things slower. But the thing is, next week it's not going to be the same group anymore, so if they want to really go all out, it's going to be this week. First week is always so important, not just setting the tone here. It's because the second and the third week you have no clue who you're grouping with. If you happen to be grouping with your arch nemesis, then good luck.
Yeah, we definitely have no idea how it will be shuffled yet, because we gotta wait until Sunday ends, right? But yeah, if you get like, it so happened you get like some of the top teams in the same group, right? Let's say you get Yoodo Alliance, and then you have Vampire, and then maybe the Xavier in the same group, and then one more, yeah, I mean PERSIJA maybe. I mean that group will be super stacked by itself.
Oh man. I mean, like, I don't want to call it just yet, but maybe we're gonna get something like that. It depends on their placement, really. If you guys are curious about how the grouping system will be happening next few weeks, it depends on their placement. So the placement will be according to certain standards. I mean, like, we can get the graphic tomorrow again. Okay, don't worry about that. If you guys missed it today, we're gonna get it tomorrow. But speaking of today and Thursday, this is so much. Now we have so much expectation for tomorrow's game as well. We're talking about GEEK, SLATE, BIGETRON, Red Villains, Bacon and Box Gaming. These are big names, Cloud.
Yeah.
If these guys that don't have Group B playing right now, they cannot push their numbers up. It's going to be a bit of a problem because the Group B is one heck of a scary group.
It is scary. Even for Box Gaming, they have a large fan base inside of Vietnam itself. So sometimes the fans can be like your extra player, right? Giving that mojo, that boost for your teams. So it's good. Well, I mean, it's only day one, and we're mind blown. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen in day two. But we still need to get over our final game in day one. Hail Esports. Very good start for them, but after that they kind of slowed down. But Sem9 is on the other end of the spectrum, like kind of slow start, but right now they're like starting to really find their footing.
Long. I didn't realize the cam's on him. He's a bit shy guy. I agree. They are on a different side of the spectrum. The problem with Sem9, sometimes it's a bit too late for them when they start the engines there. So we do know for a fact this format, it's very punishing if you're a late comer. They have to, they have to start to have the mindset. Now, it's the first day, yes, but the first day is so much important because it will drag down towards the end of the week, and it will actually drag towards the initial points in the playoffs too. It's such an important day here today to set the tone for the teams, to know about the others, to familiarize their rotations, to get used to their drop spot and avoid those unnecessary fights. It's so important when it comes to day number one.
Yeah, or avoid.
Are they
VOIN.
twins though? The players coming up from VOIN just now.
From VOIN? Oh, really? Not that I know of, though.
I saw they have same faces.
Okay, we'll double check that info. But for Boom, again, another substitution for them. I know they need to fix a lot, but we yet to see like that right combination for Boom just yet.
But at the same time, when you're rotating the players too often, they didn't get their chemistry set yet, and you keep rotating it, it's gonna be sort of a counterproductive if it's too often.
Hey, Chua is watching us. I can imagine that's like the English stream. Just put it out there. We could use some love
Hopefully.
too. Thanks, Chua. Hi, Chua. Saying hi to you.
Chua is super adorable, by the way, in real life. Lamborghini, he looks cool, but he's super shy. So many shy players out there. So when you can see the cheers come out from the teams, they're definitely more than ready. Now, are these guys twins?
Okay. You mean the one on? Okay.
In the center, yeah, both in the center.
Both in the center.
They're very much alike.
Okay. I will try research that just to double confirm.
Maybe they're cousins.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe they're cousins.
Or maybe
There
even
goes.
brothers, right? We have had that before.
Possibly. We have a lot of that recently, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. Oh, fun fact as well. I discovered that. So Jungs, obviously everyone knows Jungs. He has a brother who's a coach for another esports title.
No way.
Hey, no, not another esports title. No, he's the coach and player. And now he's the coach for MAB, if I'm not mistaken, PUBG Mobile.
Huh.
Yeah, he is the coach for MAB. Yeah, interesting, right? So both of them moved on to a coaching role. So fun fact there.
So we're gonna have coach siblings too, huh?
Yep.
Not just the players these days. Okay, interesting fact. We do have a lot of coach siblings like Pasha as well as like DD back then. But you know what? What we don't have right now is a double chicken back to back. So we're waiting if that's gonna happen right here, right now, today. Are we getting into the game, Cloud?
Yeah, I know. It will start anytime soon. Yeah.
I'm waiting for it. I'm confused now.
Yeah, I know, right? But it's alright. It's alright. I'm sure we'll be starting very soon. So we're as excited as everyone else watching at home for the final game. Just like Monboy, you know, he wants to make a statement that he's Monboy and everyone knows him. So that's why he turned his jacket around, just putting it out there. That's Monboy, by the way. He changed his hair color.
But surprisingly, this season we don't have any too flashy colors of hair. It's like very normal, very sort of a low profile. Nothing too shocking like pink we had back then, right? With these guys.
Yep. I was trying to remember. There were some players who have like very, very striking hairs, but yeah, sometimes they just, you know, in Bahasa, in Malaysia language, we call it insaf. How do you translate that?
I don't know. Feels like sober, but sober is not really the right word.
Yeah, that's a better word for it, but we'll find that out later. A lot of love there, yeah.
But hey, you know what? We're being scammed, and we definitely will wait for another minute, because I feel like we might actually have a remake of the lobby. That's usually the reason. So we're gonna have to wait and see if we're gonna head into Miramar very soon. It's gonna be the last map of the day, and it's such a big day here. We're talking about setting the team for the teams, and not just that. A lot of teams will have to be mentally devastated with their performance today. We're talking about the 1v4 clutches. The team that used to have 4, how do they regain their confidence? How do they put themselves back to pieces after that downfall?
Yep, especially for GE. Still with a single digit, the only team with a single digit, so there's a lot for them to work on. But there's still all smiles and cheerfulness coming in for them, so that's great. You always want to keep the mood up. You don't want to be in a down mood as you move on to the next round. So as long as you still have that mood, there's still you still have that possibility of coming back and surprise everyone. Just like the amount of surprises that we had today. Hopefully GE will be able to do it. Champions of Wildcard, bringing the Wildcard flag as we head on to the final Miramar round.
After a multiple times of scam, we're finally not being trolled anymore, and we get into our last glimpse and the last map of the day. This is going to be on the southern part of the flight path from Impala to the side of La Rilera, from the eastern to the western side. But the circle we had before, it was on the northern side. So are we having a northern circle? It will be always gentle as usual for the entire day. The flight path right on top of a circle as well.
I'm going to try it this time, right? So, difficult circle, Lost Egos, come on, let's do it. A difficult circle, Impala, let's do it. Difficult circle, Oasis, do it.
I'm just Lost Egos before.
I'm trying, you know, I'm trying.
When we request for the most challenging circle, usually it gives us sort of a very kind circle. So we're asking for a kind one, or am I reading that wrong?
That's where we don't say it until the circle comes, right? Yeah.
I need to know if we're on the same page here, buddy.
That's where we don't say it. That's where we can always change the storyline, you know, so that our viewers don't know.
Okay. Oh my.
Okay, see, Yeah, it's a decent circle,
no,
right?
not this circle. I mean, like, I don't want it to end up on Los Leones. If not, it's going to be a very long day for us. If it ended up on top of La Bendita, then yeah, why not?
Or go Impala. Just saying. You know, there's still some possibility. Okay, and if it goes Impala, GE is there, at least they have that opportunity to gain points to get out of the single digit. But secret, oh wait a second, boy. If mommy says, boy, you've been a naughty boy.
Oh man. Again, Team Secret feels like they're really hitting themselves with a wall right now. No matter what they try to do, it just didn't work so well. They definitely have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to actually turn things around right now. It feels like they are in a slump. They barely making it out. They're draining into the sand here. Just couldn't make it out. It's just really difficult.
Yep. You know, now
they tried to change it. We can see they're trying to change it.
But you know, now that it's the last round, right? And seeing that they have this kind of start, my wish list for Secret is in the next day that they'll be playing is to play Mins. I want to see Mins play because we have not seen him play in PMPL Malaysia before. So I want to see what kind of potential he can bring to the team. Because they need this change now.
They definitely need to make things turning around for their side, because right now things are not working well. They need a different approach, a different sort of perspective. Because right now, for me, like we mentioned earlier on, somebody will have to take the number 16 spot. It's a tournament, it's a competition. So you will be ranked regardless of how good you are when it comes to performance. But what they can control and make a big difference is the gap in between for all the ranks. You don't want to see over dominating on one side and the other end of the spectrum is just too far behind. But back to the game, FaZe Mela. Adding Mela into FaZe feels like also a big of a upgrade for the entire team here, even though they lost Tony K. But FaZe taking Mela in, I mean, like, that's a win.
To me, that is a must move for them, because FaZe Clan in PMPL Thailand, they were at like what, number 19 or something like that. They were somewhere at the bottom, so they really needed this revamp for them, and for them to bring in Mela from the Infinity, and with it. When we do know that the Infinity, like every single individual is like an entire squad for them on their own. So for FaZe Clan to make that move, yes, they needed to replace Tony K. And Mela, I do agree with you. So far, he's been doing so good for them. Despite there might be some debate about like, oh, but the Infinity, when it comes to offline, they don't really show up. But so far, Mela has been adapting well.
I agree. And speaking of the Thai region as itself, I mean, like, we do have 4 Thai teams competing in this one, and some of you guys are asking where's Buriram, where's the side of Infinity example. There are Buriram players playing in different team right now in this tournament as well. I have to fact check that again, because you know they love to jump between themselves too. But Thai region as a whole is so competitive. We're talking about the big names. Even Infinity couldn't make it in for the qualifiers here. They not joining in as partner team as well. It's just how tight the competition is right now for the Thais. I mean, like, if you really want to be one of the best in the world, just move yourself to the Thai regions. You can get better within just 1 month.
Yeah, and the fact that as far as I know, for the Thai teams, they normally scrim among themselves. They don't normally go for regional scrims unless you reach this kind of stage. So they do know what kind of standard that they're at. So that's why they kind of like, okay, we know that we're one of the best in Southeast Asia as a region. So it kind of makes sense as well. And I do agree that they have a very stacked region. Even Tem Entertainment didn't make it, and Tem Entertainment, we saw them, they are a really, really good team. So I mean, we can name a lot of teams from Thailand and they will be equally as good.
Oh man, it would be interesting to see the battle of regions if it happened one day, like week 1, the Vietnam versus Thai region. Week 2, like, put in 8 teams for each region, right? But it's going to be 2 regions competing at one time within 1 week, and put it like what, 4 weeks, 2 regions each week. It'll be really interesting.
You know, if that
Especially
happens.
if yeah, I do know what's gonna happen.
Yeah. You know what? Every time we cast, every season, we always come up with, you know what? It'll be nice if that happens. It'll be nice if that happens. We gotta patent our
It
ideas.
actually happened. It actually happened. They actually listened to us.
Yeah. We gotta patent
Thank
our
you,
ideas.
PUBG. Yeah. Thank you, PUBG Mobile.
You
But
know.
speaking of which, imagine, right? If vampires, if Thai teams and Vietnam team have to compete in the same region, my goodness me. Even the last place, the 16th place, is gonna be super strong.
Yeah, not gonna lie. I think that's definitely going to be the case. So I'll be interested to see if that happens. Like only 2 regions at a time, like going against each other, right? That'll be kind
The
of nice.
battle of regions, right? The battle
Yeah.
of regions to see which regions. I mean, it's pretty much like PMSL right now, South Asia.
True enough.
It's basically the same thing, yeah. What's the point of doing that now? But I want to see like the difference. Like even usually for competition, right? We do have the top 4, top 5 of each region to compete, the best of the best. But at the other end of the spectrum, the lowest at the bottom 16 here, speaking of a 13 spot until 16, how about we have a tournament for the bottoms as well? Just to see which region is actually the worst.
Ooh. I mean, it's not a bad idea though. Just saying. It gives those teams like chance to really like show what they can do as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe
like,
or maybe the teams that didn't make it onto PMSL. I mean, that'll be nice for them.
Yeah, that would be like everybody included for any tournament in PUBG. That's really fun. But it's a battle of I don't want to be the last one. It's really like playing not to be in the last place, and it's a battle of your life because it's so important you're not placing yourself at the 16th spot.
Yeah, but it's so important for GE. Look at this. We did say that,
Yeah,
you
we
know, if the circle kind of favor GE, that'll be nice because they're at the bottom place right now. Hey, they got the circle. Well, hopefully GE can make the best out of it considering that, okay, circle god favors them. Just don't blow it.
Have a bit of replay
Ah.
of the previous map
Uh-huh.
because we cannot get enough of it.
Oh, yeah. Man.
This is just... I don't even know how to comprehend this, honestly speaking. You see the devastation cutting across, the frustration of the entire table. You can feel the tense.
Whoa.
It's so different. Imagine if they're sitting next to each other or across each other. That's worse.
You know what? At least they did the same thing. Both of them banged the table, but for different reasons.
Yeah, that's true. The way they bang is so different as well, though. It's just so different side of a banger. But hey, we do have RRQ visiting to us side of PERSIJA. EVOS might be having a bit of visitors. Voldemort. Oh, with a monster truck. I don't know. I feel like this monster truck is way more fragile than the others. It's so easy to shoot down.
But speaking about shoot down, Red Face being shot down, so that's going to be it for him. And hey, Mod just hijacked his vehicle.
Just now, because of how tall the vehicle is, he couldn't spot out he's burning down there. But now back to the side of Micro Boy. Oh, he spotted him out. Micro Boy going back with the rest of the team to work as a unit to work things over. Now RRQ having a bit of an upper hand here. They finish off one player of PERSIJA EVOS. And now Zaxi playing at the back line. And Pekka cooking up the nade, trying to push forward as Mort coming in from the flank. Having a bit of a... You know what? He made a U-turn. You said, never mind, not my friend anymore. Is that it?
They'll be like, oh, Nepeko, you didn't buy me dinner last night, so it's fine. But for PERSIJA EVOS, well, looks like they choose to bail this, which is a good move because we're still at an early stage, and with 61 players on their screen, they know that if anyone goes out at this point, it's going to be number 16.
Oh boy. Back to a sort of DBD. They had the Yoodo Q coming out from a sort of PBU's crossing over. But SLD, what is happening on the other end? It's kind of a long shot there as they got knocked down but not followed up by the execution. PBE managed to pass by Hill unscathed, but quite a damage taken on side of School. There's gonna be teams are not in the circle. We're talking about the circle is across the opposite of the map itself, on top of Lebanita, and they're still taking their time to give a bit of a pressure this side. They already lost Tiger before for Hill.
Yeah, so they gotta make sure they either clear out PB or PBE just goes away before they can move in. If not, nothing drives in. PB will take that shot onto him, so it's gonna be hard. But nothing, he should be able to. Yes. Yeah, as long as it's a bandage, he should be fine. For now.
It's gonna be okay. 4 seconds, yep, it's less than 4 seconds for now for the HP being deducted by second. Back to the side of PERSIJA, EVOS, Misery. Oh, they're gonna part ways for now. Feels like they're going for in a truce between REQ and PJEV. They're just gonna go for the truce for now and just part ways and get into their own respective direction and navigating themselves into the circle. Feels like a bit slower than the last map here, but different from DAP. Well, this is DAP we're talking about.
Yeah, man, it's DAP. I think he's one of the most highlighted players, or has his super duper highlights in the Malaysian region. So yeah, one of it is of course the iShots pan chicken dinner. That is unforgettable. But right now, Sem9, they cannot just depend on that. The rest of them will need to pick up their pace as well. But so far, Sem9 is not too bad. So with their new signings, Long and also Loyu, it's the upgrade that they needed besides getting that back onto the lineup ever since PMPL and where they struggled.
Here comes the Axe pushing to his side.
Whoa.
Wait, one by one are feeding in the hands of Cool here. This is not great. Feels like we're looking at deja vu from a previous map before this. And Cool can actually clutch it. The rest of cavalry has arrived, but he couldn't actually hold it by himself. The Extra have no time to reset. Here comes the entire team of BBE coming up to the windows. Raby's here as well to give support, but Cool barely make it, hanging on. He's just floating outside, but Raymond going in with a flush. Feels like PBE got this going as they only got one man down. The rest of the X, why is this giving away freely? Hill is dropping himself down, but Frankie still just gonna pulled over. Rabies is half HP down. Oh, don't do this for DX. This should not have happened.
Molly to buy time for Frankie, but Frankie doesn't have room to pick up his teammate. Frankie is coming in from the other side. And right now, nade after nade, looks like the Molly will finish off Chua. And now Frankie, can he do it? Frankie down, now the last man standing, Rabbids. Rabbids gets one for himself. Beautiful by Rabbids, 60% health left to clutch out the rest of PBE. PBE, one by one fallen. Can Rabbids actually do it? Could we see another clutch in the PMSL?
PBE still hanging on. They can actually do this. They got the they got the upper hand before this. But Rankin, two corners, two different angles. Oh, the nade! Close off the deal for PBE. They were reluctant to make the push against DX just now, even though two of them being knocked down. That was the golden opportunity missed.
But I totally understand as well because the Molly bought time, so it was smart for Rabbids to throw out the Molly just to buy time for them to reset, and that gave them that opportunity to do that, and now they want to fight. But now TS against their opponent from PERSIJA, EVOS with Kid getting the first elimination. Probably a second as well. Zaxi on the other side. Zaxi 1v3.
Now Isaiah gonna push to the side of Zaxi. They're being cornered here. There's no way out, but I'm not sure what is happening. But they are the ones who'll be bowing out early on. Surprisingly, after such a strong performance, PERSIJA EVOS ending today with a low note. Rosemary on the other hand taking the fight against RQ. Rabies. Wait, what is happening to DX?
Okay, be eliminated by Hale somehow. Looks like they've been rushed in, maybe a third party. But Rosemary, too bad he had to reload. You know, he could have got a mod earlier on. And now Rosemary all alone, trying to get more. Can he actually do it? He gets one. Can he get a second one? Super duper low there. Reloads immediately, but the second knockdown will happen. And now he needs to go up against Moore, who resetted himself. Asa will be gunned down. Rosemary needs to reload. Does not have an extended mag with 30 bullets, and he's still able to do it.
Wow, Rosemary clutching entire RQ by himself here. 1 victory all the way, not the problem. And now the Indonesians are rising up to the occasions as well as Rosemary. Last thing of goal. There's the picture shot, and he almost got it. Mott, he's spinning around Rosie. Oh, lucky enough just now Octa is there to finish off Mott, but we're not done. Vampires visited by DBD. Stone finish off in an instant by Yand and Nate just now. Sam9 against Boom. Within seconds, all teams happen to challenge each other within just in a short time. Facing on DBD at the same time. Wait, how? DBD fighting 2 Thai teams at the same time.
Well, this is the challenge of the PMSL, ladies and gentlemen, as Ngechos gets eliminated. That's going to be 3v3 at the same time. Sam9 against Boom. They're not done yet though. Sam9 and Boom. And Sam9 seems to have the upper hand with them taking out more Palmbed. Hexas is going to be the last man standing. Hexas, this is his first game. Can he show something? Can he clutch it out? As Hexas, 1 knockdown. Can he be the hero for Boom?
Now finish off 1 in an instant, but he's not done yet. As Boom need to recuperate themselves, they need to revive his teammate. 2 of them knocked down. Oh, 3 of them actually have to be sacrificing one the other. This is the worst possible case for Hexas. They have to choose his own teammate who's to revive first. But at the same time, Sam9 got a bit of a reset for themselves. Managed to heal up, but there goes the net knock again. On the side of Sam9. Loyu on his knees. Down to the last player, Dap. Never mind, still got dips, but Dap trying to go for the flank, giving a bit of a space for Dips to revive his teammate, but then Molly will actually buy a bit more time on the side of Boom. Boom Palmbed bleeding on the outside, but at the same time 2 of them are indoors, quite too far off, but facing on GE at the different angle entirely. We're looking at Sam9 rushing in with a small screen showing on top for GE, pushing to the side of the other teams.
The Molly bot time. So now Loyu, the moment he comes. Tap! Oh, what? Dap just needed the Loyu. Oh no, don't do this, Dap.
Jamie, back to the side of VOIN. Wait, VOIN Esports is here as well.
What?
DBD Vampires. What is happening? It feels like every fight seems like interconnected somehow. Boom, Hexos. Around the wing of pain, Sam9. This has been going on the longest. Razor tried to reset. Hexos out, but couldn't make it. Oh, and Dips in now. It's going to be 1-2-1 trade again. Dap, he needs a bit of a reset. Loyu trying to open 1.
Loyu?
Time for the time.
Loyu!
Team, but Razy!
Oh, Razy!
My God! And DPS making so much work for the side of Sam9, and Loyu will revive and survive as Boone were fighting for the heck of their life out there.
Oh, what a messy fight that was. But for DBD, they tried to siege out of the Vampires, but DBD got eliminated instead with Nusi, the last man standing right now. 5 elimination points for Vampires, but Yoodo Alliance is closing out to VOIN. But it looks like Yoodo Alliance, they may choose to leave this. They may choose to go up to a prime position instead, and VOIN versus Yoodo Alliance might not happen just yet.
It's going to be SLD as a target for VOIN Esports right now. La Paz spotted him out. PUBGM trying to revive his teammate, but the Sam9 fight is not that too far off either. Hence that's why we saw the same fight, same players being knocked down multiple times. Now Vampires leaving only Newsy left with that buggy, shredded vest, almost gone helmet. Where would he go? How he can get out as FaZe and SLD is lurking around, surrounding him everywhere. Newsy being pointed out by Mela. It's going to be the ultimate fight, but he spotted out Trongs in around the other end, but SLD taken away from the back line. Finish of Vampires at 8th place.
Oh, that is it for the Vampires. FaZe Clan now against SLD. SLD, they are on the roll, going up against FaZe Clan, who's number 12 at this point. FaZe Clan, can they do this against SLD? SLD, look at their spread. They have multiple angles covered. Semna, on the other hand, on the other side of the road, so the circle might move away. They need to plan ahead on how they're going to get across.
It's going to be a tough one. They don't have that much cover to go in, but Loyu keep the taps on kid. He knows exactly it's in there, but it couldn't just connect just yet. Spot out another one. Izane couldn't figure out where the shot's coming up from. Now finally got himself a bit barricade around the rock. Pop himself the smoke. Loyu being such a troublemaker, but at the same time Sem9 lucky enough They have the buggy, but they have to cross this vast desert and open plain. We're talking about the street in between. Can Adips make it? He got himself that pickup truck, but lucky enough, nobody coming up from Team Secret. Hovering the crosshair this side.
Ooh, yeah, lucky for Adips, but now Adips being shot at. Adips will count his lucky stars as he managed to land himself behind the stone. Now VOIN on the outside of the circle as well, with flags taking down Trongzin from afar. Yoodo Alliance looks like they need to move too. FaZe Clan will need to defend their ground. Not defend, they need to fight SLD to get across.
But SLD stuck in between here, caught themselves in a death trap where VOIN Esports on the other end. FaZe might actually spot them out. They always see the one that actually at the back line first. But FaZe, they have to get into the circle. And they'll be stopped by the side of SLD, who's exchanging fire, lost one person, knocked down, but they got a bit of a revive there. FaZe now taking on the fight to the side of SLD. Yoodo Alliance have to think twice now how to get in here, because there's not really, they are gatekeeping in the center. It's gonna be VOIN and FaZe who actually drink things over, and Alva spotted out. FaZe members victorious, finish off, and next one is gonna be Mela. They got caught red-handed here and got off guard. MR5 within the smoke, tried to play around, but it's not gonna be enough as SLD wrap things around as flawless as they can get.
Ooh, Dap was a jumper, 1v1, let's go. As we can see here, Dap is winning this fight. He has the high ground advantage, but Jumper has long range backup coming in for his teammate Kid from afar. Dap with 20% of health. Dap looks like he's in trouble, and Loyu will be gunned down by Aizen from afar. And now back to SLD. They're not done yet though. They have VOIN to deal with next.
SLD and VOIN Esports are basically in the same boat right now. But they have to cut across each other. Chuan G got hit by the explosion of that vehicle. Alpha pushing in. They want to go for the rush. He will be the front line with a UMP in his hands. Will finish off Quan G. But at the same time, Goose is at the back line, but got finished off by Cannon instead. And Alpha has no clue. There's one more player at the back line there.
Ooh, luckily Gosu didn't take that shot. Now Alpha might be taken out, but he chooses to toss a nade first. Tries to lower their health. Now Gosu's position has been compromised. They know exactly where he is. The shots will be fired upon, and now Gosu will be taken out. It's going to be VOIN winning the fight against SLD.
Lives out to 5 teams remaining. 7-9, Dap last player, but he can clutch it like he did before. But right now his contender is going to be also the clutcher, Aizen. They both in 1v4 condition before, but when it comes to 1v1, both team having a firefight here. Aizen want to revive his teammate, but he needs to deal with Dap first. Dap going with the high ground. Got Aizen. Finish off Team Secret, but he needs to have the reset. He got last first aid and nothing else. Utilities on his side. He needs to replenish his resources.
Oh, again, it's the hero Dap coming in. Man, Boss Tommy better give him a raise after this, after his heroics. But he's not done yet though, like what you said, because he's still on the open. And now Kenny, speaking about the open, he's in the open as well. Long range coming in from Rosemary, hitting onto Kenny, but Kenny is still alive, 50% health, reset, still being shot at from multiple angles. Next is going to be tough for Dap, because Circle will not favor him.
Octa got himself not great from the airdrop. Look, last tick of health on VOIN players. Maxius, he just need that one headshot and it's done. Earlier spotted by Rosemary. Yoodo Alliance, they had a 4, now down to 2. Make it 1. Make it 2 still. Bleeding out for the both players while taking a fight against VOIN Esports. Alter Ego is nitpicking every single thing that moves. He just shoot everything that's alive. Rosemary taking on Dap next, is going to be the last member of 7-9, placing himself 4th. Still quite a consistency coming up from 7-9, but VOIN on the other hand taking the reign. They are dominating in these grounds. But even so, here comes Alter Ego pushing to a side.
Oh, it's going to be an all-Indonesia finale, ladies and gentlemen, as Alter Ego moves in. Octa with a nade on his own. But now it's going to go up against Lapa. Lapa be taken out. Octa still survives with 50% of health with a UMP in hand. On the right, there are members of VOIN. On the left, there are 2 members of VOIN. Keenan takes a shot onto Fnatic, but not able to get a clear shot. Right now, Keenan is on the outside of the circle, and the blue will close it onto him. Octa being shot at by Keenan. Can't connect those shots yet.
Here comes Rosemary, really low on health right now. Here comes the claw! Going in with Hawaii! You fly straight into your friend! That was not supposed to happen, Alter Ego! What is happening with those chickens? But still, nonetheless, Congratulations to son of VOIN Esports. They have been hunting the chicken the entire day and finally get the closure of it and wrap things around with this chicken. Definitely well worth. But what happened to Alter Ego?
Yeah, it was absolutely messy. I need to watch back the replay to see what exactly happened there. But VOIN, now we can't call them no chicken, no problem, because they got a chicken finally, and it's nice to see them getting a chicken. Again, they are doing that Cinderella story of from PMNC straight up to PMPL second place, and now PMSL day one chicken dinner. Oh, this is a moment for these players. It is insane. Keenan, 5 elimination points, 848 damage, has been the key player for VOIN.
He should have held that pose just now where he was like, yeah, trying to, looking cool and stuff, because it was actually his banner here. But the entire team for VOIN Esports, you cannot take this away from them. They have been hunting those eliminations, those kills the entire day. For those consistency, like you mentioned earlier, they don't have a chicken. They still maintain in the top ranks. But now they do. This is going to bump up way more than before. But when you look at teams to watch right now, Sam9 is still there. SLD, no Thai teams. But we do have double Indonesian here taking the top 2 spot.
Yep. It was an Indonesian finale. So it was interesting to see that. I'm sure they have some level of rivalry within their own PMPL. And VOIN, it was the team that actually came up, and we cannot deny VOIN has been working really hard, and these players, I believe that they are first timers in PMSL at the Southeast Asia stage, but they're still able to step it up, so that was insane for them. But overall, you can't think about it, right? There were a lot of messy fights in this round, like multiple fights happening at the same time everywhere on the map.
Very scrappy. I have to say this is like one of the most I won't say most aggressive, because the first 2 circles were very quiet, extremely quiet, up to the point where we have to actually rewatch the highlight from the last map because nothing is happening. But within seconds, it's like the snap of the fingers of Thanos, just make everything topsy-turvy. But when it comes to VOIN though, they have been really aggressive. If you look at the highlight just now, since the start, it's always the Indonesian team that farming and hunting down those eliminations. They got 15 this time, Cloud. This is the highest by far, breaking the record.
Oh wow, it's like round by round we are breaking records. It's been an insane day number 1. 25 points in the back for VOIN. Alter Ego 8 eliminations with 14. On the other end though, GE did not manage to break that single digit mark, so they will definitely still be at a single digit after this round. I believe it was 6 points before this round started, so not going to move from there. I mean, we did talk about we want to see the wildcard teams do well, so hopefully they'll be able to come back in coming days.
Well, within one match, VOIN Esports just pushed down Yoodo Alliance with that chicken. They're the only team that's not having any chicken before in the top 3, but definitely they already pushed themselves way up number 1 there. Yoodo Alliance, even though they got themselves that double chicken, it's just those eliminations that's kind of cutting it short. But SLD, pretty much okay at number 3. But the one that actually we have to focus on bottom here. The bottom 4 are not playing today, which is coming up from B group. The one that we should focus on is going to be GE Boom, same goes for DBD. These 3 teams, imagine how much they have to catch up the time when Group B is playing.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, there will be an elimination by the end of week number 3. So bottom 4 teams will be taken out, so that's going to be kind of scary as well. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of days. We are still at day number 1. But so far in day number 1, week 1, players to focus, Alva from VOIN, Rosemary, and we have Newsy again. He's always on the chart somewhere.
I'm loving how Alva is actually at number 1 spot when it comes to elimination. Usually always coming up from the Thais, it's always coming up from Vietnam team. But I'm loving how there's a change of flow when it comes to this sort of a day 1 performance. But also Rosemary, he's been popping off quite a number here today. A lot of Indonesians on the board here right now. We do have Newsy. This is going to be, mean, like Nusa used to be like the most eliminations, right? This time he's more towards a support role, possibly due to how they actually add in Tony K. He's playing support role instead of going always the frontline fragger. But speaking of the group just now, Cloud, both GE and DBD are in Group E.
Okay.
So the fact that they cannot perform when they already start off playing here today means they only have like what, 3 days left, both teams at the bottom. They got 1 day lesser than the rest.
Yeah, because they played today and then they'll be taking a break later on. So yeah, and they happen to be the bottom. You're right. Unless they can come up with something insane, right? Like breaking record chicken dinner amount, and then maybe they can kind of save themselves. But of course, week 1 is also actually every week is important because you need to collect those the weekly bonus points, and that is going to be key towards who's going to be the top 16. That is the count. It is not the how many points you collected over 3 weeks, but it's how many bonus points you collect over 3 weeks. So that's the scary part.
Now, since we already witnessed Group A, C, D, and E, right? We're putting aside Group B for now because they're not performing. So far, of all these 4 groups, which one do you think is the group of death right now? Because like Group A, we do have Vampires SLD up there. Group C, PERSIJA, and DX, but DX is not performing. Group D is scary one.
I would say, yeah, Group D. Based on today's performance, Group D. You got 7-9 with Dab, which is crazy, and then you got VOIN, the entire team. Alter Ego's not bad as well. And Hale, they had their moments. So I think maybe Group D though. I'm trying to see maybe if I had a second answer, it could be Group A. Because Group A, you got Vampire, you got Yoodo Alliance with a double chicken, and you got Shine Like Diamond that's doing really well. Only Boom that's kind of like So I would say kind of Group A
Wow,
too. Yeah, kind of Yeah.
But you know what? Okay, we have to wait for Group B tomorrow to see if that's kind of fair for us to give this assessment. But I'm worried for Group E due to why GE and DBD, right? They're in the same group. So both teams are not doing well. And both teams have a chance to actually occupy those bottom 20 slot. We might actually have consistent 19-20 if they don't push up their performance there.
I mean, it's still day number 1, so I mean, it does look scary.
Yeah. A bit too harsh now.
I mean, it does look scary, not gonna lie, but it's day 1. But anyway, Choo, we're gonna head on to an interview after this, so I wonder who Tash is gonna interview. So let's see, maybe the number 1 team right now, maybe VOIN, but we head over to Tash. Let's go.
Thank you so much, the casters, for passing it over here to the interview standing area. With me, I have Sem9 Dep as well as Adit Look from Yoodo Alliance. And today has been a very exciting day. If you guys didn't know, we've had some insane clutches. We've had the most crazy endings. And for now, we are going to be wrapping up day number 1. So for me, I'm really excited because today, Adit Look, you played so very well. You guys showed excellency and consistency. What do you think are your team's strengths?
Kekuatan kita orang dekat team line up baru kita orang ni, kita orang ada 3 fragger and 3 terminator juga ah. So sebab tu kita orang dapat katakan dia orang semua dekat first day.
Alright, so Adit Look says that in their new lineup they have 3 fraggers as well as 3 terminators, which means that they have enough firepower to run over everyone today. Now, out of all the teams today, which team were you guys very nervous to meet?
Bagi kita orang, semua team kuat, semua team kita orang bagi sama rata je, dia orang punya kuat. So semua ready je tengok Yoodo Alliance.
Okay, so he said that there wasn't really a team that they were very nervous to meet because it felt like everyone was strong, but everyone has to be looking at Yoodo Alliance because they managed to dominate everyone. Now, you guys ended up at the 2nd spot today. Was this all planned?
Tu semua macam kita orang rotation semua hari ni elok. Lepas tu fight pun selalu menang hari ni. And alhamdulillah semua tu rezeki hari ni.
So he says his rotations and fights were really good today. So everything went really well. He didn't really say if it was planned, but I have a feeling that it was. Now, I have a question for Sem9 Dep. You guys saw that insane 1v3 he had just now against Vampire Esports. So, Dep, we know that you've rested the entire PMPL MY Spring for studying, and then you come back now to play on the PMSL SEA Spring. So, can you share with us your feelings during that 1v3 and what have you prepared for PMSL? Right, forgot about
Perasaan
that.
saya time clutch tu rasa nervous lah sebab sejuk and saya menggigil lah. And my preparation after I finish my SPM, saya terus pergi ke KL and start training lah, scrim, play classic.
Wow, so he shared with us that just now during the 1v3, he actually was shaking because it was so cold in the arena. And he said that after he finished his studies for SPM, he immediately went back to Kuala Lumpur, which is the capital of Malaysia, to immediately scrim and prepare with his team, which is honestly very admirable. Now, let's talk about your team. You guys have a new lineup here. You guys have 2 new members, Lung and Lu Yu. Can you share with us what was different between your team now and then?
Dengan team baru saya lebih confident sebab kita orang ambil 2 Terminator dalam lineup kita orang, so kita orang boleh memantai lagi banyak lah.
Wow, so he says that in his new lineup they have 2 new Terminators so they can decimate as many teams that they want. Okay, so now before we end the interview, we actually have a request here from our team. So can you guys say with me, okay? Malaysia boleh and kita gergasi on my count, okay? 1, 2. Okay, I'm just gonna pass you the mic. 1, 2, 3.
Malaysia boleh, kita gergasi.
Thank you very much, guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more PMSL SEA Spring 2023. Bye, everyone.
Well, that was a very interesting interview. And you know what?
We're still here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still here though. Before we wrap up the show, so we are supposed to wrap up the show from our side. So fun fact as well. So I had a conversation with Sultan, recent, not so recent, but he was saying that he has been training his players to do better interviews, and I can see, Adik Luke is way better now at interviews. He gives a little bit more insight, so it's nice to see that.
Yeah, he's still shy. He's still camera shy, but I think by time it's gonna be okay. But I think that's it. Tomorrow it's gonna be a different group entirely.
Yeah, we're gonna see the return of Yuhai on the PMSL, and we're gonna see big names as well, like Damroot coming in. But that is it for us, Choo Choo. So we'll be wrapping up the show today. See you again tomorrow. Happy fasting, everyone. Happy Ramadan, and we'll see you tomorrow again. Bye.